Hello and good morning to all of you. It is amazing to see you. I hope you're all doing well. Do a nice early morning shout out to Arcturus for the resub 2 months at tier 1, to Sindri94 for 2 months at tier 3, and Balthazar for the 6 months at tier 3. All of you are awesome. Thanks to all of you. We are now firmly and comfortably at 303 out of 300 on the Partner Plus program, which to me is absolutely huge, and I appreciate all of you for it. I couldn't do this without you. There's the camera. Good morning. I'm doing slightly better. It will probably be a few days of recovery because Spare Human is also sick and has been ill for like a week. So this one might stick around a bit, unfortunately. So, hey, we'll just strap in and hope for the best, right? Yeah, we're all... Well, Emily looks how I feel, so we'll go from there. But it's really great seeing all of you. Thank you all for being here. It's absolutely awesome to have you guys here on this fine Tuesday. And we've got the Deep Desert reset, and we've got everything that we need out there. I didn't manage to prep yesterday for doing things in the Deep Desert, so our stuff is slightly disorganized. But hey, we will make do. Not mine. That's my one. Thank you, Balthazar. It's one of those things. It'll we will bounce back. It's about time, isn't it? More than anything. It's annoying. No one likes being sick. But yeah, today we're just gonna chill, play some Dune, relax, stream as long as we kind of need to / can. We'll take 16 of that, and 140 of that. Good morning. Great to see you. Thank you for being here. If I planned correctly. Nice. We will also take 10 more of those because knowing us, we'll fuck something up while we're making it. What else do we need? We've got water. Not enough. We need to fill the water up. We need silicon blocks, which are up here. Might be the second row. It is the second row. Any more roadmap news from Dune? Well, they released a publication yesterday, which we will go through in detail today. Why can't I hear myself properly? It's the other thing. That's probably a bit better. Yes, now I can actually hear myself properly. Okay, game. I mean, okay, Spotify. It's preparing us. It knows. What do you mean, Pen Miyagi? I'm very aware that the update has been delayed. Likely tomorrow. Oh, that's a bit weird, Troytech. Might be part of their new anti-botting maneuvers, maybe, so people don't, I don't know, AFK view it or something. Verbiter, I'd be concerned and make sure you write a will, bud. Good morning, G. Good to see you. You enjoying the sandstorm? This song is very traumatizing for you, is it? I apologize. It will be over soon. We'll switch to some of the cab instead. How about that? Dragon Banshee, thank you very much for the resub with Prime, and Magic Hippie, thank you very much as well. You're both appreciated. I appreciate you guys using your Prime. It keeps Jeff Bezos one step further away from making a moon statue of himself. Thank you very much for using that Prime sub. Twitch seems to be having some problems if you guys are getting disconnected or muted or the stream is lagging. So I hope that Twitch stays stable today, because if not, I'll just go and, I don't know, climb into the bushes or something and go become one with nature again. So obviously yesterday, Funcom released a bunch of updates. An error 2000, error 3000. Okay, well that's not great. 20 minutes into the stream, next Twitch. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on the bitrate, because that's weird. Yeah, those of you who are out there having issues, go onto the bottom of the stream, click the cogwheel, and turn off low latency mode. It might be that causing issues. You can never get the sort of the glide at high speed like you do. So what you're likely to do you find that you find yourself dropping down to like kind of 90 speed? Just do it. You need to basically lower your reticule slightly and just tap the W key, and you'll find that you fall back into a glide. But if you're losing speed, you'll need to lower the amount it goes. It's just that simple. The Assault doesn't do the gliding the same way that the it can't level out the same way that the Scout does. So you'll need to make sure you're angling the helicopter down every so now and then, so that you basically keep your speed up. You want to keep the tail down. There you go. No lag, G. Sorted. Oh, okay. That's a lot of spires. Well, exactly. Yeah. The Assault's too heavy to have the same glide slope as the Scout. Yes, that's the whole point. Is the exclamation point song not working? I know I'm on the ground. I was doing something in OBS. That's gonna suck. That's also gonna suck. We understand that it's delayed. You can take that off my screen now. It's going good, thank you, Oblivion Matt. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Right, so we're making our deep desert base for the week. Some of you may know this is now an important part of what we do. Okay, cool. Making sure that the currently placed like limits of our fief support making a large enough base for the carrier, etc. Because the placement of our original, see, we're only losing about half of it to the walls, if that. Nice. Should better do basically 5 in every direction. That might not let me place there. Five. Nice. Perfect. Okay. Mr. Balrog, that joke is so bad that I love it. Absolutely great job, 10 out of 10. It's also horrific, but hey, that's just where we're at now. Write a love song. Oh, sorry, Dahlia. Yes, Nightbot here will tell you off if you you try linking too much. Would you listen to song recommendations? Yeah, Electro Rocks, you can use exclamation point song requests, and it creates a list of. It basically creates me a list on my end of things that I want to listen to that like community have recommended. If you're carrying it. There are indeed in-game announcements, and thank you, Zidania. I'm on the mend. It won't be. I don't think it's going to be a quick recovery. I don't think, unfortunately, it was a pretty nasty stomach bug, and I still feel pretty poor afterwards, which isn't ideal. But hey, you know, it's one of those things. Why am I so sunstroked? You know how it is. You know, these things happen. Like when you get sick, it takes a while to bounce back. Sometimes we'll be okay. It just takes a couple of days. The important thing is I'm able to keep food and water down. which previously in my life I've not been able to do. How do you write a love song? Every single base I have now has to have an Australia room. Part of the requirements. So... Sabu, are you here in game? We have building to do. Write a love song. What do you mean insufficient stability? You're on what? You're full of crack. If you think that's insufficient stability, game, you are on crack, full of crack, made of crack. Trying to actually shield most of my foundations. Oh, if you're on, I mean, sir, Sabu, do you fancy bringing me some plastone? Because I definitely organized myself this week and got that sorted ahead of time, right? Thank you very much, bud. I think I've run out of plastone, chat. I might have to fly back to a Haga Basin. Yeah, I will. I love how beautiful the game is. Oblivion Matt, I completely agree with you. The game, they've done a very good job of making the game look good, which I think goes a long way. $3,000 away. We love that. Wait, what? I've just got an email from what's going on over on Throne? What have you done? What's chat done? That's Stunzia, thank you very much for funding the HOSAS and desk mounts. I guess we're ordering those soon and playing games with HOSAS. For those of you who don't know, Stunzia has just very kindly donated the full amount, I think it is, for the HOSAS and desk mounts that we're going to get. Let me get this up on screen. So we were going to do this. So you've got basically 2 desk mounts that clip onto the desk, and then you've got the sticks themselves, which sit up and level with things. So we'll be getting some HOSAS, it seems. Stunzia, thank you very much. Yeah, 100% streamer broken. My brain took a little while, and by a little while I mean a long while, to buffer. This is absolutely huge of you. Thank you very much, and I look forward to doing this. You can name the left and right stick if you'd like. I'll give you the options to name them. Fine. You are absolutely awesome. Thank you very much for that support. Super kind of you. I've also used the my internet ways to work out who it was who sent the what's it called helmet, the Swiss Guard helmet, so I can thank that person as well when they're here today, if they're here today. Flighty, righty, and left stick. Why? This was a mistake, wasn't it? You can have a think, Stunzia. Thank you very much. This is absolutely huge. These are some of the best sticks out there, and I'm really looking forward to giving them a go. Thanks to you. Honestly. You're not crazy enough to anyone do that? Okay, well, we might see if we can do a community thing to name one of them, because these are going to be absolutely incredible to use. We're going to pew so many people. Oh, it's going to be great. Base sims. Oh, yeah. We like our space sim set. Okay, well, I'm very broken now. I have a weird combination of chills and feeling sick and feeling massively imposter syndrome-y. So great job. Give me a second, chat. I'm dying of sunstroke in the game. uh... Hello, I'm back. I've reset the operating system on this Kronos. Thank you very much, Tanzia. That's absolutely awesome of you. There's no way I'd ever be able to do this without all of you guys' support, and I find it absolutely awesome. I like awesome of you guys because honestly, like I'm here because of you guys, and I'm here thanks to you guys. Like it's I'm not very good at accepting support, so when you guys do this, it is something I'm getting better with. But I just thank all of you. Honestly, it makes a huge difference. Thank you very much. Yeah, so the way that these will work will be that yeah, fundamentally they will work with pretty much any game, provided that like and the game supports controllers. I would be reasonably clear that dual stick like that is not necessarily intended for flight using like traditional in atmosphere flight. Two sticks generally better for my brain. 2.6 is generally going to be better for something that's out of atmosphere, so in space. Gorlaya, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You've been here for 3 months. Enjoy the bread roll. You have risen. Thank you again, honestly. Like, Sunzia, that's absolutely huge of you. I'm really looking forward to giving it a go, to be honest with you. Wasn't there like an Eve in cockpit flyer? I mean, Eve was always only ever third person, so you're not going to be we're never going to be able to do stuff in Eve with sticks, I don't believe. Although you probably could set them up, but Eve doesn't have the same kind of spatial movement as one would normally get in a space sim. Joysticks with ground combat and Dune as a mech warrior. I mean, the other point would be, I wonder if I could use those dual sticks in the mech warrior. Let's have a look at HOSAS in Mech Warrior 5. A bunch of people play it in HOTAS. I'm sure I could get it working. I could just use pedals for the throttle. I've got an Elgato. Somewhere I've got an Elgato pedal. Probably behind this this invisible bit of void that's here. Let me give access to this for Sabu so that he can actually see where the base is, because that would be helpful for him. We're at software, Sabu, Luther, Matt. No, Matt's not really playing at the moment. Demnar. Demnar's away. Demnar's back this week, I think, though, so... There you go. It should show up for you. And we have ads. I will be right back, chat. I'll listen into the room. Whoop. Hello, chat. Sorry, I got distracted by Bailey. I'm going to be completely honest. Good morning, was it? Good morning, Timperius. It is great to see you guys. Thank you for being here. Shout out again to Stunzia because that's broken my brain. I had to go and tell the spare human, and she was like, "Oh bless." She doesn't understand what HOSAS is, but hey, it's the thought that counts. Absolutely wild. Thank you again, Stunzia. I will make sure that we get that organized at the end of stream today, and then we get that ordered so that we can get those set up. And we'll, as a result, what we will guaranteed do is have a day where we play Stortedson with Mahoodles, and she can walk us through what the game is actually like, whether there is any game behind the store front, and how the devs interact with the players. Because ultimately, you know, I'm a big believer in the fact that if the devs are acting in a way which is reasonable and, you know, there is basis for the store, it might be justifiable if I don't understand the way that it works. Whether it does work that way, we'll find out. But, thank you, Sunzia, honestly. Yeah, B always does his job in Destruction. Yesterday, he managed to pin me on the sofa for about 3 separate periods of 3 hours. Just because he wanted a cuddle, which is fair. I don't blame him. I know how much he loves cuddles. Right, I'm going to fly back to base, grab some more stuff that we need, and go from there. I'm not quite sure why there was a sand trout there, but fine. That looks like Sabu. And Moo is sick too. Oh. Oh, Sunzia, you are more than well. If you want to come join us for starters, then you are very welcome to come join us, bud. Hello, Ploppy Sloat. It's great to see you, bud. How are you doing? I've had some good fortune in Startedson because not only have I mean, look, a lot of you know that when I play games, if there is an economy, I will break them. There is some stuff that you can do with Star Citizen, or you could do for a long time, where you bought cheaper ships, and as they were released over time, the value of those ships goes up, and you can trade them in better, so that you can create money from nowhere. So I've previously done the CCU chaining game in Star Citizen, so I have some pledges that are more valuable than they should be. I think I paid like $100 for a ship at one point, and it's now worth like $700 because, as far as I understand it, as they go through development, some ships change in value as their use case or as their design changes. And if they go up in value, then ultimately you benefit from it. Hello? Hey, baby. Hi. Hi. You come to see chat? You come to see them? Is it a bit grey and cold outside? You're so silly, aren't you? Like walking around. Yeah, who's a good boy? Oh, you don't have what owns doesn't you mean? Oh, well, Sunzia, I mean, you are. I will. I'll give you a ping and let you know when I'm using and testing these things out. Because ultimately, I think if somebody has donated like that, like you deserve to at least know that what you've done is good, useful, awesome, and how much I appreciate it. So again, words cannot express how I feel about that one. So we'll get there. I'll see what I can do. Abyss, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1, buddy. Thank you. Thank you for being here. All of you who are here, you'll be pleased to know that we have today hit the partner program goal of we are now, I think it's like 304. And honestly, thank you very much. It means a huge difference to the stream going into September, as we have a 35% malus on how much we would make from the subs, but now we get 40% increase. It completely offsets the change made by September, which is absolutely colossal to the streamer, and I thank you all very much for basically letting me be able to be a part of September this year for that reason more than anything. How many people are online on the server? We've currently got about 45 people online, so you should bear in mind that the main time zone of the server, which would be US, it's between 5 a.m. Eastern time and 2 a.m. Pacific time. So the average time on the server is around 3:30 in the morning. So I wouldn't expect to have large numbers of players at this time of day. While we do have a decent European contingent, again, it's only probably around 20 or 30% of the player base. Predominantly, we have an American player base on this server. So that's why we've not got too many on, which is why it's it's a reasonably safe time to do things in the deep desert. That's why we do that each week. You're a good boy, aren't you? Yes, you are, Bailey. For those of you who don't know, this is Bailey. He is kind of my cat. What ping am I playing on? I'm given that our servers are based in New York, and I'm based in the UK, based on this voice, funnily enough. You would be able to tell. I've got a ping of about 75, and the ping inside Dune doesn't bother you until you're way above 150, 200-ish. So people within the EU are playing absolutely stably, which is great. To be honest with you, I think the main restriction on the game is more hardware than location. Although I do accept that those of you who are in our AU time zone, Australia, New Zealand kind of area, it's not ideal for you guys. It's a conversation I have with devs all the time, is that, you know, ultimately we want to be able to play all of our community together, but unfortunately, given the nature of how everything works with internet these days, you can't have everyone from every sector playing on the same server if it's located in, say, NA East. You know, pings are better. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Mighty Orange is paying 230 ping from South Africa. Can be tough. Boz had to move on to the AU public service because 300 ping was rough with Thopters. Completely understand. Climbing and all kinds of stuff doesn't make it easy as well. Hi, Slow Blinker. You're okay. You can have a nap there if you'd like one. If you are going to have a nap there, then what I will probably do, if I can grab your cat cam output, and then I can hold Alt, do this, make it a little bit smaller on the screen for people. You're on Henry Morgan playing from PSD on East server, and your ping is lower than mine by a third. That's interesting, MT Husker. Without wanting you to obviously dox yourself, does that mean you're in a bit more of a rural area of the US? Because the people I know who are playing from Pacific time zone in like cities have quite a good ping. Abyss, I completely understand that. 300 ping is never going to cut it in a game like this. I think realistically you want about 200 ping or under. An hour before stream, 279, 300 and such, 303. That's interesting. That means that people who... It is likely because people who like the subs renewed during the off time over the weekend and yesterday. Realistically, I probably need to look at my streaming schedule and choose 4 days to stream on. Because I think that assuming 5 days means I can't get everything I need to get done in real life and still rest most of the time. Not rural at all. Not rural at all. That's really interesting. You must be on a fiber connection, I'm assuming by now, if you're in an area that has 1 million plus people. Sorry, I'm just, you know, getting really nosy now. But these are all interesting things that I like knowing about. I need to have a... I don't even think I own one of these. One of the big Decaliter Johns. I don't think I've ever made one. About 1 gig. Interesting. 100 ping from Pacific region seems very, very high. Such a good cat. Normally 114. That's fascinating. I have no idea why. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've typically done, but actually never think about it. Oh, sorry, that's another one of those. I've been getting a lot of stomach cramps, basically, because of this bug. I'm not sure what it is. Oh. Thank you for bearing with me. The Twitch drops that are being awarded are these. Look at how organized I am. Oh, wait. Somebody sent me something yesterday that I might be able to use as well. I've also received news that we will likely have some kind of interview or on-stream kind of call with Funcom at some point to go through some of the changes in the game, some of their future for it, and basically to open up some conversations. So hopefully we can get that organized once they're back from Gamescom, which I think is really exciting for all of us. What was it? What did I come over here for? Balthazar, yeah, I think I would like to be there, but given that I'm the 4th largest, like, hours watched Dune streamer, if not more, on some of the stuff, I think I've probably got quite a bit of live experience on our servers of what the game could be like, and I'd like to be involved with that, sure. At the end of the day, my job is to create the content for the other community before mine. So if Papa T wants that organized on his channel first, then that is his prerogative. I would also be clear, Wayne France, if you do miss anything, Funcom have confirmed to me last week that they will, at the end of all of this, all these campaigns, run an ability for people to get the drops they've missed back. I've only got 3 shots in you. Why is that? Fill containers. Ah, that's what I was going to do. I was making... I think this is copper. I think I'm going to need 25 copper to make them. When was my light not enough to stop the bruising? You are very welcome. There might be, Luna. There might be. I don't know. I don't often ask. Right into the stream if you too practiced law at some point. I love the amount of cope and screaming online about my law background as well. He was never a lawyer. He must have been at best a legal assistant. I'm so mad. Makes me laugh so much. Bardial, hello, bud. Good to see you as always. I hope you are doing well. You know what, we'll just take 75 of this. And some extra. Turns on it's because they want something. Oh, I'm glad that you guys like B. He's just chilling, as you can see. Unstoppable, that might be true. When people get upset about me, I do potentially gain more power. I just like trolling. I don't know what it is. Like, the trolling has to have a line. Like, the trolling has to not cause a negative impact on other players. The best type of trolling is psychic damage trolling. Like, when I inflict psychic damage on Thor, oh, yeah, feels good. You love his socks. They're white. I mean, I do. They were a bit grey yesterday when he came in. He'd obviously been rolling around in the dust and needs to be clean, so I gave him a bit of a brushy brush. Oh, he's very chill. He is 15, though. Assurum. So he's got the age to be chill, you know. He's also quite grumpy when he needs to be and does get the zoomies. Yeah, you're free to add me to your in-game friends list. Fine. Show the fires in our hearts tonight, 'cause you can't stop the fire, you can't stop the fire. Oh, I'm glad that you think the interview will be rad, but yeah, I think that ultimately Funcom have always been quite good at creating a game which has lots of promise, but the patches tend to be a little bit questionable. I think they've got a really good future and like a good vision for this game, but I think that communicating that vision is something that they need to probably work on. You know, as we've seen, there's a lot of stuff they're doing to the game that we just don't understand as players, and I think if we had more understanding of that, things would be a little bit easier for us. So my aim is to kind of facilitate some of that conversation between the devs and the players, a bit like I did for Ashes of Creation, when Thor and Stephen had a bunch of interviews so we could talk about the future of the game. I'd like to do that for Dune as well. You know, I like to be involved with games as they are being developed to make sure that they work well between the devs and the players. And ultimately, that's part of what I always did when I was working in corporate, was working between the shareholders and the management and other, you know, the other stakeholders around the business to make sure that what's being done is the right thing to do. People actually understand what's going on and everything kind of flows. Because there's you know, one side not understanding the other never helps anyone. Oh, that's kind of them sense on. They've been doing art for you. And like I've said before, I know it's a joke and it's, you know, it's a funny play on words, but this is ultimately a sandbox for the future. This is the first release. Like, I think that they were pushed into releasing this at a time that was right for the game to be released, but I think that ultimately they pushed, and they probably could have waited a little longer to release some of it. But that's the nature with all games. You know, we're never going to have a perfect game at release because they develop, they evolve. That's what happens. You hope you get some more Stephen Thor interviews with P3. I mean, Caron, I delved back into Ashes briefly this week and had a look at it in some detail, and I'm really not impressed with the game. Did I talk through the economy changes from Ashes of Creation on stream? Or did I do that off stream? If I was on stream, it probably would have been clipped because I was pretty unimpressed. I wish this game had economy with the solo focus shift. It seems the game won't be having economy at all. I think there's things they can do in this to save the economy, whereas Ashes doesn't have an economy, and their economy update is not an economy update. The two issues I have with Ashes at the moment are the economy and the community. Unfortunately, the two most important parts for me in a social sandbox MMO. There is hope the economic guy will have a job. I mean, there's the hope that they will fill the job. Was likely both of us, because I told Thor my views on it, and I think he spoke about it on stream the other day. But we are largely sharing the same views on it because he and I are both economics players. We both very much care about the economy of a game. And like the economy update is we changed gear. The economy update also says they are doing they're making it into a completely player-driven economy, but then the next set of words also says that they're creating drops-based things. So, like, if gear comes from... Okay. If gear comes from players and it's crafted, that's a player-driven economy. If the gear comes from drops from mobs, that's not a player-driven economy, that's a drops-driven economy. You know? That's different. Why have you made this so much higher, Taboo? I don't want it to be 4 high. I want that high. Those and the good ones. Other than that, it's looking good. Next to me and the music's loud. Can we actually put one on top of this? Oh, hello! Yeah. Yeah. Hi, little shouting cat. Oh yeah, the fluff on him is incredible because we had a nice long brushy brush yesterday. Hello. Yeah, hi. So cute, aren't you? Should we put your cat bed on so it's got some warms in it for you? Najadoral, I am on the mend. It's probably going to be a bit of a slow one. It appears to be a bit of a slow stomach bug from the people who I know who also have it. And, yeah, I know. You haven't got a bug. You're just his little pest. It's different. Meow. I'm not sure if you heard that one, Chad. That one was quite loud and directed at the camera. No, he doesn't crawl into my lap for a cuddle, but he will sit alongside me during stream. Um, if I'm in the living room and I've got like an armchair which like reclines back because I'm old and therefore I enjoy a good armchair. Um, so B likes to come and climb on my lap when I'm there. Thor is doing sea shanties. Oh God. UI, please. Sabu, could you also find some power cells? A treasure train? What? Oh, B 100% knows when I'm working. He only shows up when I'm working. That's what happens. Oh shit, I didn't bring the stuff for a pentashield, did I? Oh, you getting down? Okay. Yeah. Okay, he wants to go for a food. Look in the big chest. We haven't got any calibrated servox by the looks of things. I might have to fly back and grab those or go scan them out. Wait, who did 100 gifts? I haven't got anything on my screen. Oh, you mean over on someone else's chat? Over on his Thorship channel? Yeah, we need to get some calibrated servox. That's what I need. Oh, okay, I can go grab those at some point. I need the Atreides. I need walls. Why have you done so many different walls, Sabu? I'm so confused. If a cuttable wall is invisible and rubber banding you back, is that a bug to be reported? Just reload to. I mean, I would relog, and if it is still a problem, that's when to report it as a bug. But if it's repeatable or you get that problem a lot, I would report it as a bug anyway if you're seeing it a lot. But if it's a one-off, a lot of games, a lot of programs have one-off bugs. That's why turn it off and turn it on again restarts it. Because if you go through them, the way I describe turn it off and turn it on again is if you're going through a maze and you find yourself at a dead end and you are completely lost, it can be really hard to reorient yourself with the entrance. If you restarted the maze and went back from the start, you at least know where you are and where you've been. Think of a computer program the same way. That's kind of how I see it. Oh, Pan Miyagi, no worries. Thank you for the information, though. Let's go walls. I hate this fucking pattern. What are you doing, Saboots? Just fucking stop building the walls, please. Like, genuinely. I'm just asking you to stop building the walls. You've just thrown a bunch of random ones together and I hate it. The floor is fine, but like, let me finish building these, please. You finally got your panic attacks, so you'll probably start looking for a job, personal age. Well, I mean, look, Pamiagi, look, when you do that level of personal growth, it's absolutely huge, right? If they do start back up again, it isn't any failing on your end. It might just be the stress. It might just be the fact that, you know, getting better from these things comes in fits and starts, right? So, yeah, great, absolutely great work. Fantastic of you. Definitely a good time to be getting out there looking for jobs again. But if you find that it comes back, please don't beat yourself up. It's the only thing I ever ask you. Because a lot of people, when they've been sick in some way and they come back, they beat themselves up if they can't get back to it the way they were able to. Oh. So I had Mouse out. That makes sense. Mouse is cute. I don't really think these work, but fine. I'm just going to put them up because I just want the outer middle bit to be the same all the way around. Okay, and we've got a sandstorm coming. That's nice. I'm gonna need those calibrated servox soon. And need to put down power. Shit. I can see why Solido bases are so much faster. I just don't trust them anymore because of what happened last time. Power is up. Okay, nice. We've got power. We just need to put some put down a pentashield then. Could you potentially go and scan the ground, see if you can find a fallen ship, Sabu, to see if you can find 6 calibrated servox? Or a bunch of calibrated servox so that we can make a pentashield. Hello, nice to meet you. Do you know that you just blew my mind? Yeah, I could put a temp roof up, but I don't. After I've built all the walls and stuff, that's something I can do, but I can also see why the planar is better for building bases. What happened with the Solido? We believe the Solido replicator is the reason that our last base disappeared the way that it did. Based on the questions that Funcom asked us, that's kind of what it pointed towards, but we still haven't received a definitive answer on what actually took place. So we don't know for certain, and until we do, I'm not really willing to Oh, okay. Sabu's making a roof. Okay. That's not what I did. Oh, Jesus Christ. I read about one time. Green with envy you. It's great to see so many of you today. Thank you all for being here. Hope you are doing well. Hope you're enjoying your drops if that's what you're here for. Hello over on YouTube. Once we get a little bit, once we're a bit more established, we're doing our scanning. What we will do is we will talk through the patch notes and the plans going forward for the game to really kind of go through as a group what their vision for the game is and looks like and how we think it's going to work. Yeah, I mean, Balthazar, I would probably say that waiting for September is probably a good idea for that one, because it'll be 35% off plus, so obviously that makes a huge amount of difference. I can imagine the 200-bit stuff being launched in time for September is probably the goal. About one time, you were the white lie when I told you I've never been green with envy. You. Sorry, I'm a big Safety Suit fan. I can't really help but have a bit of a sing along to it. You know that you just blew my mind. Read about one time. Good evening to you, James Brown. Great seeing you. Thank you for your 6-month sub to 404G Not Found while I was offline over the weekend. Very kind of you. You are awesome, bud. Yes, you were told correctly. Sandstorm was indeed playing. It was one of the first songs that played on today's playlist when I shuffled it today. Oh, actually, we just changed the playlist in 5 songs' time. Apparently, I didn't cue the right one this morning. I do, Sabu. I will do that at some point. Yeah, I just need to, I had to do some things this morning to get set up, and then I had to send Shay a couple of messages to get some work confirmed. I just got a very confusing message from Sophie. No old school RuneScape for me. How to describe this? Those of you who play old school RuneScape know that there exists a quest called One Small Favor. I completed One Small Favor many, many years ago, and I'm going to be honest with you, I would rather shit into my own eyes than do One Small Favor ever again. I would rather have an ice pick driven through my kneecaps and repeatedly like have someone use a pneumatic drill against those ice picks than do One Small Favor. One Small Favor is a quest where you rock up with someone, and in order to get a key ring, literally a ring on which you can put a bunch of keys, they ask you to do one small thing, which is go to somewhere else and get an item, for example. And what ends up happening is that in order to get that item, you have to go and get something else for someone else. And so on and so forth, until this quest takes you everywhere, all over fucking RuneScape. You need all kinds of skills, you need to have done all kinds of quests, you need to have spoken to all kinds of people. It takes hours, and I did it without a guide. I did it when I was younger and I had less patience. And ever since, it has ruined questing for me across every other game I've ever done. I've never liked questing that much, but One Small Favor broke me with questing in a way that I can't really put into words unless you've done One Small Favor. So it's not anger. It's more like the idea of doing it again feels like rubbing my brain against a cheese grater. So I think that I'm okay with not playing RuneScape again. I remember very viscerally getting to what I thought would be the end of the quest, like the final person in the chain. And well, yeah. I'm sorry, Naj. I mean, can you not set it? Najdoral, if you press the settings button, you might, and then you on the stream and you go to advanced, you might want to turn off low latency. It might be that low latency is causing an issue. I've been hearing that's been a problem across Steam, across Twitch for the last couple of days. So low latency mode might be causing an issue. That's unfortunately all I can really suggest. Yes, Bob Bobbington, I will be going through that once I'm doing my scanning a little bit. We're just getting the base set up at the moment, and then we will be ready to talk about the patch notes and everything in between, and kind of the future plans for the game. You are more than welcome, bud. Be alright. It is indeed 8 hours until Gamescom. I just chose not to go to Gamescom this year, although I may go to DreamHack. Vicky is trying to convince me to go to DreamHack. Which normally means I'll be hanging out with Annie. We must have some calibrated servox in here. Okay. I just forgot them. My bad. For the most. Yeah, Twitch has been doing a bunch of changes to bit rates and all kinds of stuff, and it does seem to have broken a few things, so I apologize if some of you are having issues. Be alright. Come on, let me through. I know I can get through these. I did it last week. You son of a bitch. You got one shot by a rocket and lost your assault. He does actually get your first industrial compactor back to the solo grind. I'm sorry to hear that, Ulysses. You should never be one shot in an assault thopter, but your wing's incredibly damaged. DreamHack Sweden, DreamHack UK, even DreamHack World, or DreamHack... What? Book? Yes. I think Sweden. Be alright. Skin my kindness love. You are harvesting spice. I did, however, book all of my stuff yesterday for my San Diego trip. The TwitchCon San Diego, so I'll be doing that. One would have thought that it was guaranteed that I was doing that, but hey. Just because I'm doing a talk doesn't mean I'm guaranteed. Got assault thopter to the worm. Got stuck boarding thopter and worm coming out of nowhere very quickly. Yeah, the worms now do a fast breach. Sorry, it's my stomach cramp. So like you have to be really on it, and some of the bugs around getting into ornithopters is awful. It makes it much harder. So this is why I didn't like some of the changes to it, because I don't think that the game was as stable as it needed to be for them to make the change that they have done. Oof. Yeah, you have to be more careful of the jank than ever before. Balthazar, it will be streamed. I will see if I can find a way to ping it out, even if I had to ping it out manually at the time. That won't be until October, so it's a while ago. Have they fixed the melee stagger issues? I haven't seen any fix of that yet, and their patch today was delayed. I see the Assault Thopter is easier to board on the Chome variant in certain ways, but the Atreides one you can land on the back and walk forward, and that's a nice, easy way of doing it. Is that fast breach anywhere? It was meant to be just the deep desert that got the change, because it was meant to be happening in Haga Basin as well, but I think the worm behavior in Haga Basin has apparently changed to be more aggressive at the same time. So I don't know. I don't know, ultimately. Yeah, no, if you hear a worm now, you react and you leave is basically my rule on it. It's difficult. They've made harvesting, they've made the worm more dangerous again. It doesn't, you have to be scared of the worm. But it's still... Still to be worked on. See, I keep getting hot and cold. Like I've got goosebumps right now, and there's no reason to. It's 20 degrees Celsius in this room, so like it's very good room temperature. I should not be shivering. So I know something is wrong with me. I'm still not 100% better, that's for sure. I agree with you, Life Coffee. Melee is weird now. Doing any kind of melee combat with a chance to stagger you is very strange. I do think it is that you are picking up the poise damage that that we shouldn't be getting. Like, I think that the poise damage is somehow being reflected when we parry, and we are getting poise damage from them, and for some reason it's causing us to stagger when we parry. There's a really neat island with small flat top spires and E5, but I know Nullwolf. I flew out to that one pretty early on to be like, ooh, can I have this? This looks nice. Unfortunately, unfortunately taken. So yes. I've been called out by Luther. It's very rude. The animals. One second. If I do that button, and then I enable this. Give the drops. That wrong way around. Whoops. Massively overshot my destination. This just basically cycles through them all. Okay. Okay, let me give Lisa some feedback. And look, I've got a loop-de-loop that I can swoop through underneath the base. Ideal. What is this? Is this literally all you used to get yourself covered? I'm taking the last. Let me see if I can turn this on. Hello, Shomrim Software. How are you doing? There we go. I did see the Meat Cannon video. I did see the Meat Cannon video. I've never, you know, I've not followed Meat Cannon's videos as close as other people do. I don't watch a lot of YouTube videos, but I'd see it. Yeah. What about it? You think low latency was the issue? Let's do more saving out. You are more than welcome, but I'm sorry that you were having a poor viewing experience given the way that Twitch was today. This is a problem. This is going to be really in the way. White, right. Walls. We want a wide open wall. We can go this here. So I'm going down a frequency. Okay, game. Thank you. That's definitely what I wanted. I didn't want to be stuck behind the rocks at all. Thank you, Sabu. That's helpful. Yeah. I should have probably brought the sandcrawler. The sandcrawler can sit on top of this. So... Where do they normally put stairs? Is it on special? Is that literally, these are the only stairs? Oh no, stairs. Under inclines. Nice. Doesn't fit the circle. Isn't right for this world. And anyone respond? And now a frequency. But a chance. Oh, that's so half stairs isn't half horizontally, it's half vertically. That's a shame. Roofs hatch. Have there been enough to rad suits yet? I've only got the one. I've only just got onto that now. I was hoping that wasn't the case. There's been no nerf to rad suits that I've seen. They're still doing large percentages of reduction. So this is the room in which the sand crawler pilot can keep their stuff. Can I make another one of these? Nope. No, and I'm low on spice my lunch as well, so that's really unhelpful. Taking one of these. Oh, selling rad suits. I mean, you should still be able to sell them, yeah? Shouldn't be a problem with that. No, this is just fucking awfully made. What was I thinking? I don't even know why power was put down there. Like, Sabu, I don't know what you were thinking when you did some of these things. Hello, Hermit Gamer. I'm doing good, thank you. Can I ask you somewhere I can find the lore between the numeric half my name? 7's just a great number, bud. That's basically what it is. Like, why would you not love 7? I've had the 7 after my name for, I don't know, as long as I can remember. There you go, done. Like, wasn't difficult. No, why didn't you do a hatch in the middle of the floor last time? Sandcrawler can sit on top of that. Sandcrawler stuff can get stored in there. The large refinery is 5 tall. Yes, you'll need to build accordingly. Put down some water for people because, you know, you should always stay hydrated. Yeah, the large spice refinery, when they say large, they really mean it. Like, that's definitely a thing. Right. The large oil refinery is 5 horrors. Well, I think you can fit it 4 horizontally because the clipping on it isn't bang on. But if you want it to look good, yes, 5. How much is left in this? Some. About as close as I can get as an answer is some. Keep on living. I will hydrate. Thank you very much for the reminder, Bearful. Good job. Oh, I'm glad that Thor's scared of the drops. Whoop. You mean Baron Thorconin, El Caro? Marika, I'll have you know, I've had that 7 since way before I met Thor. You're alright, El Caro. I'll forgive you this time. Just this once. Very nearly messed up and did something wrong there. Oh. Thank you. Yes, this is a good song. I'll give you that. This should be in Echo. Nope, it's not. Interesting. I like how most people haven't built in Echo 5 this week because the sheer number of, like, what, 1 PvP zone here. And there's another PvP area somewhere nearby as well. They did indeed. I haven't actually seen the fuel cell sizes and icons. I only ever use large fuel cells. Like, that is a confession I have. The sound of the warrior. Couple of Seachers. Have a look. Yeah, see, look, there's 1, 2, 3 control points in Echo 5. So these aren't safe. This one down here is safe. Wild. I have also had confirmation that this isn't a bug. It's actually something they were meant to have in from the start of the game and they just didn't have working. So they've now fixed it. And it wasn't in the patch notes. Wild. Wild-ass behavior. To not include something like that in the patch notes. What was introduced? This sky traffic. All of these these little artifacts that you can see in the sky. Actually, there's not too many of them right now, so we just changed that. There you go. One up there. One over there. This is all intended part of the skybox that just wasn't working before. You're allowed 3 fiefs currently, although I don't really know why only 3. There should be, it should be around 1 in the deep desert, and you're allowed 3 in the Haga Basin. Is my attitude really. Because again, the game already limits that. You have to pay taxes and you have to pay power for them. Also, having an artificial limit on top of that becomes silly. If someone wants to have 5 bases and to power and tax them all, they should do so. But if they do remove the cap on fiefs, I will put taxes back on, just so everyone knows that. That is a thing, because I can't have people having, you know, 100 fiefs and just only paying power, because power is a meme. So there is obviously a trade-off if they do change that system. Because I can't have the server being overloaded by a number of fiefs, because people will try and crash servers, etc. with it. Null Wolf, I agree with that. I wish there was a way that you could basically tack them on, but I understand they don't want people making mega bases or like the Great Wall of China, for example, across the Haga Rift so that no one can make stuff there, because that would be a problem. You know, we've blocked one bridge, but we've made sure there's a route around nearby and also another bridge within 200 or 300 meters. Whereas, you know, in the playtest, we were able to block off 5 of the bridges across Haga Rift, and you'd have to do a very long drive around. So there's a trade-off here. There's a trade-off. Well, exactly, Sabu. That's what we want to avoid people doing. Because people will do that. I mean, who wouldn't? Well, if I include taxes again, Null Wolf, you can just do that by something called hard work. Alpha, good morning, bud. It is great to see you. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, Mivixov, it is 3 fiefs in total. Yeah, that's just the requirement. 3 fiefs across everything. Build a wall and make the Atreides pay for it. You know what? We should do that. We should build a shield wall and make the Atreides pay for it. The sand and the worms are treating us remarkably well, Alpha. We are just kind of getting settled. We're going to start our scanning. Once we're doing our scanning or we're into the midst of that and US time zone gets a bit closer, we are going to go through the changes on the roadmap that they've announced and look in the long-term plans for the game, what their vision looks like, because we're still trying to work out what the vision for the game is. They should have put these building elements in their own category by now. Darkman, you know, I somewhat agree. Johnny, sorry, I didn't see your message before. I'm glad that you point out the thought that my mother poisoned me. Yes, that was last weekend, but I've not been feeling great since, so it could be related. You're here to take drops and chew bubblegum and you're all out of bubblegum. Well, the good news is we're not all out of drops. Over there, you can see, that way, you can see all of the, you can see all the drops. Enjoy them. The 2 whole of the British hours. Ooh. We will have those drops. I could scan things. Just curious thoughts on unbans now that Thor is back. Easy way to go find out. I can just go over here, press this shortcut for PS Mod Twitch. Oh. How many have we actually got? I did do a pass of this yesterday. There were 302 yesterday. So I reported a load to Twitch, and now there are 206. So that'll give you an idea of the kind of unbans we're dealing with still. I am doing all right, thank you. I'm still getting stomach cramps, still having some issues, so I'm still a little bit sick. But hey, I'm here, I'm streaming, we ball. I'm very happy because Stunzia has today been very, very kind to us and donated through Throne so that we can get these. Let me share my screen again. So we're gonna be getting these. So we'll be doing some HOSAS stuff, chat. We'll be doing probably some space sims. Very, very nice. So thank you again to Stunzia for that. Big shout out. And also I've managed to make Throne. I bullied Throne into telling me where exactly I can find the information on who donated enough for the Swiss Guard helmet, so now I can name and shame them too. Giant Spain. I see you out there, Giant Spain. They did update for the helmet. That's what I was talking about. Thank you very much, buddy. You are awesome. The helmet is here. I did wear it on stream the other day. I still need to give it a clean and treat it. That's the other problem. I didn't get any polishing. Ah, that's... Yeah, okay. Oh, well, Giant Spain, I want to say thank you very, very much for that helmet. It's very fun. It's a very cool thing to do. I need to get the stuff today to polish it properly and keep it protected because it's come coated in oil, obviously to keep it safe in transit, stop it from rusting. I have set a reminder on my phone to remind me after the stream today to basically get the things I need for polishing it, like, you know, a good cloth, some preservative to keep it from rusting, sort of shine it, make it look nice, to keep it looking good. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it on the shelf behind me here, so behind the blue screen, which I'm tapping. Where I keep other things like my Expedition 33 stuff, and when I don't have the screen up, you were to see it, and when I'm doing interviews and stuff, it'll be a cool thing to show off. And I'll also probably print out a photo of me as the Swiss Guard from the opening ceremony to be like, here you go, this is why. So thank you very much, Giant Spain. You are absolutely awesome. The support is massively appreciated, and you are very, very kind. So thank you, Giant Spain. I know I wasn't able to thank you at the time because Throne had been silly and hadn't told me who it was, but you are appreciated, bud. I see you. Thank you very much. Oh, I will, bud. Like, you are very kind. It's really gratifying to be able to, like, kind of take part in these memes and do these things for the community. And I will also see if I can arrange a plumage feather, a red plumage feather for it, although they're kind of hard to find, it seems, because apparently the market for, like, bespoke or, you know, custom things for helmets has declined in recent years. Like, the last 200 or 300 people just don't wear helmets anymore. Like, what? Hermit Gamer Monk, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. For those of you out there who have a Prime sub and haven't used it, remember that if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch Prime sub. And I would be clear that you're contractually owed that money from Amazon, so if you don't spend it, you're giving it back to Jeff Bezos to make a moon statue of himself. So use your Prime on, like, you know, Alvia Sanctuary, use it on Ferret Software, go use it on a small streamer, use it here, do whatever you need to, but use your Prime subs, chat. I appreciate you all. Hermit Gamer Monk, thank you again. I didn't change the playlist, so Sandstorm is loop, but after Sandstorm, we'll change the playlist. You're curious about adding a sideways Roman attachment for your headphones. I mean, it wasn't always head-on. It was dependent on the Legion and all kinds of stuff. And the time. Some wore horizontally for a number of reasons. I was told that I should be getting cat ears for my headphones by chat a couple of weeks ago. Now you're making me think about getting a Centurion's rough. I'm sure I could get a mounting. If I was really careful and drilled through the central part of the headphones by avoiding the wires, I'm sure I could mount a Centurion helmet, like, ridge to this. It did at time. I mean, you have to remember the Roman Empire ran for a number of hundreds of years, and they changed their armor style and their helmet styles a number of times as technology changed, etc. Super glues, my friend. Yeah, I could do that. Viking horns, very fun. Secure clamp, yeah, lots of options. Oh, it's let me just go see. Just making fun of Thor and someone else to chat. Don't worry, chat. One second. Let me give you guys a shout out. It's deeply funny. Here you go. If you did that. That didn't. Wrong one. Never mind. I definitely didn't do the wrong command. I'm a pro streamer. Go and if you go check out Madame Diablo channel, she's currently cosplaying Thor. I really do like the fake mic, yes. She's not wearing a shirt about togetherness. No, that is a great shirt though. People get very upset about that shirt at TwitchCon. For those of you who don't know what the togetherness meme is, it's the young girl and the dog from Full Metal Alchemist doing a yeah. There you go. Thor's probably gonna get. Thor's gonna tell me off in a minute because I keep on making game dev Finsta jokes about him. Oh, well, thank you, Jorno. Does Thor have programming socks? I'm sure he probably does. I don't know. Almost certainly. Given that, you know, was a programmer, is a programmer, I guess. Is probably more accurate than was. Hello, Anas. How are you doing? See, I can't, you know, I know I'm in the clear because my legs have been seen on stream every time I walk past the Bailey cam. So what are you gonna do about it? I mean, Arthur, just because somebody hasn't got legs doesn't mean they can't also have socks. Can't believe you're being legist. Rude. Nacho, I don't want you to hate on Arthur, you know, too much for that. You know, it's not their fault that they were raised in a society where you have to have legs in order to have socks. You know, we educate here. So it's a sunny morning. You're doing well. I'm glad to hear it, bud. We always like a nice sunny morning. No, Luther, those are rented legs. It's a different stream. Bit redundant. I don't know. If you don't have hands, are you still allowed to have rings? Of course you are. Now you're being handist as well, Arthur. I can't believe you. If you want to, you know, be really toxic about this, you're looking for Silvus in game, and you know, make sure you go and show them, you know, the errors of their way. I mean, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Without you. Thor looks something like Finn doesn't take nearly as good care of his skin. I wouldn't know what Finn's hair care routine is. All I know is that when I was at TwitchCon, I was waiting on our floor for Thor to come out of his room, and I was sitting by the elevators on the chairs there. And then as somebody came out of what I thought was Thor's room, I looked up and I double took for a second because I was like, "You're not Thor." Finster. Just saying, the hair throws it off. D6 shipwreck is PvE mines only. Okay. So all I'm saying is, it is easier than you would think in person to get Finster and Thor confused. It's the hair. There is no loot chest from this, from what I've seen this week. No. I was sitting. Yes, I was sat down by the elevator waiting. And so some of you don't know I use a cane, and so standing still is the worst of all of the movement options. Walking hurts when you stop, when you've got a disability, not for me anyway. But standing still is incredibly painful. You know how when you're at a concert or, you know, somewhere that's got sound systems and you basically get that feedback loop, it starts off quiet and it builds up and builds up and builds up and builds up. That's what standing still feels like in terms of like nerve pain for me, like when my back is really bad. Yeah, I use the same kind of cane as Dr. House, although he uses a curved top cane. I can't put enough downward weight when my back is bad. What kind of cane do I use? I can go get it at some point. I'll get it on the breaks. Hang on, I need to change the playlist because I've said like 3 times I'm going to change the playlist and I just keep forgetting to. There we go. You had 3 leg extensions. It's in about 25 centimeters. Whoa. I mean, they tried to sever my the health service tried to sever my hamstrings in the UK, which I was like, no. Turned out to actually be an L4, L5 prolapse of my discs in both places, so I had to get double laminectomy. A cold steel dragon cane. Nullwolf, you'd have to send me a link so I know what that is. It doesn't spring to mind. I got a really nice black oak wood one from online, I think, before TwitchCon EU this year. And that was really nice. I might get one of those. I think it was from Asterom. It's one of those things. It's I will always have this back problem, but I've had it since I was 12. So to me, it's not like, it's annoying, sure, and some days it drags, but like I've come to terms with it. I've had to. So I know that for people who have full mobility, the idea of being disabled is very strange, very off-putting, and can be quite concerning, but like I have come to peace with it across the years. It might have taken me like 15 years to do it, but hey, we ball. Cold Steel, Dragon Walking Stick. That's quite cool. High impact, so it's high impact propylene. Okay. With a name like Cold Steel, I probably would have expected it to be made of steel, but that makes sense. The axe head cane looks interesting. Yeah, the kind of canes you can use in the US are far easy, like a heavy-duty sword cane. Great in the US. Unfortunately, in the UK, very illegal unless it's made before 1907 or something similar. As basically, as long as it's an antique, you can own it in the UK. Otherwise, it's a concealed weapon. Whoopsie. Mine, 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 mine. 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 I need to make a soundboard. That's what I need to do on my stream deck. Do the raw. Mine. All the fun little voice clips that I do. Well, I'm gonna live it. Oh, really? I just had to climb on it to... Okay, fine. Fine. Okay. I should get rid of some things that I don't need. Don't need those. I don't need that. Are you kidding me? Okay, fine. We will take those. Complex machinery and the spice. We don't get angry at these, don't worry, it's fine. I don't... Why... That's the one thing I'm actually going to ask. Can I just make it so that the salvage metal drops on the floor by default when you cut things, rather than, I don't know, popping up into my inventory like a bad dream? Like that. Like, it's just infuriating every time you want to do any cutting to have to empty a slot. The fun was 20 days of fuel. Well, that's a bit much, but we don't actually need 20 days of fuel in there, but fine. Thank you, bud. You... Have I considered using the Elgato pedal board? Hell yeah, I do. I actually own one. Now we're Thopter surfing. That's human days. The game days are day-night cycles, whereas the in-game days counts games, like days. All the fucking time. The ads are here. What do I use the pedal board for? Currently nothing, Alpha. I haven't got it plugged in at the moment. I need to do a bunch of desk work at some point. But my desk currently isn't actually really fit for what I'm doing with it. I'm thinking about redesigning all of the layout and stuff, but that changes everything in this room. So I think I need to get the monitor. And which means I need to run 2 computers. You watch the ads and I'll do a backflip? Okay. Nice little flip there. You switch a dual keyboard setup for a USB switch and keyboard KVM, use 3 PCs. Yeah, I think what I need to do is, realistically, I think I need to set up a second PC, which runs the stream, and I can game off of the first PC. Because like when I was doing Battlefield and doing all the stream stuff, I'm going to be honest with you, my CPU usage was at 99%. And, you know, that's not going to be a problem for all games, but for some, that's going to be a real issue. Any messages you can say for some different ads? What you mean, you want me to change up the ads by saying things like Subaru, Ford, robot, vacuum cleaner, swimming pool, garden, software, learning, language, Duolingo, Bravago, British Airways, airport, plane, flying. Lots of fun keywords. Oh, Vicky, well, I'm seeing you at the weekend, so I'm looking forward to that. Keeping me going despite being horrifically unwell. I say horrifically unwell, I'm just pushing through. Oh, I mean, Vicky, if you're up here at the weekend, you'll probably get to meet Bailey. That'll be exciting for you. He was here earlier. Saying hi to chat. Feel alone. Excuse me. Well, it's lovely having you here, Vicky. I hope that you are able to have a good day today. Oh, G and Vicky are both there. I think these two would get along very well, Vicky and G. I'm having a good day indeed. Thank you, Tibbet Snow. How are you doing, bud? Sabu would be fine until Tank Brain kicked in. Yeah, exactly, yeah. You're going to be looking at researching cookie recipes on sale on Wednesday. Wait, why are you going to be looking at researching cookie recipes for sale? So you are selling cookies on Wednesday and you need to research recipes. Is that what I'm understanding? You're going to be set. That makes sense. If I'm selling stuff, what I normally make is flapjacks, because I make some pretty nice flapjacks, to be honest with you. But I can't tell anyone what the recipe is because I just kind of do it all by eye. I do all of my cooking by eye. Which is a cause of some concern to my girlfriend's family, who, when I made flapjacks for them once, and they were like, these things are absolutely incredible, how did you make them? I just kind of shrugged and was like, I just kind of play it by ear. And they gave me a look being like... Look, cooking is... Yeah, cooking is 100%. Pie is about 3. Baking is... Pie is 3.141. And baking pastry specifically is pi is 3.141596. Like, that's how that works. That's 100% how that works. Baking, you have to be super precise with measurements and all kinds of stuff. I'm not very good at baking, but like, when it comes to cooking, I can just throw food together and it just ends up kind of being nice. Apparently, I'm good at making soul food, which I don't really know what that means. I don't like following recipes. I've never been very good at it. I just kind of like, oh, this doesn't seem right. That's not enough. That's not enough MSG. A lot of the time it's this recipe calls for X herb, but actually I feel like Y would be nicer. That's kind of what happens. Alpha, have I found they've been more or less here? About the same. Things don't really change. I know, I do lots of like pastas and rices and like... I can do roast dinners quite well. I make a good gravy. But I've got a friend who makes much fancy, I don't know how to describe it other than fancier food. Like, he used to be a chef. And like, it's good, but it doesn't hit the soul in the same, I don't have to describe it, doesn't hit the soul in the same way. Vicky, I'm fairly sure every conversation we do is a roast because I normally end up just making fun of you. I'm kidding. We could do that. Large sandstorm in 5 minutes? I would rather not. Can I opt out of this sandstorm? Can I decline its advertising cookies? You can't sell across state lines, but you'll probably send awesome stuff. Nice, okay. 8 meters. Okay. Feeling nothing. I am doing good, thank you, Valencia. Throwen. I'm fighting off a bug, so occasionally you'll see me double over in pain. But that's just stomach cramps, don't worry about it. And the hot and cold shivering is that's just a byproduct of being sick. It could either be that I'm sick or this is the end of when my mother tried to poison me last weekend. That's the other thing, right? That's okay, Vicky. You can listen while you rot. I have absolutely no problem with that. As long as you are chilling out, you are okay. I don't mind. You know my vibes. We just like to chill here. There's no stress, no pressure. It's not what we do. I'm doing my part. It's okay, I'll die quietly, don't worry. If I was too sick, I wouldn't be streaming, don't worry. Like, if I was as exhausted, like when I woke up yesterday, I was so exhausted that I was just a bit like, there's just no way I can do a stream. There's just no way. Like, it can't be done. I could not do even a small 6-hour stream. I could not do. Wasn't happening. Yeah, I thought that. Yeah, I thought so. I should definitely add like you can pay 100 bits, like 300 bits or 500 bits to skip the song.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, so likely the that will spawn. I'm probably going to have to wait that sandstorm out, to be honest. I feel like it's going to spawn off the side of the map here. Although we could go to the GF band, the Get Fucked band, see what happens. What would you reckon with a change to Assault Thopter speed? What would be a Smith's Rousseau to get Spy Scout or Assault now? If you're in the deep desert, Santa Dorito, Assault. It's always been Assault. It's always been Assault. If you're in our deep desert, Assault has always been better for gathering here. A scout with storage is just going to get killed, no matter what you're in. It's like the lowest thing on the tier now. Like if you're against a scout with thrusters, it can outrun you. If you're against an assault thopter with, you know, even with rockets and thrusters, it will kill you. But even if it's just thrusters and storage, the assault thopter will outrun a scout with rockets on it now. So like, I think that realistically, yeah, I would still say that using the assault for anything storage rated and using the scout purely as a run, like you see that I'm using the scout now. The scout I use only ever, sorry, let's do this, will only ever have a thruster and a scan module because, first of all, this is just fun, 212 kilometers an hour. But also, like, the scout is designed for a runaround. You keep it into the, you keep it in your storage module. I call it the Pokeball, you know, this thing, until you need it, and you run around with the assault as well. So if the assault ever gets shot down, you deploy your scout, and then you just flee because this thing goes 212 kilometers an hour. Anything with a launcher can't catch this. What do I want? A purple rock? Because purple is the spare human's favorite color, and amethysts are cool. In fact, I'm fairly sure that amethysts are my birthstone, although I don't actually know what that means, but hey. The boost on, yeah, exactly. The boost on the assault just feels good now. Yeah. But if you've got any questions, you are more than free to ask them here, bud. I know that there's a lot to this game, and like a lot of people haven't had the chance to delve into it for as many hours as, you know, I've been fortunate enough to be able to do. Small Thopter mean more or less wing gamba. Small Thopter has had a change recently, so Small Thopter has less wing gamba than ever before. So I think it's now like half the durability damage that it takes. There's definitely enough support here. Come on. I'm not actually sure this is going to hit us, but hey, we're going to sit here for now just in case. That we may have gone far enough south that it won't hit us now, but we're going to check. But you are very welcome. Like I've been fortunate enough to be part of the game for maybe 10 months now, maybe nearly a year. For a number of reasons. Like I've got a lot of stuff that I'll talk about if you have any questions, so feel free. Here are my thoughts on upcoming. We're getting there, Thor. We'll be there very soon. We'll be going through that. Oh, actually, we'll stay in here just in case, but I think we might just skip the edge of this.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
This might be us getting eaten. Bad timing if so. There's something there in the winds, like a silhouette. We believe, chat. We believe. It is the down ship. The worm can still attack in sandstorms, yes. But it also means now that leaving here becomes quite a problem if I can't be quick with it. I don't know where the worm went, but fine. We're clear. That's the main thing that, you know, that matters. I mean, I'm kind of sad that we don't get to loot the down ship, because as we all know, that, you know, loot is my favorite thing. You know, I'm a goblin. I can't help myself, but he did pass right below. Like, yeah, that was a little bit rough, but hey, we're fine. We're fine. We survived once more. I know, he ate the delicious loot. He didn't leave any for us. It's very rude of him. That's all we know. That's home sweet home. We're in fate. I did yesterday, we did kind of binge watch TV because Bailey sat on me, you know, for like 6 hours yesterday. So I actually did watch quite a lot of TV yesterday, did a lot of catch up. So we finished my Vikings rewatch slash, I don't even know if I've actually seen the final season of Vikings, so it was quite nice to have Vikings finished off. And then we got started on watching season 2 of Sandman on Netflix. Next on the list after Sandman, because we managed to get through to like the end of season 2, is to watch Wednesday, because that's now been out. It shows you how far behind we're on, because my partner wants to watch that. Did I check out Alien Earth? I've seen the trailers for Alien Earth. I am very interested in it. I'm not sure whether my girlfriend will be, but we will find out. Yeah, Sandman on Netflix is really, really good. Tom Sturridge does a great job of doing Dream, and I think the nice thing I'm really enjoying about it is that, like, from the first season, if you've seen it, and if you know what the books are, the Neil Gaiman books, I did, Arthur, although it stopped playing sound. What's going on? Why, Arthur? What did I miss? Anything important? It's now playing sound again, yeah. See, Pan Miyagi, I actually found it to be a really interesting... So the whole thing about Vikings is that it's the old ways versus the new ways. You know, Ragnar introduces these new ways of being and existing, and new ways of being Viking. And you actually see the different types of being a Viking, different experiments of following the old ways as they go through in Vikings, and some of the elements of cinematography they use, like the fact that the closer they are to the old gods' way of living, the more blue their eyes become. And it's never really commented on, but it's basically all there's a lot of allegory. There's a lot of mythology that they don't expressly bring out, and it's there for the viewer to kind of intuit if they choose to. I really liked Vikings actually after, you know. I don't think that running 6 seasons, well, it's 3 seasons of 10 and then 3 seasons of 20. I don't think doing all of that with Ragnar would have been good. I like that they stuck to the history. I like that they explored lots of it. I think they did a very good job of passing the torch over to other main characters. I really enjoyed the way that they continue to explore Lagertha's and Bjorn's stories when normally they would have moved somewhere else completely. I really liked Vikings, to be honest. Even after it changes after after Ragnar stuff, but like all of the sons are interesting stories. Even Fitzurk, who doesn't actually have a main character role, he's constantly an antagonist, very rarely a protagonist. Yeah, I think it's very. I really like Vikings. Norseman, I don't think I've seen Norseman. There was like a rush on TV at one point where like it was like Vikings of Valhalla and Vikings was on and Norseman was on and they were like the last Viking and it was like 5 to 10 different series about it. Oh, you mean you can hear that? You should be able to hear that. Did you say that you were able to hear Thor's stream across my stream chat? Because that's... don't think it's set up that way. Yeah, so I don't know. You can't hear Thor's stream through my stream. No, that's not what's happening. You might have open on 2 tabs. Norseman's a comedy. I mean, it's all the Viking shows that came out around the same time. I've only really watched Vikings. I think I saw The Last Kingdom, or maybe bits of it, but I think that Vikings ultimately stuck as being better. But I think Vikings was done really well. But yeah, then I moved on to Sandman, which I really enjoyed the first one. I like I liked the world of the Sandman. I like some of the stuff that they've been doing with it. And I really enjoyed that. That's been really good. Dream's change between the first season where he is so distant from humanity and he is imprisoned the way that he is, and the character growth that Dream as, an immortal, as one of the Endless, who's lived, countless lives, countless billions of years, and encountered humanity in many other civilizations in many forms. The way they actually showed change in an immortal being who is different and separate from us. Like, we have to remember that he seems like an edgelord because he ultimately is completely different from humanity despite taking on a human face. And that different experience of the world ultimately changes the different personality. But like, you actually see Dream become more human as the series are progressing. And righting some of the wrongs of his past where he was distant and he was an actual edgelord. So I've really been enjoying Sandman as a follow-on from Vikings. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that one. Nihilus, we will be going through that fairly soon. We are getting through the deep desert. Once we're in the PvE area, we'll be able to move on to kind of easily covering that with far less risk to getting accidentally combated while we're doing the walkthrough. But thank you very much for the resub for 6 months at tier 3. Absolutely awesome of you. Thank you for being one of the people pushing us up the Partner Plus program. And, we are now comfortably within the PP program for August, which means that for 3 months now, we've hit the goal and we will be getting a 70-30 split from Twitch, which is amazing of all of you. Thank you very much. I couldn't have done this without you guys. 305 out of 300? Exactly. Yeah, like, it's amazing of you guys. Thank you so much. Wild. And in time for September as well, it makes a real difference. Thank you all very much, guys. You're all legends. I was saying the other day to somebody that I feel so weird about like being in the position that I'm in because I was only expecting to have like 50 people watching, and the support from all of you guys is absolutely huge. So thank you very much. You make it a pleasure to stream rather than a burden, which is nice. Most of you, anyway. Yeah, so I've just heard back again from Funcom, and they are we're going to arrange something for after Twitch after they finish Gamescom. They will we'll be doing some stuff. We'll probably have some stuff with the Funcom devs. Let me read through. But a manor house on Emmanuel Win, very nice. What's my views on the new revitalized Deep Desert? Revitalized. Okay, I currently don't understand the intentions of the Deep Desert. It's meant to be a PvP area, and it is in the deep parts, but all of the content in the deep parts, apart from some of the spice prevalence, is also available in the PvE area. So I'm not sure that they know specifically what the identity of the Deep Desert that they want is. So I think the change is good for getting players caught up and dealing with some of the outputs of, people need to catch up from the duping and the exploiting and the problems. I think it makes sense to stabilize the game, but I want to understand what the long-term goal for the Deep Desert is and how it's going to change as we go forward and improve things. The roadmap does some good job of talking about some of it, but I think that ultimately they need to do more of a job of communicating with the player base about what their goal is and what they're trying to achieve from these things, so people are less confused. Can I briefly explain the Deep Desert? I can. So half of the Deep Desert, so from bands down here, sorry, in A, all the way up to the middle of E, is PvE. It contains most of the PvE, like most of the end game content. It has, laboratories, it has spice, it has tier 6 materials. Most of what you'll find in the Deep Desert is there for PvE. The PvP part of the user has all of those resources in a far higher abundance, but also carries PvP risk at any given time. Somebody could attack you and try and take you out, try and take some of the stuff that you're carrying, try and, kill your ornithopter. So that's the trade-off in terms of risk versus benefit. They've made some changes recently to the Deep Desert, which are a bit controversial, like having a large number of T6 nodes in the A band, the PvE desert. I think ultimately my issue on this is I don't understand why they are trying to do this and what it's meant to achieve. I think if I did understand that, then maybe it would be a little bit easier. Hamiyagi, get some rest, but thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you. And yeah, if your head's starting to hurt, definitely get some rest, and I'll see you soon, bud. Shout out to the Mighty Orange for your Prime resub, and also Rivi666. Thank you very much as well for your Prime sub. Welcome on in. Mighty Orange, welcome back. Congratulations on your new bread roll, icon. You have risen. The ads will start in 1 minute, so I will have a drink. Maybe grab another one in a minute. Yeah, I'll need to grab another drink. Oh. Something to get off my chest. You finished to give more to the PvE community edition. They may at some point move to another tier. Who knows? Spiritually work, that's what I mean. Yeah, I think that I can assume why they've done it. I think it's to give more support to the PvE community, to let them catch up and to deal with something that's going on. I just don't know that, and I can't assume that. I shouldn't assume to read into intentions they don't have, is my opinion on it. I will be right back. Whoop. Going AFK in the sun in a PvP area is completely safe, chat. Definitely copy my example. That's very safe. Not. Ow. Oh, actually. Have a snack. That's no problem. I'll finish answering at the end of the ad. Spiritually woke. Don't worry. Therefore, they do say that in life, you know, taxes are inevitable. So I guess that, you know, you're basically just helping remind her of the inevitability of life. Completely agree with you. And only taking one is actually very restrained of you, because, you know, the way to have rollers is take take two Rolos and put the long ends against each other and eat the whole thing in one, like, barrel shape. Yeah, Penderin, that sounds like a mortal problem. This is the way. Okay. Spiritual Oak, you said that you agree with what I was saying about the Deep Desert, but it feels like it's to give more accessibility to the PvE community, and they might move from the tier, who knows? It's more Spy Sand more than anything. I think that's my point. At the moment, I'm assuming that they've done it for access for the PvE community, so I can understand it, but I can't rely on my own assumption as to their intentions. I need them to state what their intentions is so I can really understand for sure, rather than just making an assumption, because I can assume positively, and that's fine, it's a good thing to do. But at the end of the day, they should be explaining some of their decisions, especially controversial ones like the Deep Desert resource concentrations. When they are communicating that more clearly, I think I will be more comfortable in general. While I can say positive and I can assume good intentions, at the end of the day, it's important to understand it from their view rather than just kind of guessing. We shouldn't be guessing as players. They should be stating what they're trying to achieve when they're making these changes. I think that would give players more confidence in understanding the decision-making process behind what they're doing more than anything. So, yes, I do think that what I would like to see is everyone stabilizes now at tier 6. It becomes plentiful. Everyone's using it. And then I'd like them to release a tier 7. And I've been very clear about this. I think you need to have a tier 7 for PvE made from stuff in the Deep Desert here. Turn the entire Deep Desert PvE. Then create a PvP area smaller than this, but that has rifts, that has, you know, caves. It has much more to it than just the verticality of open sand, where this massively favors ornithopter spam and other issues. You could create an area where it's very hard to fly ornithopters. So create a PvE Deep Desert that we have now. So turn it all into PvE. Say to everyone, like, we're going to give you this new PvP area. Here you go, here it is. The PvP area has its own tier 7, which is identically stat-wise, you know, as the T7 PvE stuff, but also gives you a bonus against players. Yeah, don't worry, I've seen Rutgorth, don't worry. And our servers won't go down the same way, so we'll still be all right. I think at that, because I think if you give the PvP players gear which is better than the PvE players. You're forcing PvE players who want to optimize to do PvP or go to PvP area, which that's not optional PvP. In order to get the full progression of the game, you want you're going to want to have, you know, the best gear. If the PvP area gear only has a bonus against players on top of the PvE armor, then only PvPers, people who are actively wanting to PvP, are actively accepting the risk of PvPing, will go there. There is no other reason to go there other than to PvP. That should be the goal. Now, those PvPers who are willing to take the risk should also have far, far richer resources, except for Spice. I think that Spice should be a PvE element because it's so vital. And ultimately, the Emperor has been very clear in the way that the way that Spice collection works, and that the Emperor says, you know, jump. You say how high, especially when it comes to spice production. The Emperor cares very much about how much spice flows. So all you've got to do to justify this is to say, look, this area of the deep desert that you're in is incredibly rich in spice. The Emperor is concerned that because of your PvP activities, because of the War of Assassins, spice production has been damaged. Therefore, this area is being declared part of Canley, and therefore you can't PvP in this area. So lore-wise, you make it work. Progression and gear-wise, you can make it work. And player behavior-wise, you can make it work. So there is definitely ways that the game can be worked out and this stuff can be fixed. But I think they ultimately comes down to deciding what you want the identity of this deep desert to be. And I think at this point, you should separate PvP and PvEers, because that's the way you're going to make most people happy. PvPers are sick of PvEers crying and bitching and whining. And PvEers are sick of PvPers forcing people to PvP because, you know, that's the only content they can get. You create a dedicated PvP area, people who are there know that's the PvP risk. Like, when you go there, all of it is at risk. None of this fucking safe zone shit. You should be able to make fobs, but they should be raidable. People should be able to destroy them. It should be, you know, that should be open loot. Like, ultimately, that's the way that Iraqi should be. There should be an area which is completely lawless, and if you want to take part in it and you get the really rich resources that are there for tier 7, then you should be rewarded for doing so. But you can't not give PvPers content, and you can't force PvEers to be the PvPers content. It doesn't work. It's demonstrably not worked in this situation. You can't force PvP players in the situation they're in to make their fun and to force players into it, because there's no interdiction in the game. And you can't expect PvEers to be okay with being basically the bait at all times if they want to engage in the full length of their gameplay. Because the Landsrad's not a gameplay loop. Like, I'll be honest with you, the Landsrad is this is awful for as an end game gameplay loop. There's so many problems with it. It incentivizes nothing more than hoarding. Yeah, grab Jets, but the point is, you have to give the PvP players something to do. You have to give them a reason to PvP. Like, there's no real reason to PvP. The only PvP that happens on our server is either fights over ring mouths between compactors and spice and sand crawlers, because obviously the sand crawler gets exposed to much more risk if someone is compacting nearby, or if you're running the deep desert areas and you encounter on the labs, because the chests are instanced at the far end and you can't leave, you are basically forced to fight each other. So some of the changes in the in what they released yesterday are very, very good. Long needed. I very much support them. That is one of them. Yeah, making the Landsrad contract base will be much more interesting, I think. This current system just feels poor. And it does incentivize hoarding behaviors, which is obviously what we've done. Like, you guys have seen our base. It is literally called Project Repository. We have named it specifically for hoarding resources. Now, as I know, like, that would have been a good gameplay loop. Like, that should have been fair PvP, in my opinion. Be great if the worms are more aggressive in PvE zones. I would say now that... Hang on, let me see. This isn't the smartest thing I've ever done, but... We're in the middle of a zone, so should be able to summon one quite quickly. if I land and I do this, so hopefully I'll be able to show you a short breach. That's the goal. So that's my Holtzman shield. I'm basically summoning a worm. So is it going to do a quick... Yeah, see, that's a short breach. See how quick that is? That's a really, really quick breaching worm. That now exists in the PvE area of the Deep Desert. You cannot hang around. Like, if you're doing, you know, a downed ship and that worm rears up, you need to move. If you're harvesting and that worm comes, you need to move. You cannot hang around anymore. The worms are now actually dangerous. That thing would have closed with me in a matter of seconds. You know, you can't hang around. Four times this week, we did the ringmouth spice and no big worm from 7.5k spice sand. If you were doing it using a compactor, then you wouldn't have summoned the big worm. No. If you were doing it with a sand crawler, there are ways to avoid summoning the big worm. That's why we start at the middle and we move outwards. That's how you avoid building worm aggro. You do build more worm aggro, it seems, by harvesting the very edge of the field. So if you start at the edge and work in, you will actually normally summon the grandfather worm faster. Source, my stream. People saw it last week. What are you talking about? We did 4 runs last week of the sandcrawler, and we didn't summon a worm at any point. There's no sound. Well, when we were on the server, there's no worm sign if you use a sand crawler on open sand. What do you mean, Tail Whip? If it happened once. Morning, Sabergene. How are you doing? We did 8 total in 2 weeks and 0 worms. There you go. And then the 4 that I've tested on with the sand crawler harvesting the outer rim summons the worm far faster. It does summon the grandfather worm more quickly. So I've done 4 tests to show it summon the grandfather worm. And that's also what the community's tested, Tail Whip. So like, what are you asking? Yeah. Like we showed, even on Thor's stream, when I came onto Thor's stream on Saturday when he was doing Dune, and I showed him that we could reset the worm just by harvesting the edge of the dunes. And because we did the edges, we actually summoned the worm right at the edge of the sand field, which reset the spice fields and generated a new one on the map. So we know that it works. I don't think it's the only way, to be clear. Like I will be very clear. That's not the only way that one builds grandfather worm aggro. It just appears to be a reliable way to basically reset the grandfather worm, like to basically make him rear up. You do the very, very rim of the ring mouth on basically on where the teeth would be of the worm. If you use the worm emote, you'll see what I mean. It basically has like hairs, basically like baleen plates that whales have and such. And that's, if you were basically driving over that bit of the grandfather worm, that summons the worm, it seems. That pisses him off a bit. Basically because you're brushing his teeth for him. Yeah. Yeah, the closer to the edge of the mouth you do, the more toothbrushing you're doing of the worm, the more it seems to summon him. People were ramming the subs in the sandcrawler while you were vacuuming. Yeah, that would potentially cause it as well. Like, there's all kinds of things. We don't know exactly what causes it. We don't know all of the causes of this grandfather worm. We just have a couple of very repeatable ones. Lilithian, I find it very funny that got auto-modded. I'm gonna regret allowing that one day, just so you know. Oh, Sabergene, I'm doing pretty good, thank you. I'm a little bit sick, but I'm on the mend. You've had a lot of long conversations with your guild over your decision between Dune and what you want to do. Well, Sabergene, do you want to talk about it here? Are you able to talk about kind of the various viewpoints that you guys had? Because I'd love to know what guilds and groups are discussing. I mean, if Dune does go down for an hour and a half, we will likely switch to Dawn of War, just so you guys know, because I haven't played it yet. I've been to seek. I'm a big RTS fan, as many of you know. You need... Oh, I hear a C-72. I'm making my way through Arrakis, sweating balls. We talk about getting ready for work. There'll probably be an hour. What you free talk? We can talk about when you're back. Not a problem, Saberjune. Just I'm very interested in hearing what people are doing and thinking about the game. I love hearing people's feedback. Oh, is Nihilus in your guild as well? Yeah, but Nihilus is stinky. The problem. Hi, Bailey. Hi. Want me to fix the camera so you can be seen? Who's a good baby? Hi. Yeah. It might be that he wants feeding, chat, so you might need to bear with me a second. Okay, you're gonna have a clean. Are you? Are you gonna be an orb? Look at him. He's in orb mode. The orb, pondering the orb. This is past and I'm homebound. Jordy, no, we're gonna be doing that in a minute. Probably do that during downtime, to be honest with you. That's coming up in half an hour's time, and that'll be when US time zone is waking up. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You're so cute. Okay, I will be right back. He wants to be fed. So give me a second. Little stinker. Yeah, so our servers won't go down bang on that timing, I'll be clear, which is in half an hour's time. Our servers will likely go down about 40 minutes after that, if it's a 90-minute downtime. It's basically when the server binaries get pushed out to Nitrado servers is the same time as we get the update pushed to our systems. I can also bring the servers down and stuff if I need to. No, our server is not offline. Nope. Wait, are your servers offline now, Algorithmish? Because that's not even the timer on the screen isn't meant to be for the half an hour's time. If it's UTC, that's in half an hour's time. Close to you. Officials are still up. There you go. I thought so, Sabu, because it's not time yet. The stars are not in position for this downtime. As he says, stars can't do it. Not today. You've been trying to figure out if you want to send the pirate servers as Pop has declined and you want a PvP, but Deep Desert changes have kind of eliminated natural reason to PvP. Because it's moved to Harmony for a week. With Deep Desert changes, PvP has come back a bit here, and now we're between pub servers or here. No, ultimately it's whatever you guys need to do. I mean, there's a lot of argument to say that you could just maintain your base here. Hi. You can maintain your base in here and just go and try out on that server as well. Like, that's not a bad thing to do. Hello. Yeah, I know you want me to come and sit outside with you, don't you? I mean, I'll be honest with you, like, while you've been gone and while, you know, the game has been in this way it is, like, there is so little reason to PvP now that people just aren't bothering. In my opinion, that's what's happening. Do I have a shady place in the garden where I can stream? Funnily enough, no. Make one Haga Siege full PvP. I'd have to spin up a new Siege for that, though. I wouldn't be willing to do that to anyone who was already extant on a server unless that server was for some reason completely empty, which obviously would involve me wiping a bunch of people. So once we have mergers, I'll be honest with you, once we have mergers and ability to move servers, like between servers on our network, I will 100% create you guys a full PvP siege if you want one. There is no incentive PvP, it's just griefing and resource denial. Exactly. That's not my whole point. The only PvP left in the game, meaningfully, is just basically just like disrupting PvEers. Exactly. PvP needs a reason. I've been very clear on the server. I am absolutely fine if you PvP me for a reason. If you are just PvPing me because I'm on stream or because I'm there, that's not PvP for a reason. That's really fucking boring. If you are PvPing me because we are competing for a lab, completely fair. Or because I'm at your sand field and you want to clear me off because I'm using a compactor and you're using a sand crawler, completely fair. But, like, there's so few reasons in the game to actually go through PvP and to actually risk doing the stuff that it just feels pointless. And so most of the time when I get PvP'd, I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake, okay, well, I'm out then. Because there's just no reason to engage. There's no meaningful, like, I don't want to put the effort into PvP because there's ultimately no advantage or reason to do so. I mean, Code Menace, that is true of any game, I will be real. I think ultimately what they will do with the Dune franchise over time, and particularly as the new films and such release, I think there will be more solid things that for everyone. So I don't think the game is dead forever, if that makes sense. But I do think that there's certainly there will be a level of fall off that people won't come back for sure. But if you look at things like Final Fantasy, even the roughest of launches can be turned around. No, Sabo, I wouldn't do full loot PvP. I would just do a PvP siege that people could move to or create a new character on if they so chose. Yeah, there's not enough counterplay in PvP. There's not enough actual ability to do anything other than run. So, I don't know, why would you stick around? That's my view on it. No, this is something I want to speak to the devs about, because in my opinion, if the base is unpowered, you should be able to loot it. Why, for some reason, can you not? I mean, one day maybe I'd love that, but there's some considerations to obviously take into to think about there as well, like, you know, wind and all kinds of stuff. So potentially one day. I'd like that though. Atreides versus Harkonnen in PvP also won't work because you'll see on the public servers that everyone just chooses the same side. Everyone just plays the same faction because that's how you get the best rewards. Why would you choose to be the weaker faction if in PvP you get wrecked and Landsrad you get wrecked? You cannot do house v house. It doesn't work. The way they've built the game, house v house will just end up with one side completely imbalanced towards the other. My ultimate opinion is if your base goes unpowered, it should start a 24-hour timer. After that 24-hour timer, all of the benches and things in your base unlock. If you restore power, then it should basically eat into like a battery almost of that, so that you have to wait kind of like, so if it's down for 12 minutes, you have to wait for another you have to wait for like 24 minutes until that system becomes available again. So if you left your base unpowered for 23 hours and 30 minutes, it would take you very nearly 2 days to be able to get that functionality back again. Or you basically burn through it. You get that much every 2 weeks, because there needs to be protection in place for somebody who might, you know, accidentally unpower their base while building it. That's what I mean. I'm not saying that's what the numbers should actually be, but there needs to be some kind of system in place so that you can't abuse just letting it run out of power, then do 24 hours. And then do it again after you, because that way you'd put one fuel cell in, you'd power the base for a minute, and then it would run out of power, and you'd move on to, you know, the 24-hour timer. You'd need to have a cooldown on it. Agent Oi, thank you very much for the info. But yeah, there basically should be like a 24-hour timer. Whatever happened to the third faction, we're not seeing that until we get new content and such, so it's still a whiles away. So you couldn't make the changes, and even then, a third faction, you'll still mostly find, unless there's appreciable reasons to do it, that everyone who's currently on the winning side will stay on a winning side, and it won't change the balance. The problem with choosing Fremen would be that ultimately, like, everyone will choose Fremen. Why would anyone not choose to be on the Fremen side when you get sand walking, you get worm riding, you get all the advanced tech in the game, you get to be the good guys, you know, from the films? Like, most people, to be real with you, would choose Fremen if they were given the option. Okay, that's exactly why my point should be that the endgame PvP gear should be the same, exactly the same as the endgame PvE gear, except to give a bonus against players, because you shouldn't be forced into engaging in PvP in order to get the endgame PvE gear. That doesn't make any sense. The game is sold as PvP is optional. If you want to get the full gameplay experience out of your game, you cannot lock progression behind PvP. They need to give there a reason to be PvP, and for people to be taught, and how, like, you should be taught how to PvP. You should be taught how to do aerial combat. That should be a thing. Whoop. Well, mate, good morning. We'll be going through that during the downtime. That's a Thopter of the Rocks rock, I think. Oh, thank you, Sabu. We can assemble it on the roof, I think. No worries. Enjoy your drops, bud. Catch you soon. Thanks for being here. You've 100%ed each Haga zone, which has hidden gems and lore dumps that a lot miss out on. Oh, yeah, 100%. There's a bunch of stuff that I know I've missed out on in rushing to the end game. Because, you know, on release, we wanted to get there. We want to do that. So at some point, I go back and do a little bit more every now and then in the Haga Basin when I feel like it. Dilatalk, I disagree. I think that there should be room on servers for PvEers and PvPers to be alongside each other, especially in deep deserts. Because what you're describing is you would require a PvE and a PvE deep desert as well. So it'd be worlds, not just eaches. You'd have to be whole worlds. I think just having a PvE deep desert and a PvP deep desert makes more sense. From a lore perspective as well, you're just saying that the Emperor's declared this element that we're currently in to be canly so that we aren't disrupting spice production. Because the Emperor only cares about spice production more than anything else. Nah, you're all right. I just, I've thought about this quite a lot. Good morning, Corchies. Good to see you, bud. How are you doing? Those of you over on YouTube, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate the YouTube support as we grow that channel, slowly get it towards being monetized and, you know, able to do things like all of the features that YouTube offers rather than just like 5 of them. I'm looking forward to when they can do server transfers and mergers because I want to change how some things we do. I mean, Jordy, exactly it. Like, I played quite a lot by that point. We were already flying around in ornithopters like within the first kind of week because we'd practiced almost basically getting to the end game. Is there not a command able to join the server anymore? Yeah, exclamation point Dune Discord. Nihilus. It's all on the Dune Discord server. Do you actually send any of the sand to the Empire in the game? I mean, yes, you do. Well, the land's rad. This one, the middle, will always be spice sand requests, so that's one bit of sending it, but realistically, you don't send much. But I agree, that is the whole point on Dune. Like, everything that Dune is about the creation of spice. Good morning, El Switchblade. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the one in the middle of the land's rad asks for spice and melange. Yeah, so we do the refining here. Oh my god. Why? This is the first time we've seen this one. Cool, fine. But I'm already so close to 200. I mean, fine. The Lazaro weapon vendor is the one that I would want. I like weapons. Oh, I need to find an Atreides player. Any Atreides player, can I buy your Regis spice container this week? You'll have access to the Lands Rad. Yeah, you'll have access to the Lands Rad for last week's win. So anyone who's willing to sell me their blueprint, let me know. There's a blueprint in there for the large spice container on the sand crawler that I would like. So because the Atreides have this, they'll have access to buy the Regis spice container. Yeah, I think it is quite expensive. It gives you... I mean, I've got one already, but I'd like to get more. It lets you get... this. I would like to get some more of this, and some more of the sand treads for it, the dampened treads, which are up here, which are both for sale. Drops are definitely on Blazemonger, yep. Drops are on anywhere in this category. They might, yeah, I think so. But I'm not sure if either of them are playing. I'll have to lure them online. That's the problem. If you're not getting progress here, it might be that you've got another stream open. Twitch is sometimes a little bit funny about giving you drops progress meaningfully while you're watching more than one stream at once. If you press Control F5, you should be able to force them, like the main one that you're currently on, to be the one that it keeps. It's you can get drops double dip for sure, but it doesn't always let you. Twitch has been clamping down on active watchers for a while as part of their view botting things. Yes, Geordie, that's part of the joke here. I mean, yeah, the drops don't take long to unlock. Like, 2 hours is kind of a meme on this, but it's like Bitcraft, for example, you get 10 hours to do, so. If you are willing to let me buy the spice container, just feel free to let me know either in chat, etc. Actually, the progress of drops. So click on the little icon that you have in the top of your corner, your little your profile picture icon. You can click on drops and inventory up there, or you can use twitch.tv/inventory, I believe. But that'll let you see the percentage of your drops. Thanks, Nellis.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Sandstorm in 1 minute. Oh. Are you sit? okay, this is awful. There's a worm, there's a sandstorm, there's this, everything is bad, everything is dangerous. I'm very unsupported. I don't know if I don't know if it's enough of an angle that I may be safe now. But that worm went right underneath me. And I don't know if I did enough vibration to set it off.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
CG77. So the Thopters have a system where if you can spawn in certain locations, you will. The default spawn is to the little ramp at the base of the tail. But if you land with the tail slightly higher up a hill, so that you would spawn here, but the hill is basically keeping you from spawning that gap, it will put you on top. If the angle of your Thopter is too low, it will spawn you on top. So basically it's about making sure that where it would normally spawn you at the back of it is actually a little bit blocked. Yeah, see, good to be the king. I didn't queue this. It's literally just on shuffle in the new playlist. No, I decline your kind request for me to get to a safe location. We draw ever closer to level 200. No, we fly. Hallude sometimes still does a bit of a belly flop where sometimes it can get a little bit flighty, but not as bad as it used to be. I cancelled that one as well. Somehow. I'm a mile away from home. Away from home. I love this little lead to John. It's very useful. Full jump Jeff has not been seen in a while. No, correct. Array of good. I've ever played Modern Warfare 2 campaign. The new modern... Is there a new and old Modern Warfare? I can't remember. Many years ago. Or you mean Mech Warrior 2? I don't know. You're going to need to confirm what MW stands for. I have just been reminded of one of my trolls that I haven't used on Thor in a long time. Okay. I can use that one on chat too. Yeah, I thought that was a remaster. Yeah. No, I played it back in the day, but not the remaster. SK Larry, they say for 90 minutes, for an hour and a half. Ours won't go down the same way though, because we're on a private server here. We'll have extended uptime. So we actually have minimal downtime on our server. We allow Funcom to deploy and do their patch testing first for the stability before it gets pushed to our servers. So we actually end up getting about 30 minutes normally. I'm a mile away from home. Let's do this. Do I have time to make a deep desert base? If you're on the public servers, you have 5 minutes. So no. If you're on our servers, you have 5 minutes plus X, where X is an unknown amount. Oh, wait. Did they? They would have told us that normally. We'll have a look. We'll see what happens. Fuck it. I'm away from where I belong. When our servers go down, we will go through my view on the patch notes. Ooh, thank you, Mr. Jesse. How much was it? I need to check my notes. I can't remember. I mean, yeah, Troy Tech Thor's not a big FPS gamer, so like Battlefield, COD, that kind of stuff is not really going to be up his alley normally. Which is fair. Those games aren't like no game is for everyone. That's the whole point. I make that point all the time. 185. I can do that. Nice and easy. We've got enough as one can see. Has fuel cells locations been nerfed? No, there's still quite a lot of fuel cells in the early part of the deep desert. I don't know if there was a specific location that you're talking about, though. I just know that they haven't fundamentally changed all of fuel cells. Would you like to be paid in direct Solari, Mr. Jesse, or would you like to be paid in Spice Melange? You want Solari? Fine, we can do Solari. We can do a deal, a trade, you see. I can trade resources for Solari any day. Be easier. Should start giving Solari for a gifted sub. That sounds like a lot of work. Also, I think that's actually a... No, I think you can trade subs for in-game items. That would be a terms of service violation. Yeah, exactly. That would be RMT. Servers disconnected. They did take our servers down. So, what we will do... Oh. Pop my knee as I move it. And we're going to go through... Not that. That's not what I wanted to go through. What? Why? God damn it, past Cronus. What are you doing? Apparently I just spaced doing something earlier, fine. Have I ever won any carnival game or lottery or anything of that sort? I think I won some money on a scratch card when I was like 17. Right. Okay. So what we will do now is we will go through the patch notes. Well, not the patch notes, the roadmap. We'll stay in this category so you guys can continue to get your drops. And basically, we're going to walk through what the developer update was. This developer update was posted yesterday. It's basically their plans for both the short term and the long term plans for this. So ultimately, this is going to kind of shape how we see the game going forward. Some of the ideas that we've been talking about, some of the game focus from the devs, this document should hopefully walk us through in details about how we can feel about some of the decisions they've made, some of their kind of reasons for that kind of thing. Thank you, Nellis. I was just about to do that once I finish having a drink. I will link it over on OobTube for people. This is what we're looking at. So this is the developer update. This is basically what we want to discuss today. Hi everyone. It's been a while since we put out our last letter, and people have been chumming a bit more about our plans for the future. Apologize to people, feel the communication around issues with the game has been lacking. We are focused on improving this. With a percentage of the team having their well-earned and state-mandated vacations, customer service and the community team have not always had access to developers who can answer every question. We've been playing whack-a-mole with bugs, cheats, and exploits throughout the July month of summer. We've banned thousands of cheaters, fixed a bunch of duplication and exploit bugs, and continued working on the stability of the game. We've been working to achieve a cadence of patches that allows us time to make stable and consistent fixes while being fast enough to address issues like exploits before they get too far out of control. Live game development is a blend of reactivity and long-term planning. I can turn the music down while I do this, I guess. I don't want to turn it off entirely because it's the only background noise people might have, but that's a few points lower. This week at Gamescom, we're going to be talking about Chapter 2 free update and the Lost Harvest DLC, our first major additions to the game, which we'll be releasing in parallel. So same time, we're going to get Lost Harvest in September, and we're also going to get Chapter 2 in September. So they're not while they are adding new content and cosmetics, they are not focused on the end game. I think there's something we have to take away here right from the start. This update is not focused on the end game. That's a key point to remember, because ultimately the end game is what we're in. And a lot of what we show on stream is the end game. A lot of what you are all experiencing is the end game. So remember, this probably won't hit everything that you're looking for. I'm going to be real clear on that from now on. This is because Chapter 2 and the DLC were planned and began development before launch. This is the roadmap below, blah, blah, blah. You can see both free updates and paid DLCs planned for the near future and a modern development cycle as it pertains to player tips, player feedbacks, bugs, and cheats. This case is not always necessarily achieved, but serves as a window into the approach. Okay, so monthly, monitoring player feedback, reproducing internally, implementing fixes, patching it to test live, tweaking it, and then patching to live. So this is how they're going to be doing the monthly patches and the fixes. Updates-wise, September, we're talking about Lost Harvest, the DLC. So this will be a paid DLC. So the new vehicle, part of the paid DLC. The new contract chain with unique locations, DLC. New buildings, pieces, and decorations, DLC. New armor and weapon skins, new swatch and emotes, and more. This is all part of the DLC. So they specifically say this stuff is going to be paid DLC, right? They say up ahead in some of the words we just went through. Chapter 2 is the free update, which is the continuation of the main story, so everyone will get that. You'll get the ability to re-customize characters. You'll have dynamic encounters. I'm sure we'll read about those more in a minute. There'll be social hub contracts. This will be useful, I guess. New deep desert layouts, thankfully. New archetype armors. This will be very interesting. Armors specific to archetypes you're taking. And new hairstyle and tattoos, and more. So interesting stuff. Then we're talking the next big patch. They're not talking about doing until kind of January to March. So we'd probably talk. So we'll call it February next year. So we're actually talking a good few months for the gap across the winter, which will be a full DLC with cosmetics, apparently. Broken Lands, Shattered. So that will be new content, etc. And that's going to be in the Broken Lands, which is Shattered Plains of Broken Rock. They'll be revamping the end game in Chapter 3. So this is their longer term plans. And then the Water Wars is obviously what we've seen the first major kind of update, what they were talking about doing before, the water shippers. So it's interesting on the map, and we'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that image open in a tab so we can switch to it if need to, like this. Nice and easy. So this roadmap document is here. This is the roadmap document. There you go, YouTube. There you go, Twitch. Not necessarily equally. I mean, look, revamped endgame and more. You'd likely see some PvP change here. So that's January. That's not a year. That's, 4 months from there, 6 months from now, I'd call it. We'll share more about the major content and features upcoming in Chapter 2 in the DLC soon. I would like to see what that soon means. But in terms of quality of life improvements, we're adding the ability to rename vehicles. Great. Renaming storage containers and other placeables. Awesome. More reliable ornithopter rockets for combat enthusiasts. Great, something we've been asking for. And the highly recognized option to swap seats to the vehicle with a hotkey. All of these will be available for testing the public test client soon. So this is cool stuff that we should hopefully see in September. Awesome. That's what we want. Let's talk about the end game. During summer, we've made changes and tweaks to the formula of Deep Desert, with varying degrees of success. We've attracted very different demographics to the game, and they're asking for very different things. We've identified several core issues: loss of items, players feeling they're forced into PvP. This is what we've been talking about: exploits and cheats, and the lack of end game content / grind. All very key points. They are aware of the issues that we are raising, chat. This is a really good thing to see, that they are recognizing very early on in this communication that these are the kind of key focus of issues of people. Losses that they don't want, force into PvP, exploiting and cheating, and a lack of a meaningful end game. So they've heard what we said, and they listened, which is absolutely key. This is the main thing we were looking for in this publication, was to see whether the devs were actually listening to the player base, because this is what they need to see. We will continue with this after the ads. I'm just going to go and stretch my legs, stretch my back out, because I meant to do that. And we will be right back once those ads start. In the meantime, get up, stretch your legs, unscrungle your spines, grab yourself some water, consider the great orb in the sky, and I will see you in a moment. Hello, everyone. Welcome back after the ads, everybody. Great to see you all. Hope you're doing well. I know that was very smooth, wasn't it, Nellis? Okay, look, so I mean, that's the main thing I think we need to remember. So just before the break, obviously, we're going through these patch notes, and it's good to see that they've identified kind of somewhat the core issues are that we're all having an issue with. I think any one of us have probably dealt with at least one of these, or, you know, you guys have been talking about a number of them as well. So I'm glad that they are recognizing that these are the main issues. I'm hoping that what we see next is going to kind of address all of that. So there are things that we can do in the short term to address some of these, and things that will take us long to improve. Short term, we're making changes that are heavily requested by players. Here's some of them. Improved player logging. One of the key frustrations we see is a lack of information and clarity around why certain items, vehicles, objects are gone. We will increase the information in your log so you have better information on what's going on. For example, listen to the names of players who took things from your chests and base. Fantastic feature. Should have been in from launch. I say this every single time I play a game with guild gameplay. You need to have logs. You need to see who has done what, because ultimately friendships fall apart when you can't do this and you can't back it up. Like it creates hostile environments. It creates problems. It contributes to a level of mistrust. Having improved player logging only helps everyone, because people can't steal anymore, so things are fairer. And if anyone's ever accused of it, they can back themselves up. They can say, here you go, it probably wasn't me. Perfect. This is a really good change, a really important change, one that we asked for months ago. Absolutely love this. Remember, these are short term, so we should be getting this shortly. I would expect to be getting these in the September patch. That's what I'm hearing for this. So listing the names of people who take things from chests in your base. Perfect. Spook, exactly. That's why you need better logging. Vehicle salvaging system. We're working on a vehicle salvaging system that will allow you to recover lost vehicles. This is, again, another really interesting system that's going to be really helpful, because ultimately this is a big problem for players. And if you can recover a vehicle that's been lost, it might not be the most realistic, but in terms of the gameplay experience, it's going to make the game feel a lot better. Those of you who have lost an ornithopter, you know, you'll be able to take them back. You've lost a sand crawler beneath the map. You've lost something to the thopter of the rocks. This is a really good change. It will stop some of that bleeding feeling that you feel when you've lost an item. It will be annoying and it might throw you off and it might derail what you're doing, but it will no longer create a functional problem for you to have to replace that, because you will be able to get it back. If you're a solo player, this makes some of those losses so much easier. Macho, you're absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. Cobalt paste / vehicle inventory. We're adjusting the volume of the infamous cobalt paste and adding more slots to the ornithopter vehicle inventory. I love that. So ornithopter more slots. Chef's kiss. The real blood. Yeah, we'll see what we can do with that. There's you know, we've got a lot of people who've got the same problems, so I'm hoping we can get that sorted. We're adjusting the volume of cobalt paste. Fine, it's way too. It has way too much volume for what it is. Needed balancing and more slots. The assault ornithopter, I've been making do with 15. I will love that. That's a nice change. I don't think they'll change the weight on it, but the more slots makes it maybe easier to do things like when I fly around and I do scanning after the storm. This sounds like it will help with that. This. Finally, we will be adding a cargo container that can be carried by the carrier ornithopter. As long as this can be carried between areas, that shouldn't be a problem. If you have to assemble it and then carry it between areas, it doesn't fix the problem. We need to have a way of getting things to and from the deep desert in a better way. So that's the only caveat. This needs to be able to transport stuff across the gap, because we can't just keep doing the Soul Ornithopter with 1,000 every time. It's absolutely awful. We need something that can be carried, even if it's you completely change the carrier to have it can't carry anything apart from that storage. It works like an inventory. That's how it needs to be. It needs to not be. It needs to be an inventory that blocks picking up vehicles rather than a pick-upable item, I think, because we can't just keep carrying these to and from the deep desert. It's so exhausting. to move a base with only 1,000 M3 every time. I just used Eve terminology. Sorry, chat. Ooh. I would say 2,500 at least. So yeah, I want to see how this deploys. I want to ask them about it, and I want to make that point of carrying stuff across the gap is a problem. And if there's a reason for that from a technical level, they need to address it. I would say at a minimum 2.5 tons. 2,500 M3 would be right. The reason I say that it should be at least 2.5 is yes, it can carry a full buggy, but I'm talking about adding it as an inventory which sits as part of the ship rather than a carryable item. I would say 2.5, but allow the carrier to still go into vulture mode while you're carrying it. And then if you want to carry a crawler beneath it, for example, loaded up, you still can. That can carry 7,000, but you won't be able to go into vulture mode. So I think 2.5, but with the ability to go into vulture mode and still use your thrusters, etc., is a better system all around. Yeah, basically a module that carries cargo rather than things. So I think that the carrier at its speed is fun. I think it should be able to carry more, but why would you not just develop something that sits between the tail wings of the carrier and it acts like an inventory? Why would you not, from a technical standpoint, when you look at the carrier, that's the most sensible thing to do, surely, to make it lift better, would be to fill the gap in the middle with those two tails, turn it into more of a kind of change its shape and layout to have an inventory there. Get rid of the seats, for example. If seats are 75, get rid of 4 of the seats, 300 inventory saved up right there. The game is not a PvP game yet, no. Instance deep desert loot. The constant camping and queuing of deep desert testing stations leads to a frustrating experience where people arrive at an empty testing station. We're going to change this to be more in line with the rest of the game. That will be instanced. This is a good change, but once again, this removes one reason to do PvP. If where you were competing for instance loot, that was a reason to compete for that loot. If it's now instanced, this makes it far more reasonable to team up with someone when you encounter them because you're not competing for that loot. This removes more PvP from the deep desert. So it's a good change to loot, but the trade-off is that this reduces a reason to PvP. Hello, Oblivion Matt. Hope you're doing well. The reason I don't want a droppable carrier module, because a droppable module can't be carried across the gap the way that the system is currently rigged up. There needs to be something that can carry more than just the assault ornithopter across, because 1,000 isn't enough. So I think a module to do that from a technical perspective makes more sense. More people will get the loot. It is a good... What do you mean it will increase PvP? You mean that they'll PvP afterwards? Unlikely. If you're going to PvP, you're going to PvP in the room on the way in. You're not going to PvP afterwards because most people will just run out or you just wait. That seems... They're working on carrying vehicles. Okay, that's good. More people will go get the loot, so you'll have more encounters. Yeah, but I think the more likely you'll find that people will team up and then just go separate ways. Because you'll find a group and you'll just do a run of the deep desert together. It will just be it'll be camping. How many times have you gone into a deep desert testing station? Someone's already been running it and you've joined in with them versus fight them. How often do each of you do that separately, chat? You might have more teams running around. Might. You can't guarantee this will cause more people to run around. Maybe for your gameplay cycle, it would be different. But like, We want to see how this looks across the board. You did it twice and was betrayed both times. You only 4 people never teamed up. Often, more than once. There's no joining. It's insta PvP. This also, I would be clear, does not fix the issue of people still logging on, like logging off in the loot area and logging back on, looting it, and then like leaving every couple of hours when they've got a full inventory full. So it doesn't fix the issue of blueprints in and materials in. It does mean that the people who are it fixes one of the symptoms of the issue, I guess, which is people don't get the loot at all. Apart from that. But I don't think this drives more PvP, as someone was saying. Yeah, I don't think this will drive more PvP by default to everyone. I don't think it's as clean cut as that. I mean, testing stations and instance like dungeon, like any other game, expand them to make. Yeah, but okay. So but what about PvP in and around that? How does that work? More people running around, it increases the chance to cross parts of the group. Yeah, but a lot of people. You're talking about one area a week. Yeah, I think it depends on how busy your server is. I don't think it would be a definitive rule that it will definitely make more PvP. Elias, that's what I've been saying for a couple of weeks now. Yeah, like the taxi system. PvP, getting to the trading station, aerial combat feels like shit. Right now. Exit camping will become the problem. Yeah, that's the only PvP I think that you'll see. That's the only time it will be efficient. Kill someone as they're coming out. I don't think it will create more PvP. I think it's going to create more camping. But whenever we get PvP'd, I'll engage in it. A lot more when the game came out, I'll be honest. We don't have a particularly PvP-focused deep desert culture anymore because there's no reason to PvP. I think ultimately, I don't know why they haven't done it so that there is a chest that is locked and you only get the key by killing the boss. The boss is tied to a boss respawn. It's a perfectly functional system, and they've got named NPCs in the game. So you could create something like that so that the people who do kill the boss, people who actually do damage to it, the team that does, kill it, why would you not just do it that way? Why does that? Oh. Right. And then finally, offline notifications about important events. We understand that not everybody can or wants to log in to check power taxes constantly in game. We would like to create notification system that sends you the service, stays your base via emails from Solid Square. This one is interesting. I need to think about how this one plays out because this might mean that we reinstate taxes. If they make it easier for people to be informed about their base, I don't know that I would have an issue with leaving taxes back on if they have a notification system as well. Like people are choosing at that point to let their base go unpowered. That would then, of course, mean that people can loot each other's bases. The other option there would be, given that the issue we're now seeing, and this is an interesting one I've been thinking about. I was thinking about this on Saturday. People take long breaks from the game due to no content. And ultimately, like it's easy to either power your base or to get Solari to run things. If I made it instead so there were no sandstorms in Haga Basin, I put the taxes back on, you wouldn't need to power your base because of, only if you were on, it wouldn't be degraded, but taxes would become the only important bit. The point of doing that would be that doing taxes means if you don't pay your taxes, your base is lootable. So at that point, people who don't pay their taxes have their base opened up because there's no sandstorms. Their bases have been completely left open and untouched by the storm, so that all of their stuff can be looted. That would be the flipping it around option. Taxes are more of a pain than power, but this fixes the ability. This fixes the issue of bases just degrading into nothingness. I would like DJ Panda Milk. I wish that was the case. If the power is off and the base is taxed, you can't do that. No storms in Haga is kind of lame. Yeah, it would feel weird, but ultimately, the option is currently either I do it that way around, or you watch these bases around you degrading into nothingness. DJ Panda Milk, that's because they will have not paid their taxes as well. I just don't like people running two separate timers because it just feels wrong, but I guess with an email you're choosing to. It's very difficult, but I'll think more about that one. Like I said, I haven't made a decision on it yet. I might discuss this on a... Can you effectively take a base when taxes aren't paid? Yes, you can take a base when taxes aren't paid. Exactly, Miss Jessie. That's my problem that I'm seeing. Like, if we leave storms on but taxes off, then people's base is just getting degraded. Even then, you can pay your tax enough that it takes longer for your taxes to decline than the base gets destroyed. Well, exactly, Arthur. So there needs to be a trade-off. It's difficult. Arthur, I was always very clear that the taxes might have to come back on at some point, so you did make that choice, bud. I'm not saying you have to now, but if I do a ping out and change it, which, you know, I might have to do at some point. Yeah, it also depends on the time. You were exactly, you know what, Stunzia, you're exactly right. It does depend on how much notice that email gives you. These are in addition to the current slate of UI, UX improvements, continue to crack down exploits and stability improvements. Okay. Let's talk about longer term planning and what we have in store for the end game. As we mentioned previously, the Landsrat's supposed to be the end game activity driver. Currently does not have the breadth or depth of content and progression to serve that function. Completely fucking agree. As we work towards Chapter 3, we'll begin to tie the faction progression of the game to the Landsrat, while also systematically building out the Landsrat with a greater variety of activities across the world. What does this mean? We will begin to tie the faction progression of the game to the Landsrat. As a player, this will mean you can increase your faction standing by completing Landsrat tasks, checking with your Duke and Baron in case you spawn. But what if you're already at maximum faction standings? Does this mean they're going to expand the faction standing system so that we can get higher than rank 5? So you're completing Landsrat tasks on behalf of the Harkonnens on board Arrakis. And that somehow gets you more faction level. What does that faction level do to Harkonnens? Or to Atreides? And does that give any different bonuses or malices? That would be really interesting. Landsrat activity will become contract-based rather than delivery-based. Good. Which will allow us to effectively remove the issue of stockpiling that is currently endemic in the end game. That depends on what the contracts are. If the contracts are hand in X, Y, and Z item, then no, it won't. But stockpiling is 100% endemic. They are 100% right here, chat. Stockpiling has become a real thing. We 100% have just stockpile stuff. You will have seen Project Repository. Our base is just designed to store as much stuff as we could possibly need. We've got enough melange that we could unlock the central bit of the Landsrat immediately. There isn't much to do other than stockpiling, so I'm interested to see what that will look like, because that would create an end game gameplay loop. That is true. We do have less access to Solari now. Yeah, they need to sort that out as well. This is what I mean. There's no perfect answer here. Yeah, we're sitting on something. I think we've got 13,000 melange, 12,000 melange. Whoop you for it. Depends on if you do it on the week where you've got a 20% bonus. If you do it on the week where you lost the week before, you can do it pretty quickly and effectively. I think it takes 20% less at that point. So you'd get 6, you'd get 8 points per. So you'd only need to hand in. You'd need to hand in less than 10,000 rather than over 10,000. Lands reduced will become contract based or delivery based. Okay, fine. This ensures that players are rewarded for solo players, as well as making contributions easier for them to track, and will give many choices in how you progress over time. Why will it give you choices over how you progress over time? I guess because there'll be contract chains, and you can decide the kind of contracts that you do. As for the plan activities, we have plenty in mind in addition to the current destinations and shipwrecks. The following list contains examples, not promises. These will take time and work to deliver, but ultimately we're thinking of assassinations, cool, treasure maps, races, like races, construction challenges, duels, faction v faction maps. Okay, so they are going to provide faction versus faction PvP. This will be quite cool. Improved control points. This, what do you mean improved? Scavenger hunts, temporary crafting challenges, etc. This is all really cool stuff. We like the sound of some of this stuff. This is long term, so we're not going to say it's going to be in September. We're talking probably early next year, across next year. But that's solid. And these activities will make use of the overland map, spawning in new maps as required. This means the overland map actually has something more than just going between areas. You actually now will have like areas of it, like points of interest you go to on that overland map. You travel in to do the activities. That'll be cool. The overland map has felt very, very empty, very pointless. I'm glad it's finally being fleshed out. Great. This will boost that along. Yeah, so fleshing out overland map is great. Open suggestions, so please show us the kind of activities that's in the Landsrad. Okay, so we can suggest Landsrad activities. As the Landsrad activities become more fleshed out, we will then transition the Deep Desert back towards the original intention, a sandbox area where players can compete for control of spice. We'll continue to implement Deep Desert, adding finally, no fly zones for ground combat, more layouts of variety and challenge, ensuring there is clear progression. Good. In addition, we're experimenting with tech behind Deep Desert. If things go well, you'll experience Deep Desert as a much more stable environment. Okay. This is also going to. This talks to me about the health of the Deep Desert going forward. No fly zones is something we've been talking about a lot. I'd love to see caves. I'd love to see rift areas inside the Deep Desert where it actually becomes important to establish ground control. Ground combat is currently very, very lacking in the Deep Desert. Everything is air combat. The Deep Desert are much more stable. So the Deep Desert stability will be helpful, sure. A lot of this will become our focus in the latter half of 2025. We hope to make significant changes that will satisfy and thrill you. Hopefully, you agree when we say this is a great foundation for the end game, which we can build on going forward. So, overall, I love this. Overall, I love it. But. These are promises. They need to deliver them. They need to stay talking to us about them. We need to make sure that we give them the chance to make these changes, but also we keep them accountable to what they've said. They have said that they want to focus on improving communication. This needs to happen throughout. They need to stay in contact with the player base. The player base needs to stay aware, tied in. They need to be communicated with. These promises can shift in time. They might not be doable. They might not get delivered when they say they will. But as long as they communicate with the player base and they explain why that is, why we are experiencing what we're experiencing, what they are thinking of when they make these changes, we will ultimately be in a better position as players to judge what's going on. And so that's why it's very important to really, I really hope they do focus down on this point around if people feel the communication around issues has been lacking, they are focused on improving this. This is the absolute key part. And I think that's the bit I'm most focused on seeing. How are they improving their communication? Because that's what's make or break for a lot of the people who are still engaged with the game is we know that it's going to take you time to fix things. We know that as players. We know that these things don't come immediately. We might want them to be immediately. But that doesn't happen. They have to do the work for it, but they need to talk to us about it. They can't just go quiet and expect us to be sitting there waiting. There needs to be an ongoing communication. Nihilus, sorry, I had to work to draw. I had to work, be about 12 minutes behind. Shouldn't the carrier be able to carry what the Sandcrawler carries in volume? That's what I'm saying is, if the carrier can go into vulture mode, so it can go into glide, then it should. I'm fine with it carrying less as a trade-off for its speed. If the carryable container is like an inventory and can be carried across the gap, then having it lower amounts but be able to go into glide mode with it, as opposed to when you're carrying the Sandcrawler, you can't go into glide mode. That would be worth it. And it needs to be able to go. It needs to be able to go across the gap in the middle. That's my ultimate requirement on the carrier. We cannot keep carrying 1,000 inventory across the gap anymore. Like the assault inventory, this is only 1,000 volume. The Sandcrawler itself carries 7,000 volume of spice sand. So thinking about the volumes of plastinium, we need to be able to carry more across the gap. We can't carrying it on open sand, whatever. We can currently do 11.5, 11.25 thousand with the Sandcrawler upgraded. But you can't get that across the gap. You can get 1/10 of that between Haga Basin and Deep Desert, which is something you're meant to do every single week. The Deep Desert resets every week, and you have to do it. Yeah, you do 8 assault runs every wipe minimum. It is a very, very boring and pointless gameplay loop, making people carrying this shit back and forth all the time. Give us a way to get across the gap. That is the most important thing they should be introducing, in my opinion, right now. We just do this. Why didn't the Assault Mark 6 get an inventory upgrade? We all use the Mark 5. There is only ever a default inventory size for the Ornithopters so far. I do agree with you. They need to give us the ability to carry more in their Assault. If the Assault is the only thing they're going to give us to cross the gap, we need to be able to carry more. You can carry 1,000 Cobalt Paste across the gap. It's ridiculous. Whoop. Admiral Akbar DSA, why do you think that the Deep Desert should be once a month or twice a month? I'm very interested in hearing your opinion. I'd like to know why you think that is. Cool idea, but why? 1 second, chat. So I'm just writing something to Funcom about this. $1,000. Okay, I've just basically let them know about the ability to carry things across the gap being a major quality of life thing. So, hey, welcome on in, those of you. Welcome back from the ads. We have just been going through the patch notes and the roadmap from Funcom for the future of Dune. We're currently downtime from the game because the game is currently patching to fix some of the issues. And we should be back up again reasonably soon, I think, actually. We're probably down for about another 15 minutes, I believe, if that, from my understanding of how long it's actually going to take to deploy. So hopefully we'll be back up and running very soon. We've just been kind of talking through this roadmap, and so the comment and this roadmap as well. There should be a client update for this one, as far as I understand it. Yes. I think I'm very glad they did a roadmap as well. This was needed. I think it's the good start of them doing more communication. Like they say, they're very clear up here. We are focused on improving this. If they keep focusing on improving communication with the players, that's all we can really ask of them. It takes them as long as it takes them to make stuff. But, as long as they're telling us about it and keeping us in the loop, we can't really, complain heavily, I don't think. Yeah, Real Garage, they don't tend to last the full 90 minutes unless something goes really wrong on the testing side. When the game comes back up and they push out the server binaries, sorry. I'm glad to hear that you're getting better, Sam Rider. Yeah. That's the whole point of the game. Once you'll start finding things like kind of you get into the flow of things, you understand your build better, you know how the characters and the AI works, and then you'll move an area and it'll change slightly, and you'll have to kind of come to terms with it again. You'll have to kind of balance it out again. It's a whole flow. Do I think the juniors will pull this game out of the gutter with the rad map? I don't think the game is truly in the gutter. I think the game was in a bit of a rough state post-launch, but I don't think that it's any worse than any other survival game like this has been when it's come out on launch. Look at things like Last Oasis. Look at The Division when it's come out with its PvP areas. Like, whenever any game like launches with a player versus player element to it, or even with a large player versus everything element, like, there are always going to be issues post-launch. We have to accept that the games that we now play, where they are designed to be released live and be updated live, there's going to be a problem. I think that the roadmap sets a very good path forward for them to keep doing well. I think the more important part of the roadmap is actually the principle of it all itself. The communications and the roadmap are a step towards Funcom communicating better with their player base. Do I like all of the changes they've made? No. I will freely say I don't like every single change. But they are listening. They are talking. They are trying to understand their player base. They break down here. They identify the core issues, and they really do drill down on the biggest issues that, as a player base, I think people have. Lack of endgame content and grind, feeling forced into PvP, exploiting and cheating, losing your items and your vehicles. All of those are fundamental problems that I think all of us have come across at least once, if not many, many more. I don't think this game was in the gutter. I'm going to be honest with you. So I'll start my answer with that. I think this roadmap, these patch notes are a step in the right direction. I just need to keep the communication up. Burying your head in the sand when things go wrong doesn't work out well. And I hope that they can keep their head up and keep talking to us all, keep communicating like this, because this is really good to see. This shows that they know what the key issues are. They know what we want. They know what we're asking about. We're seeing very clearly demonstrated that they understand the player base's issues. And they talk about the long-term plans. All of them sound quite good. They just need to keep this communication up. You enjoyed the game a lot. You're mainly solo player. As soon as you switched to Desert Farm T6, the game was so bad you lost interest before that was good. Yeah, exactly. The end game needs to be worked on. Servers, well, that's why I know separately that they are working on server transfers and mergers. That's a thing that they need to get sorted so that we can combine our player groups and we can free up some servers to potentially run PvP sietches on, for example. That could be a lot of fun. Doing the PvP in Haga Basin instead could just be a better way of doing it. We don't know. We could try that out. Moderation on public servers would solve the toxicity issues? Yeah, I guess so. But then you're also going to find out that largely you remove people who are still kind of giving the game a chance all of a sudden for not communicating that you're changing the moderation process. So I haven't seen that in Blanky, no. Oh yeah, seeing the low ping to a European server on the publics is definitely a weird one. Yeah, it's the communication, the honesty, and being open with the players that really what this comes down to now, I believe. And I think that we just need to be, I think, aware that they are working on things, they are trying their best. I don't think it will be a perfect set of fixes. I think that some of these will come with some significant problems. Like, to be honest with you, I can foresee this going horribly wrong. Like, I don't know what change this will make. So there's stuff here that I think will be interesting. This means, giving them your email addresses and stuff though as well, which could be weird. So I think it gives some hope for the game for the future, but I think that we still need to see some gameplay development in the end game. I think we need to see more content, and I think we need to see some delivery. We already see some of this stuff delivered, because they've been talking about vehicle tagging and vehicle naming for months. Rename vehicle storage containers on other placeables. More reliable ornithopter rockets. Cool. Highly request option to swap seats to the hotkey. These have been promised since before launch. They now say they'll be on the test client soon. So they need to keep following through. They need to keep delivering. Whoop you for free. This means that players who are losing their vehicles beneath the sand or to bugs will have a way to get them back.
people who are trapped out in the deep desert have a way of getting their vehicles back if they can't get back to them when they've respawned. If you have an ornithopter that's trapped out there and you're being spawn killed every time you spawn in, this will give you the ability to leave the area and to potentially salvage your vehicle in some state. It allows for some of that to come back. Vehicle naming will make such a difference because I actually won't have to keep stuff in my... I currently keep a specific amount of Solari in my vehicle inventory, so I know which one my one is. Duster UK, I mean, yes, that is, there would have to be an opt-in service, which means does it help people who are already playing? Or who have already left? Well, no, but it's a change for them when they come back, which is helpful. You keep a single welding wire. See, I can't do that because it auto submits it when I'm carrying stuff. So I always run with welding wire. Because then if I put more Solari in, I'll know that the only ornithopter that's got, 10,000 Solari in is probably me because I've been lazy and just like chucked it in. I used to use a large vehicle fuel cell until it kept on depositing the other 3 I was carrying every time, and I got sick of having to get them back out of the box. The Hanandano, there's already currently a setting to turn Haga Base into full PvP. Like that's a default setting that we had since the start of the game. And nice, you're caught back up. Good to hear, bud. See, Niles, that's what I've sent them a message basically saying, hey, I've seen that in the Discord. Great. Why was that not in the roadmap? Because that's a really key quality of life issue that they just haven't commented on anywhere in the roadmap, which is about the future of the game. Why not provide that in the roadmap? That's what I've just said to them, being like, you've said this in the Discord, say it on the roadmap. Like, that's as much of a quality of life issue as people have when they're talking about losing vehicles, is having to go back and forth and back and forth. The cobalt paste issue, that's just the volume of cobalt paste is way too high. Oh yeah, so yeah, if you use, let's see this, exclamation point, server settings. Did I do this? Yeah, that shows you the server settings that we have access to. Since launch, those are my server options. As the admin, that's what I can do other than ban people. Over that way. So like PvP Haga is a thing. It's a default setting over here. Like I could just turn that on. It's not heavy, it's just got too high a volume. Remember that we don't use weight in this, we use volume. Because we do it that way. And we don't have a metric for it, we just call it volume. It's not meters cubed. You don't understand the Haga Basin PvP thing? There's no private server, or are you crazy? No, there are private servers, and you can have, on those private servers, you can have a Haga Basin, which is pure PvP. Yeah, if you have a private server, which if you use exclamation point server, you can get them through Nitrado. One of the options there is for PvP. There you go. Nitrado provide our service over there. So yeah, you can have PvP Haga Basin if you wanted one. You read it, you can't read. Okay, I you know what? We're going to call it volts. It's 3 volts. 1,000 volts. I like it. You are very welcome, bud. I can only speak highly of Nitrado. They've been very, very great for us as a server provider, so I'm happy to talk about them. No, I'm just waiting for there to be more admin tools, because ultimately I still feel like I'm letting people down when I can't fix issues for them. When there are more admin tools, we will actually advertise our server cluster as a moderated and managed server where we will probably have. I might have a couple of PvP Hagas for that. I think it'll be good fun. Yeah, we could work something out. I would create, like I said, I'd like the ability to merge servers so we can get the mushroom players over on our deep desert, and then kind of main that we've got 25 servers on one deep desert. We could merge people so that people who aren't active, you know, how do they deal with the offline base? I don't know. As an idea, I haven't tested it yet. I would need to do some testing. There's no support from Funcom. I have to ask here. I can't drop pentashield. It says 90 out of 70 doors and legit have only 10 doors in my base. Action Jackson, destroy your fief and replace it. It might be that your sub fief has become bugged. So you might need to just delete your fief and then replace it and see if it recalculates. That should reset the number of entities inside of it. Identification would be really helpful. That's good, Mark. I'll be honest with you. I don't have any faith or confidence in a player tagging or identification system because currently it loses track of other like players anyway. Like if you've got players in your group, it can't track them in the deep desert. It gets problematic. What's the last 4 hours I was streaming about? We were playing Dune, scanning the deep desert, talking about the roadmap, chatting shit as always. You know, normal stuff really. Just playing the game, chilling out, hanging out, having fun. Getting absolutely overwhelmed and getting broken by a donation from the community towards some flight sticks for us, which broke my brain and fully reset me like half an hour. It took me like half an hour to get back on track. Yeah, they don't want any more IFF than's already in the game. Which I don't know. I think that you should be able to at least identify people by looking at them and all kinds of stuff. Like, you can't have a kind of social game that way. It doesn't. Yeah, it's very strange. You managed to farm a medium field to fill 2 assaults before you got jump. That's pretty good going. That's a lot of spice melange if you manage to make it out. How do you claim the drops? If you go onto your drops page on Twitch, which is www.twitch.tv/inventory, you'll be able to click on connect the account, basically click to connect your account normally. And it'll walk you through that on the drops page. /drops/inventory, sorry. So you'll see a connect button underneath the relevant bit. Are you kidding me on Bitcraft? I'm at 99% of 10 hours. Two full inventories would be 15,000. Well, probably more like 13,000 spice. So yeah, it's about, yeah. Should be able to make 200 melange from that, silly guy. If you're making it, yeah, you 100% need to make a better spice refinery. It's much more efficient. I was going to say. Samarita, thank you very much for the 100 bits, buddy. You are awesome. You're out of coffee. Panic. Emergency. Mr. Jesse is out of coffee, chat. What are we going to do? Oh yeah, you can use exclamation point server settings. Sorry about that, Hanando. Yeah, to Nightbot doesn't let non-sub send links for safety reasons. Well, Sunzero, I'm glad you've got all the drops. When was the last time you drank? I knew you had drank water like 5 minutes ago. Nah, you're all right, bud. Don't need to apologize. It wasn't stupid of you at all. Am I a tea drinker because you're drinking Twinings English breakfast? I'm not a huge fan of hot drinks in general, to be honest. So, not really. I'm one of those rare British people that's not actually a huge tea fan. I don't mind it in terms of a flavor, but it's just when it's hot, it's not great. However, Long Island iced tea, definitely a tea fan. That I am a tea drinker if you're talking about Long Island iced. Yeah, SKN. Wait, Nate 89. They say in here they're talking about a host of UI and UX changes. Where did they say that? The current slate of UI and UX improvements. So I imagine that what you're describing there is a UI and user experience, user UX improvement. So I imagine that's where you'll find that there. The real consequential question: which football club do I support? Whichever one my friend's club is facing. That's how I do that. Is there an update required? I believe there will be once it's out. Drops are currently rotating down there. You can see them over on the side of the screen. Well, yeah, I don't call it hand egg. That's a different sport. We are waiting for the servers to come back up. If this works. I don't see if it downloads anything, so. Yeah, it looks like that's they were attempting to dupe. That one is fixed, I believe. But normally the respawn button. No, our server's still down. What Siege do we normally play? We play on our private Siege. How do I check my shaders in like 3 seconds? Emily Slider's clearly a witch. What are you talking about? Like, just complete normal stuff for us. Oh, request help. I regret this immensely. Well, that broke the game. Can you see how many people are on each server? Lions main always shows low, and it seems like just myself and maybe a handful of players now. And man, that is entirely possible, yes. Sounds like a pretty good time to be alive indeed, Samarada. Glad you're having a good time, bud. Very welcome, bud. Oh, demanding a code from my phone. Don't you hate it when you type in the code and then realize that numlock wasn't on and you have to type it all over again, chat? In Blanky, nah, I'm not gonna look through that here or anything. So, save that. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that you could link in my Discord, but I'm not gonna look at it today. Do the thing. Okay. Dune, just say there's an update. Guns out. You've got a 5-minute ad. Jeez, well, I'm. How did you get a 5-minute ad? Ads don't even run that long. Whoop. Trust. Only reason that I see. Yep, that's how we're claiming drops. We're just waiting for the ads to finish and for this to all get sorted. Currently arguing with the internet. My routers are being silly. Oh, darkness, darkness, chat. Hello. I'm just getting those flight sticks sorted thanks to the donation from the community earlier. I know. It is supposed to be a black screen because we are waiting for Dune to update. I could probably just put this back up, I guess. Whoop. While I do these various things where Stripe demands to know every single thing about me so that it can send me stuff. Which requires that I remember how banking works. I know. Surprise, it's me, chat. Imagine tuning into my stream and seeing me. Like, what a shock for everyone involved. I know. Imagine there being a Chronos in a Chronos stream. Power nap at your desk? I mean, we can power nap at... We could all... I mean, are we all going to fit around your desk, Great Goddess Freya? I mean, it could be a bit uncomfortable. There's quite a few of us. I'm not sure we'd all fit. Unless you've got a really big desk. Damn, there's too much light. No glare. How'd you get no glare on a reflective page from a passport? God damn it. It's just... See if that works this time. Jeez. More ads redeemed. What? I'm not sure I can give you more ads. Why have you done this? I mean, that just delays the ads later in the stream, I guess. So it means that you're, I guess, ad free for longer, but still. So I genuinely cannot give you more ads right now. You're gonna have to wait for your more ads. You're gonna have to wait, you know? I know how much you love ads, don't get me wrong, chat, but you are gonna have to wait for them. Nice, okay. Servers are indeed down for updates. We've been reading through this. I've been thinking about some of it. I'm not sure. The only thing I'm not sure about, I'm not sure how I feel about this just gap between September's release and January to March. That's quite a long window. That's theoretically 6 months. September to March is quite long. I'm just not, yeah. So let's assume middle of the month release. So September, middle of October, middle of November, middle of December. That's 3 months. September into October, October into November, November, December. Into January is 4 months. At the least, that's a 4-month gap between these chapters. It could be 4, 5, or 6 months. We assume the middle of each of those months. Four monthly, I think, makes sense. 6 months, I think, would be a bit late. Servers are coming back up, are they? Have a look. Will you have a patch? I would like to hope that there is more quality of life that comes in the interim, yeah. I did not see the Space Marine 2 community survey. No, what happened? I do still moderate here and there. Because I think that was originally September to December, so they're at the front end of that. So if it stays at the front end, that would be quite good. Because that would be January, which is 4 months. That's quite a reasonable time. I guess it depends on the rest of the bugs and stuff that crops up. We're going to see if there was a patch or not. Exactly, we will have to pace ourselves. I think that's going to be the important bit. Ooh. Paul, you're going to the chronosphere after red alert? Tempting, I know. Somebody said the servers were coming back up. Have they lied to us in the worst ways? Have we been rused? Did we get one guide by chat? Not that much of a big deal if we did. Yes, please, Nihilus. That would actually be quite helpful. Oh. Can't have Dune without sandworms to be like unable to ensure my stuff. Sorry, I missed a. One second, let me do this. Just fix all of this up. I have not seen a patch yet, no. I need no nam. You don't need to worry about that, bud. You're all right. You're okay. Just that's above your pay grade. Don't worry about it. Good morning, Silverbane. Welcome on in. We are just waiting for the patch to drop and for us to start back up again. We've just been going through the roadmap, which has been an interesting read. Something that we're quite interested in seeing. The patch wouldn't load until you killed the task and restarted. This will normally force it. We'll see. Update is out. Very nice. Okay. There you go. Found the patch. It's downloaded the patch and now it's updating the file. That rapid disk usage as it patches. So serious. Why so serious? Do I plan to play some RimWorld again? Yes, I definitely do. I was having quite a lot of fun with RimWorld. Yeah. Ultimately, like, Dune not only has good numbers, you know, on Twitch, which is objectively a metric I need to pay attention to as a streamer, you know, at times, but also I want to be covering these changes because we're in a critical time for the game as we go forward. I'm still enjoying the game. I still get meaningful from doing what I'm doing, you know, having fun with Sabu, creating the base. I'm still wanting to get to level 200. I'm still wanting to expand on what I've got done inside the game. I still have more that I can do inside there. Not everyone will, but while I'm enjoying the game, I will play it. And once I reach that point for Dune, I will be able to switch off more easily to other games, knowing that I'm in a position where I can come back to Dune having completed it. I think I'm about halfway through 196 now, so I'm not far off of being complete on the level cap. There's also obviously, you know, gaining more of the blueprints, running those labs each week, doing the kind of getting the high end stuff sorted. Do all the progression inside Haga Basin as well, which needs to be done. Right, I'm going to run the ad now while the servers are starting up, because that was redeemed by Calzor, and I don't want to redeem, I don't want to have to refund it. My shaders are nice and compiled. So fast that Baron Thorconan is shocked. Whoop. The ads aren't over for everyone yet. Silly guy, just remember, they run for 3 minutes. I have a timer for it, which tells me when the adverts are on and off, which is now. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. We are loaded back into the game, and we are ready to go. We're going to keep scanning the deep desert. That's our plan. What we're looking for, we're currently doing a scanning, so we're basically just scanning each sector so that we can make sure we've got them all unlocked. You saw there is a PvE wreck. Yeah, there is a wreck in a D6 without enemies in it. What kind of lift do I use? The up and down thing? I choose my legs. I'm just doing a really slow, controlled squat. It's great. No speak, but I haven't finished scanning yet. Gorgor, you might want to restart your Steam or verify the integrity of your game cache is the other thing you can do. I've actually just been talking to Rick Spec. That's why I've got you know 6 packs everywhere. That's how it works. Trained by Rick Spec. I mean, yes, people were able to use bugs to ride the worms, but I'd like that. You know, eventually having proper worm riding could be a cool thing if it's done in the right way. You should fuck off. You are a big, ugly cucumber. Junarian, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Welcome on into the community. It's great to have you here. Thank you very much for that Prime sub, buddy. I'll speak. If you've made yourself to aluminium level, then you should probably be focusing on an ornithopter rather than a buggy. I think like ornithopters make a huge difference to the game. Buggy is great for resource gathering, but the ornithopter is it opens up and unlocks a lot of stuff. So I have every reason to be excited about the buggy, and congratulations on the tier. But I would definitely make sure that you consider getting an ornithopter as well, so you can travel around, especially if you're early game, because as a solo, it opens the game up in a lot of ways. You're going to use the buggy to get the thopter? Makes sense. Dastar, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well, buddy, and the follow. Welcome on into the community. Hope you're doing well. That apparently after the downtime, every single worm is eating every single wreck. And making me potentially shit my pants every time as well. Jesus. I mean, silly guy, at least at the end of the day, you know, firstly, at least I guess you live up to your name. And second of all, you know, at least you can just repair it with the vehicle tool. It's not a huge loss. It's just one load of durability. It's kind of annoying, but hey, we are where we are. You just made it? Oh, I mean, you know. It's already done a hard time, yeah. server isn't up for you, you probably haven't updated your game client, Thievery Goldsberg. You probably should close and close your Steam and relaunch it through Task Manager. If you want to level up quickly, what was I just focusing on? Level 149. Your leveling will slow down rapidly after about level 150. Between 150 and 170, it slows down a lot. Getting out and scanning the deep desert every week helps. Just going out and doing the lands rad. Make sure you've done every single contract, every single journey that you can. These journeys I've... but one of them's completed. I managed to complete one. Amazing. So doing those journeys and such will help you. Bitch. Are you joking? That's awful. Can I land here? People pass, waving through. That's right, I got completely distracted there. Server's not for you, just restart your game client. Leveling up. After you level up, ultimately it's going to come to running NPCs down. NPC farming is a good way of leveling up, but I do that as part of the lands rad and as part of doing my content anyway. So I roam around that. Mining gets you a bit. If you get the small singular scraps off the ground, you'll get a few XP for those. You can XP farm off of picking up collectibles. I'll give you an example in a second. This is just a really good intersection for scanning. I don't want to leave it behind. Yep. Oh, 7 meters, you bitch. Tapping on the glass. Nobody could hear, so I wait around for an answer to appear. How if you're in the roadmap, big fan. I'm hoping that that kind of communication continues and that they include a couple of bits in there that they seem to have missed off for some weird reason. Like the ability to carry vehicles across from Haga Basin into Deep Desert. What's the new way to farm gold for the game that has Deep Desert? The new way, ultimately, run your points of interest or make rad suits. Like, making rad suits feels very cheesy, but it is in perfectly intended, stable gameplay loop. That is the value of them. Fine. It's just the most efficient way of doing it. Selling items is a perfectly good way of getting Solari, but ultimately, running the POIs in the Haga Basin gets you quite a lot. Running the A band of the Deep Desert gets you quite a lot. Well, exactly. I don't know why it's only a Reddit comment or a post in the Discord. It should have been included in there. There's an easy boss on the Mysterio power plant, 80 XP per kill. Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I need to make some more Mark IV rad suits today. One of my plans for the day. Vajin, thank you very much for your resub with Prime, buddy. Is there any form of player-to-player trading? Yep, you can trade directly with players. You can just drop items and give them to each other, or you can use the Chome Exchange, which is basically a bit like an auction house inside the social areas. I think the auction house should be fleshed out, and you should be able to have access in your base and pay a larger fee, like a larger tax fee, as commission, basically, to get it shipped to you. I think that would mean that the Chome Exchange was used far, far more and had actually a good use of resources. So I would like the auction house to be accessible from your base, but with an increased tax rate to still encourage people to go to the social hubs where it might make sense to economically. Anything you need to know what changed today's patch? I've not seen patch notes, Sabu, so... I would like shops in the Haga base as well. I think that would be really cool. I love the sandworm taking a dive towards you for no reason. Yeah, that scares the shit out of me. I'm all right, Gummy Panda. I'm all good. I'm a little bit sick, which doesn't help, but I'm not irritated. Why do you think I'm irritated, bud? What gives you that impression? I mean, do we know if it was only server-side fixes, maybe? Hide NPC companions, that would be quite cool, yeah. I can see that. Play on a Steam Deck? I mean, yeah, there is that. There we go. Is that it, Sabu? So, volume of combat pace has been changed from 1.5. That's nice and quick. That's cool. Love that. Feel better about that already. They just halved it. Remove the UI visual showing server language. Improve stability. Fix the gaps in the deep desert shield wall landscapes. Fix an issue. There you go. That's been fixed for Thor. Ground vehicles can now be suspended by patrols. That's very cool. Fix an issue that caused players to free look camera on a black screen, a completely black screen. Okay, interesting. Fix a bug that caused detonating deployers who stuck on cooldown entering a vehicle. Fix an issue where players could spawn falling under terrain instead of on the correct respawn location in Haga Basin. Horrifying. Fix an issue where players would fall indefinitely if they fell through the map. Now you should be put on top of terrain if you fell down through the mesh. I mean, that's just huge. Cobalt pace lighter, indeed. Wild. I love that change. Nice and easy. We love us some lighter cobalt paste here, chat. Yeah, those are nice. I disagree with their definition of the word hotfix, but I'm happy to tolerate it if that's the kind of updates we get. Right, let's do that from up here. We can now eat extra paste. Half the weight of paste. Well, half the volume of paste. You can now carry double the paste. Yep. Yeah, great change. Balthazar, thank you very much for the 50 bits. Cheers, buddy. So as soon as I take off, my fuel at the side there, on the right hand side where my head normally is, will drop drastically. See it tick down already, yeah. Wild. Have they indicated the volume or stack space of the carrier container? No, they have not yet, Gold Handshake. They did also fix the starter skills bug, which is quite nice. I wonder if Sabu's still going to get compel dropped to his feet every time he logs into a server, though. Because that was a fun bug, wasn't it, Sabu? Where am I aiming for? On this rock? Yes. I don't think I'll be high enough. Oh, I am. Hey, good job, Sabu. Oh, that's still happening. You found someone's skill, drop the entrance of A5. Okay, wow. Well, shit, I guess. The distribution of titanium, strontium, and the A-band is still a thing. Yes, that's not been changed. As you can see, we've got visual on quite a lot of it here already. There's titanium. Titanium, titanium, Dravidium, titanium, titanium, Dravidium, Dravidium, titanium over there. Dravidium, copper, nice. So the answer is yes, there is still quite a lot of stuff in the deep desert. Does the carrier allow bringing full inventory vehicles across the Deep Desert Haga base transition? No, it does not. Currently. They are working on that, but currently it does not. There's no scrumping here. We are, you know, we're scrumpless. One would not scrump here. Whoop. Latin Savage, do you have to deconstruct your deep desert base every week before the storm? Yes, or you can just let it die, but you probably don't want to lose all of your resources. So, yes, but you don't have to. But no. Anyone want a Dune Watcher for 500,000? I'm alright, thank you. I have a Dune Watcher. And if I don't like it, I have spares. You accidentally left, nice. All of a sudden, I completely agree. Why not let me replace those seats with you know, volume of storage, for example? James Brown, you'll have to contact the manufacturers of Luth Air themselves. The canned good is limited access. I was about to fire Dune Watcher into the air, then I realized that actually that wouldn't work. Did I already scan a base? Did I already scan A5? Why is A5 or I must have already scanned A5 when I entered the deep desert. That's quite funny. Makes sense. Just completely forgot I did that already. They have already fixed Cobalt Paste volume. I know, it's a very good change. We like that a lot. We might carry a lucky Cobalt Paste now. Why not? That's my pad. I'm landing here. It's my spot. Fire the orb. Ponder the orb. Are you pondering the orb, chat? Ponder the orb. Genuine question. What keeps you playing? Me and a buddy got the crawler and the carrier and do runs with the guild and it's fun, but I'm starting to feel the burnout and wish I had a reason in game to keep me engaged. Peoplets, I'm going to be real honest with you. No game should and will keep you engaged all the time forever without a break, without any other game being played. That's not how it's going to work. So everyone is going to hit a point when they no longer want to play. Everyone's going to hit a point where they're like, you know what, I've done enough. If for you, getting the crawl on the carrier and doing guild runs is fun and you consider it to be feature complete, that you've got everything that you want out of the game, you should take a break from it. You shouldn't play it forever. So yeah, you might be reaching the stage where you are personally at burnout. Don't feel bad about that. I still have things I'm enjoying doing the game. I still have goals I want to work towards. I still don't feel done with the game. Thor, however, feels, you know, he feels more done. Like he's got less of a reason to play because he enjoys other games more at the moment. But I've always liked the grind in a survival game. I don't mind that. I don't mind the solo gameplay in this. All of this is like, I've played DayZ, you know, I'm used to games which are a bit more brutal than this. I, you know, and I'm fine with keeping playing and keeping getting towards my goals. Like, you know, if I reach, you know, 200 level, like level 200, and I've got all of the blueprints, and I've explored everything in Haga Basin, and I've got enough resources that I can hand in at any time, I will be out of things to do in the game, and I will have to stop playing. I will be honest, like that might happen, but that's not currently needed. And by that time, they might have changed Landsrad, they might have changed a bunch of things to make them more reasons to play, which at that point, great. And if they haven't, I'll take a break from the game. I will, you know, I look forward to the future content too. The roadmap that they release is really promising. The initial, I mean, changing Cobalt Pace just today, fantastic. You know, El Switchblade, thank you for the 100 bits for cheering it out. But yeah, you know, Cobalt Pace changed today. It's now half the weight it was. That's a really nice quality of life change that just makes sense. It's just easy. I love a nice easy fix like that, nice easy change. They didn't need to worry about it too much. We didn't need to worry about it too much. It just got done. Easy. Yes, today, Cobalt Paste has changed. You can use exclamation point patch notes. It is in there. Cobalt Paste weight has been reduced. Now half the weight that it was. Yep. Yeah. To be honest with you, even the cynic in you does see it as low-hanging fruit, fine. They're making low-hanging fruit changes. That's still a win for us. Fine. Even if it's with the intent of winning the player base over, getting them back, it's something that we asked for. It's a change we've all asked for. It makes perfect sense, and they just made that change. Fine, good. That's all we can ask of them. Like, fine, they fixed it. That's the important part of that, not the why they fixed it. You know, that's largely down to whatever they, you know, they choose to explain or not explain. But we can just be happy that it has changed, been improved. Why is the Cobalt change a big deal? Because it was the heaviest, well, it was the largest item volume-wise, like, in the game. It didn't make any sense for what it was and where its tiering was. And it's so vital for many parts of construction and building the game. That, to be honest, it was long-term needed, this one. One second. Whoop. Oh. It sounds a bit like a split dart. Sure. Hmm. One second, chat. I'm just surprisingly dying. Hmm. We will keep an eye on that. It's alright, I'm just bleeding from somewhere inside my face. It's just a small amount of blood in my nose, apparently. So maybe I'm just dying. No, it's fine. Just because it's probably just because I'm sick. Maybe my memes are too powerful for my body. That's what it is. Yeah, it's not bad at all. It's just a small amount. It's just small. We're fine. It's not like it's leaking out of my ears or anything. I'd be a bit more concerned if it was like, you know, dripping down off the headphones. That would be worse. Lighting duct. What? lighting. Did you really put up lighting, Sabu? I mean, Sabu, at that point, we might as well go out and about. Where is the loot chest this week? Unfortunately, there are no loot chests this week. The 0 loot chest week. We were not given the bountiful loot chests by Funcom this week. If I die live, cool. Let Bailey eat my body. Sabu, you could just do... Oh no, just wait a week and I'll be back. Just if I do die on stream, that's what will happen. Like, just it'll be fine. I've got plans in place. Don't worry. I'll just use one of my backups. Shuri Kaiser, thank you very much for the sub with Prime. Welcome on in. Great to have you here. Thank you very much. I mean, you know, in terms of some people like spend like most of their lives live, but you know, statistically, someone will have been live streaming and passed away. It will have been a thing. Zilak, thank you very much for the sub with Prime. You're awesome. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Thank you to all of you for using your Prime subs. Those of you who have Amazon Prime will likely know that you are entitled to a Twitch Prime sub every month, which is worth like $3 to a streamer. To a streamer near you. You know, if you don't use it, Amazon doesn't pay Twitch, and that money goes into Jeff Bezos's moon statue project. So if you want to stop Jeff Bezos making a statue of himself on the moon out of diamonds, make sure you use your Prime sub. You can use it here, go use it on Alvia Sanctuary, go use it on Ferret Software, go use it on a tiny streamer who has one person watching them. Use it wherever you want. Make sure you use your Prime sub. Seafire and Cruiser, thank you very much for both of you for the Prime subs. Welcome on in. Thank you very much. Sold. Nice. You gotta... I still think that there's basically a big game going on out in the universe, you know, out beyond our like kind of atmosphere, where the billionaires are just positioning satellites pointing through each other's windows to piss each other off. Mr. Balrog, thank you very much for the resub with Prime, buddy, for the 2nd month. You are awesome. Silverbane, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. Doing your bit to keep Jeff off the moon. Good job. You're constantly paranoid of the durability in your vehicles. What happens if a wing breaks mid-flight? Can I simulate that in any way? No, but you basically will drift. You'll drift with a minimal level of control, Shrewinator. So you will basically go into a glide. Wiggly, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. You're awesome. Thank you. The Prime subs give you ad-free viewing here. Anandano, thank you very much as well for your Prime sub. You guys are all awesome. I'm glad to have you here today. If you've got any questions about the game, feel free to ask away. Not a problem at all. Thank you very much for getting this sorted, Sabu. Wait, what's in here? How much war crime are we talking? Oh my god, there's so much war crime. What's in this one? Oh, okay, just the Decaliter John. Fine. Where's the sand crawler? Nice.
Chest underneath.
Where is the... Oh, it's the trode, that's one. God damn it. Oh, there's an angry worm out there. There's an ODST Warbond and Helldive. That'd be quite cool. That's nice. It's a good crossover. This thing is fucked. What have we been doing? What have we been doing with this thing? Go fix up the engine. Did we get attacked? Nah, we've just been using it a lot. We've just been spicing. This is perfectly fine. This is also perfectly fine. Fuel it up properly. Can someone lift the crawler while they're inside of it? 100% yes. Sabu, get in the crawler. I'm taking you somewhere. Get in the crawler, Sabu. Do it.
Shouldn't use first check if it fits.
Wait, what was that?
Fits on the platform.
Yeah, we could test that as well. Otherwise, we might have to put it up. Well, actually, to be fair, that could be used for scout thopters. Whoa, Toadnar, thank you for the 1,000 bits, bud. You are awesome. Thank you for being here, dude. I'm not sure that will work. I mean, there's no need for me to drop Sabu from max height. I did say to Thor that I would try and dunk him into the mouth of a sandworm this week, though. So one of the things I will be trying to do is we will do a sand crawler up where he will be in this sand crawler, which is old and battered and bruised, and we will try and drop him into the mouth of a grandfather worm. We want to do a sacrifice to the worm gods, you see. At the prime out of RuneScape, if I could pry Thor out of RuneScape with just the following words, and it will work. I would say, Spice Uppies plus Grandpa Slam Dunk. Sold. Sold. He'd be so in. We're not doing it today because I'm not set up for it yet, and I need to make sure I plan the time we want to do it. I mean, Ruthane, this is my sand crawler. Sorry about that. I assume you saw rather than heard it, I would hope. It's because I haven't spiced in a while. That's the problem. I'm suffering from some spice withdrawal. That's why I'm getting the snizzes. Golf 4. We need to go... Hotel 3. Hotel 3. No. Hotel 1. Off to the deep desert since everyone on your seat is currently base building. It sounds about right, yeah. Have you missed the news? We've gone through the patch notes, the roadmap, which is all very promising, Draz. There's some good stuff in there that we liked. We've had the patch. The big news is that from today's patch is that Cobalt paste has been cut in half in terms of its volume, which is quite nice. Thank you again, Toadna. I appreciate you. Whoops, I should forget that my auto flight is limited time only. Does anyone in your guild have a spare Regis Disruptor pistol blueprint or just the gun? I do not know, Mazaroth. I don't think I have one. Thanks, Caron. The new wings, these are... Hold up. Let's go back to... Yeah, that's like a 12 kilometer an hour. I'll have to see what it's like in vulture mode. I'm not sure that the rock wings are worth it. I'm going to be honest with you, Sabu. I still don't feel like it. When inter-server travel, that is the question. When we can get inter-server transfers and mergers, that will be an interesting one. How effective is the missile launcher and bunched up deep desert mobs? Not as useful as you might think, I don't think. It's good, but like... It's quite hard to use inside. Whoop, Thork's here. No, bad Thorkona, not even Thork today. Hmm. I could have sworn I saw this one full of spice earlier. That's frustrating. We'll get close and see if it's a visual issue, but if it's not, it'll be annoying. Yeah, I'll get the medium instead. I could have sworn that there was a ring mouth that I encountered at the start of my scanning that was completely full. I just don't remember where it was. I shouldn't have reset yet. Dragon Rider 21, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. You've been subscribed for 3 months, and you are awesome. Welcome to the Bread Roll Club. You have risen. You get the advanced subtech. You got the same 3 ads again. That's pretty normal for Twitch. Yeah. Sabu, go in way tighter. Like, we don't have to get everything. Don't be wasteful. That's... You've just been silly now. Like, get every single grain of spice off the edge. So the reason this is possible is because Sabu here won't be generating any worm threat, I believe, in the sand crawler, which we're not sure if it's a bug or not, because that seems remarkably weird. You would think that a sand crawler would generate some aggro from the worm, but it doesn't, seemingly. I don't think you have to go over these ones twice in the same way, or like quite as much. I think that seems to be less residue left after the passes, which are interesting. It does feel like a bug, because this doesn't generate any worm threat. He's doing a fine job. It's not a problem. He'll just go over it again when he's going quickly. Like, he'll just multiple passes. Takes the same amount of time. Yeah, one would think that this would generate a large amount of aggro. See, now Sabu can just go over the same area twice. He's not having to go at 11 miles an hour. Guys, you are forgetting that going over it at half the speed means you're doing it exactly the same speed, like the same rate as going over it twice at 21. Like if you're in 22 versus 11, there's nothing to it really. Like it's not worth getting upset over. Are you automatically hovering over the crawler? I'm manually piloting. I'm using my other hand down there. That's why you can see that sometimes I kind of like when I'm looking at chat and I'm only using my peripheral vision to really see where he is. Sometimes I end up a little off center. I mean, Nihilus, I'm fine with it. I would ask that unless you have an active reason to PvP me while I'm on stream, generally try not to. If you have got the stream open, but I don't tend to mind. If you did come across me naturally, like, it is what it is. Zero K, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. It's unfortunate. You need to drive the hubs like a Zamboni. I know. I have I actually haven't been watching my Zamboni learn to drive videos. So maybe I need to be doing that. Maybe I need to make sure that I'm, you know, getting my Zamboni practice in to be a better sandcrawler driver. Luckily, I only fly the carriers because who would want to be on the ground? I mean, Zero-K, that sounds like you were dealing with the important things and forgot to deal with the in-game stuff. If you're on our servers, bud, we can help you catch up, even help you replace lost stuff if you need it. So just let us know. We're happy to help you out, bud. I'd believe that. Normally, you'd expect a large fall-off of players after any game release to be reasonable with you, and then add that to the added issues of some of the gameplay decisions, some of the end-game loops, and I can imagine, yes, that 80% of players is probably about right. That's the kind of thing that happens, yeah. How are we doing on capacity? We're not doing too badly. Okay, now you can drive to the edge, Sabu. How about that? You can just drive forward and just go around the room over here on the right, where it's actually like needed to, where you can actually do it. More sensible now. Hello, hello, Deathlight. How's it going? Is it just proximity voice or is there guild voice? There's proximity voice, yeah. And we could use Discord if we wanted to, but Sabu and I like doing our uppies mining based on trust and him knowing that I'm driving his carrier, he's driving my sandcrawler, so we're both incentivized to not fuck the other person's shit up. Well, thank you, Switchblade. I think that's like kind of how I describe it, to be honest. Like, you compare it to other games of its type, and like, I can imagine it was probably quite a well thought out post, yeah. Where's the worm? There seems to be no worm aggro generated by a sandcrawler. At some point, I might see if I can get Sabu to like just drive across the sands back towards our base and see if it actually works. This crawler is indeed old and busted. That makes perfect sense, Abuya. Oh, I'm gonna have to go through that during an ad break or something. Any help with the FLS login fail? We sent the router worked yesterday, now nothing. Dark Horse, I haven't heard about that in detail. Have you fully done everything inside the game? It sounds more like... I mean, I would do a rebuild of the game files at that point, because that's not going to be a problem necessarily. That's going to be a problem with something in the game files rather than the network if it's changed day to day. I mean, if we're going to test whether the worm aggroes, now's the time to do it. We are in NA East, so we have New York-based servers, so it's be a little bit lower. Yeah, we're good here. Susan's Gaming, you rode through the roadmap on your own, waiting on 6 months for more in-game content is going to be pretty rough. Looking forward to Chapter 2, though. I think that they will still refine endgame in the interim. They will need to change some of those loops, and there will be a bit of time where, you know, we are left without an endgame. But ultimately, they say there very clearly that the game itself is a sandbox for the future. And so I think we have to basically be looking at this launch as foundational for what they want to do more with in the future. We already know there's going to be another film. We already know the Dune franchise is doing exceptionally well. I am confident that the game itself will be sufficiently buoyed up by the overall interest that, you know, the game will keep going. It's a matter of us giving it time. We will come back to Dune. There will be a day when I stop playing Dune on stream for a while, and we wait a month, maybe 2, maybe 3 for the patch. When that day comes, we don't know when that will be. We don't know which patch I'll be waiting for, but like that will happen at some point. That should happen to all of you. You cannot play the same game forever all the time. It's not good, it's not healthy, it's not right. So make no mistakes. The game is good, I'm still enjoying it, but I will not be playing this game forever. But today is not that day. You wait for Battlefield 6? I really enjoy Battlefield 6. I'll probably play a fair bit of that. Whether I play it on stream or not, I don't know. I need to get better at reading chat while doing intense games, because like I was not able to keep up with chat, and I was quite grateful to Vicky for keeping an eye on chat for me while I was playing, because I lock in Battlefield, and that's not the best stream. I don't know how people who do Tarkov do it. That's rough. Like, wild. I couldn't play Tarkov on stream. There were loads of bugs and glitches in the Battlefield beta. I'm not sure what you're talking about. There were a lot of exploits, there were a lot of problems, but it's a Battlefield game, so like that's very normal. I'm completely on board with that. But Tarky not hard. I'm not saying Tarky is hard. I'm saying that being a streamer while playing Tarkov is hard. There's a difference. Keeping an eye on chat while keeping an eye on the game is challenging for me. I'm still new to streaming. I'm not used to that. Like that's rough. Oh, I can't. I mean, there's been a great video of the Battlefield beta. I can imagine he did. There are some great exploits. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's just, I'm just not used to it. Like, I just can't. Thor could probably do it. He's a very well practiced reader of chat while he's doing intense games. But like, I've managed to make him lock in on a game once so intently that he couldn't read chat, and I count that as a personal achievement of mine. It was difficult for me playing Battlefield, so maybe Battlefield will be an off-stream game. I don't know. I haven't decided. I could probably be persuaded either way, but hey, we are where we are. I think it just comes with practice. I've not got that many hours of practice playing in more intense games. I mean, this I can do pretty easily because I've played this a lot of hours. I know what I'm doing. So a crawler on a small field still yields 500, but it's very funny. I mean, I can imagine. Yeah, we might, if we find a small field, we might grab it just to bring our numbers up. Battlefields are non-live YouTube. I mean, we might do some clips about, like, the clip I got of killing one of two people with a single bullet. That was a beautiful, beautiful moment. I felt I was slightly aroused by myself, to be honest with you. I was that impressed. Like, 2 headshots with a single bullet, perfect. Like, that's probably like, I think I've peaked. Never gonna get that when the game's fully out and released, am I? Jeez, God no. I'm glad you guys saw it, because I wouldn't have believed it if somebody had told me that I'd done it.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Do I think the current spice to melange ratios are manageable? Yeah, I think it's just a balancing thing. Once you've got the large spice harvester, you get 200 for every 10,000, so it becomes very manageable. It's about getting the largest ones. What am I playing? This is Dune Awakening. Oh, Susan, no, don't worry. I very much know that you're not. No, you're fine. I had a couple of moments where I got very lucky and got a bunch of kills, but like, I've really enjoyed it. There's lots of good fun in that. I definitely enjoy SMG gameplay more because I can do close quarters snapshot firing quite well. I've got quite a good react and fire.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, we're not.
Look at how much I'm dragging Sabu behind. Those ropes are doing work. Okay, this thing is... Okay, with the rock wings and the boost climbing, you can climb quick. Do you see we got to 194 there? That was insane.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
How do I feel about the previous patch for this one? I added tons of titanium and strontium on the shield wall. I don't like it a lot. I don't understand it. I think I need to understand why they did that. Then I'll feel better about it, but it just felt really cheap. Like, doing mining out in the deep desert is almost, like, in the PvP area, is almost a complete waste of time. It's complete stupid risk to take when there's absolutely no need for us to do it. It's only worth it if we've got 2 of us and we've got characters who basically do fast shuttle runs because it's so efficient. But like, doing a single buggy, you might as well drive around the A-band and just take it to a base there. It's... I don't like it because I don't understand it. And I think I need to understand what their reasoning was for doing it.
Sector weather alert. A large
Okay, so... if it would load where the storm is, that would be real nice.
sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
I mean, Zedmaster, you don't need to make your Oni the lowest tier you can, but the engines and wings Mark 5 and above. if you make a full Mark 6, it's still going to be the same as if you had Mark 6 wings and stuff. So it's making the tier that you're talking about lower doesn't actually make it any faster. So it's just that you don't need to upgrade those central pieces. I'm wondering what the angle on that storm is. I wish the storm visibility was properly working because it's really fucking me off. I'm going to be really honest with you. The fact that we don't see where the storms are until they're 2 minutes out is ridiculous. Doesn't the map show it coming in? Nope. What marker on the map? This is what I mean. There's no way of seeing it at the moment. It's northeast. We might be clear. I haven't heard a storm warning for a while, so there it is. Yeah, we're clear. Is this the one I saw while I was scanning? No, I don't, it can't have been. That's a ring mouth in F5 as well is absolutely insane. Cat Cam is still a thing. Yeah, when Bailey arrives here. Like, I can't summon him. Oh, I don't summon him. I can summon him. Yeah, see, there's no ring mouth here. I don't know what it is. Yeah, there's a ring map in F5 just there, yeah. Bailey is a wizard. He arrives precisely when he means to. What does the ring mouth do? It becomes full of delicious spice. It becomes so spiced that it's just delicious. You just want to eat it, the whole thing. Nom 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 nom. Getting so bad. Sick of it, I'm sick of it. It's got about, I think it holds 250,000 spice sand if you can harvest all of it. What build do I use for PvP? I use a maximum, basically maximum resources build. I can just tank out and just delay and just evade people. I'm just really annoying to kill. Why is there an ornithopter parked where the carrier is meant to land? Is that my one? Did I do that? I don't even know how I did that. Oh, because the carrier was there, okay. I am going to go out and scan the dunes and look for an active ringmouth. I'm going to drink some of this water that I prepared earlier. Haha. There might not be one right now, so we're going to go find out. Oh, okay, no worries, Abu. Whee! What size of base tires does the carrier take? You want a 7x4 for the carrier. And that's to sit on. To get in, you won't be able to get out of a hole which is 7x4. Just so you know, you need it to be like 8x4, I think. Eight by 5 would be probably the widest you'd need. You can do a wheelie with your crawler, nice. Nice. 5x5, yeah, you won't fit a carrier. Well, you could theoretically build a box around the carrier, which is 5x5, but you'd probably have the rear end sticking out. It might get damaged by storms. So I wouldn't recommend it, but you really could in a pinch if you needed to. We've done that in the Sheol base, which is a small base. I'm consuming liquids more quickly than I expected today. I'm sorry, you think that Krona is a bad name? Why would I not use the name of a real currency for my channel points? That a crashed ship on the side of the ring mouth? It looks like it. Or is it flower sand? Flower sand? Is it Swedish krona? Danish krona? I feel like it's a Scandinavian country has krona. Flower sand. Don't mind if I do have some loot. Thanks, game. I'm just gonna take all of it. Fuck it. They're basically, yeah, they're all crowns. Yep. I love loot. Free stuff in the sand. I'm not a loot goblin. What are you talking about? I would never be here, goblin loot. I didn't remember the exact positioning of where that last bit of loot was when I scanned the first one. Not a problem if you got ads. I try not to do anything too meaningful during the ads. I don't like, you know, I don't drop some big like life-changing truth bombs or anything during ad breaks. Just 'cause it's you know, you guys don't choose to watch them. That's what supports the stream. Like, you know, that's the kindness that you guys do, is to watch those ads so that I can do this. So like, I should wait. Nihilus, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub to Silly Guy. Thank you for pushing us to the goal for the stream for 20. You rock. Thank you, bud. Kind of you. Setting Silly Guy free from ads hell for the month. Very kind of you, bud. Safe place to land. There is, of course, yes, the obligatory free reminder to use your Prime sub. That is a thing. Thank you very much for the reminder, Pandasal. Yeah, keep Jeff Bezos away from the moon. You know how it is. We don't need his ugly mug in diamond on the moon. That's probably a bit closer than I wanted to park, but fine. We'll make a good getaway, I guess. What do we not need any more of? Oh, I now mesh through my ship. Nice, okay. Well, I guess I just do that now. Oh, backpack's full. Fine, fuck it. I'm not bothering with this shit. Nihilus, are you okay? That's horrifying. You sound like you've been taken over by Amazon. By Twitch even. By a big streamer. Oh, we'll go check out this cave, shall we? One of these ones, okay. Poison inflicted, which is good. This actually might have a loot chest in it, but it's not the PvE area. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, one. Ah, shit! I wasn't. Fuck that up. I did my count wrong. Oh my god. Okay. Can I just not regen stamina anymore? Is that the whole thing? Hey, look, just there we go. Finally. Gift for you. One down. Oh, I'm pinned. That's gonna get me killed. Just completely stuck on the scenery. That's still the bit I don't like. Getting pinned feels like shit. And in a PvP, like, you just... hate getting stuck on stuff. Losing control of your character never feels good. That's the problem. One of those things, eh? Oh, look, it's a missing string table entry. My favorite kind of string table. There's no live countdown anywhere. It just all feels weird. Glad I left my ornithopter there. Right, let's try that again. Jeez, you guys really love overhead strike today, don't you? Once we lose. Oh, my batteries. Wait, why can't I not pick my batteries back up? What have I picked up that's new that I didn't have before? Get rid of those. Want my battery. Well, I feel so. Now, if I recall correctly, sometimes this has a chest in it, but it does not today. Oob. Indeed, no loot cave. Sniffer. Are you ready, chat? Ready to take a big sniff? You ready, chat? Just big sniff, you know, just like a... oh, yeah, big sniff there, chat. We've already looted that one a minute ago. I can't believe you inhaled all you had all of that spice, dude. That's a lot of spice. Maybe you might just sit down. Top boxing, yeah. No, nothing illegal going on with the spice here, honest. Thank you all very much for all the follows today, by the way. It's massively appreciated. Thank you all for being here. You guys are all awesome. Yeah, we're just trying to mess with the, you know, the reality of space and time. Don't worry about it. Like, officer. If someone's FIFA's giving me the option to claim it, but I can't claim it, is it balked? It might be that you've already got 3, James Paul. If you're already over the limit, it won't let you claim it. Yeah, Nellis, I've got a spice license here. A splicense. Oh, yeah, you got a license for that. I do say, officer, I have a splicence indeed. Spice license. Freshly assigned. By Jove, he's got a splicence. Whatever are we going to do? No spice here. Did you make enough lunch for everyone with that spice? You have to share your spice. We love spice here. Spice. Is there a limit on small fiefs? Yeah, 3. You're allowed 3 fiefs of any kind. Boy, mate, you got your splicence at hand? Boy, mate, your splicence out of date. You thought it was spice, so you ate it. You ate your splicence. Can't believe it. You're nicked, mate. Bison without a license. Disgraceful behaviour. Thought it was spiced rum. I'd believe it. It would be a very different song, you know. I was going to clean my room, but then I got spiced and saw the whole of time and space. And alternate timeline. It would be a very different song, I think. This spice, is this the promised spice? Mayo is not spice, that's a shame. I would eat purple, like purple mayo if it had spice melange in it. Just saying. Wouldn't say no to that. So there are no active ring mouths anywhere on the server. Nice. No, we could go to Delta 7, I guess. I mean, Sandra, I think we're gonna have to test. I think that's ultimately what we're gonna have to do. You know, how do you know how a spice affects you? You know, you're gonna have to test it. Anyone else encounter people spamming thumpers and rootmouths in medium fields? That's I would see. That's just griefing and trolling. Like that's not PvPing for any reason. That's just like a waste of time for everyone involved. That's because there's no other meaningful PvP available to them. Especially in PvE zones, I have heard that one, yes. Hello, Smallhead. How are you doing? Good to see you, bud. Oh yeah, 100%. Thumpers should be destroyable. They should be destructible items, 100%. And they shouldn't be strong. Like, you should be able to one-shot them with a Dune Watcher. I love this PvE wreck. This is great. Quick mines? Nope, slow mines. Nice. Okay, well that's completely PvE, so this is the loot chest for the week, I guess. Nice, okay. That is in Delta 6. So this chest chat is a PvE wreck entirely in this part of Delta 6. You'd think the shipwrecks are PvP, like PvP, but look at that bar above my my thing. That's a PvE area. I look. I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, the whole thing is a PvE area. I don't make the rules, except when I do. This goes back to being a PvP pretty quick because that's PvP there, but exactly in Delta 6, yes. That is the one near the control point in D6, yeah. Hello, Warlord James. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Yep, D6. I'm going to keep saying that all day, aren't I? Control points are capturable locations for the lands, Rad. Claim the X cause. Hardot's Hood is quite good. Sabo's hiding in a corner. How much of the stream was just yap about patch notes? Like an hour? Like an hour and a half during the downtime? So, like 20% so far? Like, that's what people want. Like, it's not... Lands are just opened this week, yeah. Yeah, we're on NA servers, remember, Tailwhip. So how long do we intend to stream today, though? I mean, so they go my normal length of time. Like, if I do a 10-hour stream, that's 10%. Like, what's your point? What are you trying to make? What are you trying to say? I'm very confused. Oh, forgot about the scanner again. You're off today from work and playing Dune most of the day? Sounds like a pretty nice chill day off of work then, bud. Yep, if you watch the stream for 2 hours, you have got all of the drops. You can see there's a little carousel over there where you'll see what they look like, etc. Is it worth building a deep desert fort up anyway? It's a solo. If you want to use it to gather spice sand, then yes. But realistically, as a solo, you might not need one. Yeah, you basically have to balance the cost of building it up and taking it down versus the time it takes to do that and the time it takes to just gather stuff and ship it back and forth. You have to find out what that's worth for you. I mean, we did several weeks here without using a deep desert base. You've seen us have a completely established full processing facility out here. You've seen us do a zero base. Now we have just kind of an intermittent base. So we've actually tried out the various methods. It's quite interesting, really. I want the spice. Well, I hope that when you load back in, you will have your scout back, bud. The introduced vehicle, do I know what it might be? I mean, it could be the tank that everyone's heard about. But we don't know for certain. Your thought there is safe? Good, there we go, that's what we wanted to hear. They have made it a little bit safer now if you do crash out of the game. I don't know if Sab was actually back. There's a bunch of mediums out here we can harvest. This is an NA East server. Hope you're all doing okay over on YouTube. You can put Mark 6 assault wings. Yeah, if you replace all of the wings, because if you hang on, I do like this better. When you're making a vehicle, you're making, say, assault ornithopter. These wings will say defines the maximum speed of that kind of thing. The wings will tell you what they do. If you look at the stats, you can see that they have the glide speed rating on them. Like, you just have a look at what's on the stats and it'll tell you what you do. You can put them onto a different tiered body, yes. It will work. How do you get all the research points? I just played through the game and gathered them. I think I can gather more now. I haven't actually tried to grab any more since the patch. I think apparently we can gather more now. Oh, the ads are here. I believe the power supply unit makes a difference too. Wait, I'm thinking of the assault. Never mind. Wait, no, I'm not. I was thinking of the sandcrawler. We might replace these wings today, chat. Welcome back after the ads, chat. Hope you're doing well. Go find out if Sabu is a... Go find out if we're stuck inside our ornithopter. Sabu, are you here? One of these had stuff in it. There we go. That one. Dravidium. Oh, hello, Luther. Would you like to do some spice uppies, Luther? Okay, in that case, log on and fly out to the deep desert and we'll do some spice uppies. I have some medium spice blows to harvest. There might be spice uppies. One could potentially spice uppies. Those of you who are asking how you can fast get XP by collecting stuff, you can do things like, I use my melee item. See how I'm getting a bunch of XP just by running around picking up collectible items off the floor? Because you get 2 XP per one of these you do, so that's... If you're doing gathering of, say, these... So this is already 76, nearly 8, so 80% of the way to harvesting a full area. So if I just harvest all the things that can be picked up by hand by spamming E on this island, that's like over 100 XP. Free titanium, I won't say no. Directly below our base is just a free titanium node, okay. There are no loot caves this week. Well, that actually felt like quite a lot of XP, which is kind of disgusting, really. So, fine, whatever. More fibers. XCMMXL, no. It doesn't tell me who you were before. I had to use other logging for that. Oh, I can guess based on the 2 4K part. I guess. D3 cave has a chest. We'll go have a look. D6 wreck is yeah, instance and PvE, weirdly. Jachalo, yeah, are you thinking of last week? Taffine, I don't know the details, bud. I don't know. I have not seen the comms, and I assume that they would have published it had they made a decision or done something with that. There are no loot chests this week. You can find one in D9 in a wreck, but there are no caves this week. Let me invite Luther in the party. Join this channel. Buenos dias, Luther. No. Have a look. Either it likely means that one of your power creations is going to run out of power sooner than that, and that means that your overall base will lose power at that point. So use the fuel all button inside your fief. I'll show you your lowest source of power. Are you flying out to the deep desert? Yeah, I'm just going to run the ads now, then skip the next ones, and I'm going to nip to the loo while I wait for Luther. So we will be right back after the ads.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hello, everybody. We're just waiting for the ads to finish. Luther's apparently 2,000 meters away, which doesn't sound right.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Well, there's a sandstorm coming, so good luck. That was AFK. My thoughts on the roadmap are it is a step in the right direction. It shows that they are listening to the players and they are aware of the problems that we have. They are willing to listen on a few things. I think there's a few things that they've missed from the roadmap that they should be including, like the ability for vehicles to be able to take, like carriers to take vehicles across the gap soon. That should be coming. That kind of thing needs to be in the roadmap. It's ultimately important. It informs the players. It's one of the key issues. Like that should have been in there. But ultimately, it's a good step. And it doesn't answer our end game issues. We're still going to have to be making our own games. And I will be very clear that, at some point very soon, we will likely run out of content. We're at level 196, very nearly 197. Realistically, we will reach a content cap and that will be it from the game for a while. We're not there now. We're not there in the foreseeable future, but like it will happen at some point. That is the nature of an online game. I want to be really clear with that. They are allowing carriers to carry containers. Well, no. The roadmap says they're adding a carrier module for carrying stuff. Separately in Reddit and Discord, they have said they're looking at the ability to transport vehicles over, but they have not said they're going to be able to transport. They've not said the two combined. That's very different. Like, best way to get in-game money, I'll be honest with you, probably rad suits or running the alpha band of the deep desert, the PvE area. I see you got here just in time. Dynamic encounters is going to be things on the overworld map that will pop up and be kind of like temporary time basis. But yeah, selling Mark 6 rad suits is probably the most efficient way to make money. There's a few things that have been suggested for a while. This needs to be done. Is it 3 tiles deep to cover the carrier? I think you can do it with 2 deep. I think 2 does work, but 3 is better. Yeah, see? If you look at the wall in the back, the wings would probably poke out, but they wouldn't actually be damaged by the storm. 3 is better for the carrier. Yeah, the shields on the outside go down, silly guy. So each storm damages the outer wall of the base. So you see how the durability isn't quite perfect because this base is still like brand new today. We've had like 4 storms hit it, so the base still gets damaged by the storms. Wrong side of the base, nice. Yes, you will be doing the sand harvesting. That's what that box in that tall room in the corner is for. That's the changing facilities. No, it was the Sanctuary was damaged from earlier use, Luther. Might be repairs. It can be a repair VFX issue. How small can you make for discomfort? Oh, you can make a carrier base quite small, but that's more of discomfort with the pilot flying in and out. If you make it the wrong size, you just get stuck. Because I refreshed the browser source, I literally just pulled the new one. Don't know why. It needs to be repulled. It likely caches it in OBS. Yeah, I've got it cut off because Thor hit fits behind it. I'll have to get back to you on that one, Luther. And that's the, I don't know. I have to test it out a bit. I just don't want to configure my UI right now. We are going this way. Really? Okay, interesting. So chat, Luther is saying that the camera angle might have changed for the driver position in the Sandcrawler, which is quite an interesting thing to change. Psycho, on our server, generally right now we're okay, but you know, I can't do a barrel roll while I'm carrying something, sadly. Gaper, thank you very much for the resub at tier 2. You are awesome. How are we doing the updates? Some of the quality of life ones are really good. The roadmap's a really good step forward. So I think we're getting there. The game is getting there. It just needs time to cook. We just have to wait, unfortunately. Yep, I'm looking forward to what's to come, exactly, Scaper. I think that's the view we have to take, is that, you know, ultimately this is going to be the platform for a lot of stuff, and we all had a lot of ideas going in of how the game would or could be. This is a little bit nicer to have, so in the interim, kind of having small changes, having the communication is going to help us. I think that's the nice part to have. Roaming Red Panda, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. You've got a little bread roll now. You've risen. Thank you very much for being here for the 3 months. You're awesome. Is it? Fuck's sake. The engine is still taking damage on the sand crawler while it's being carried. At least we've tested that now. That's still dumb, but fine. Rankinori, exactly. If we did get attacked in any meaningful capacity, I would likely just drop Ruth there and leg it, and this carrier can now go fast. Luther, what happens if you switch seats in the sandcrawler? Now see if it takes engine damage. If it, I'll laugh if it doesn't. When you make a buggy desert, do you get those mats back 100% as well? Even when you make a buggy in the deep desert, they'll still take damage. Oh, someone's harvested the edge of that one. Fuck. We'll go for the ones that are in, well, the new spots in the deep desert for loot pool. You want to hit the wreck in Delta 6. There's a wreck on the very, very western edge of D6. That's good. That's a good wreck. It's PvE, so it's broken. So it's free PvE loot. It has spice infused plastinium. This is where you get the sneaky tips for Kronos. Yep, it's a broken wreck, so it's PvE only. It is an instance chest, exactly. Seems like what? Interesting. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. I mean, look, that's the loot chest for the week, chat. If that's the one that, if it is that way, so new players can get into the deep desert and get some cool stuff, then so be it. Yeah. What do you mean, sneaky, sneaky Cronus? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, there's definitely a worm going through that sandfield. I didn't tell chat that when I saw it earlier. A couple of people noticed, but not that many. But there's a wreck. Or no, I will hold off. That's what I would like. If I could pick the wreck up with a carrier and just like chuck it at a worm, I'd have a fucking giggle. Honestly, it'd be great fun. The test so far seems to be a success on the passenger seat. Yes, we will know more when I drop loot there, and we'll see how it all goes. Luther is only moderately stressed right now. Like, it's probably like a solid like 7 out of 10 moderately. 10 being immediate death. Okay, apparently that's just doing it that way. There you go. It just apparently chucks me in the air. Fine. Get spice in. Wait, Luther, please get out. I need to get into the sandcrawler. I will finally touch the ground and do this. I've never done this before. Okay, so that's on. There we go, journey complete. I need to construct a carrier ornithopter, but hey, okay. Oh, this slow harvesting shit is awful. Nah, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. It seems that the quest is fixed, but I have to harvest more spice sand to do it. Are you hovering over me, Luther? You are. I don't know, Ricky. That's why I want to see what it looks like, because I've never actually been on the receiving end of this right now. Although it looks like you're still too high to drop it because it's red. Does it go yellow when you're... Okay, so does it normally show as red for you? That's fine, yep. Oh yeah, it does grab me, nice. Ooh, that's an experience. Wow, I did a terrible job of creating a circle on that one. Drop me. Drop me. No, drop me. Hold shift. Whee! Oh, I'm not going to upgrade this one because I might be chucking Thor into a ring mouth with this later this week. So I'm just going to let this one run until we rag it. We've got a replacement one, and I'll make a nice shiny Regis Spice one. Well, that's the plan. Fair. Bounce. Nice. Can you drive across and see if you get worm through? I can do that after we've done some worm harvesting. I have to harvest, chat. You don't like being a pilot? Being a pilot's the best bit. This is kind of fun, to be fair. I'm kind of enjoying this. This is more chill than being the carrier pilot, I will give you that. I'm going to be honest with you, I still don't think we're generating any worm threat. We've not summoned a wandering worm at any point doing this. Ah, there's worse things in life than getting eaten by a worm. It looks that way, doesn't it? It certainly looks like we don't generate any threat for the worm right now. Yeah, this is NASCAR. We only drive one direction. Yeah. That sounds viable to me. This thing's easy to drive backwards as well, which is quite nice. Ah, nice. I am embracing my inner Roomba. I'm feeling, this is quite nice. This feels very like artistic, cozy game, to be honest. If it wasn't for the constant threat of being consumed by a giant ass sandworm, I could see this being a very like kind of chilling evening, like, you know, chill evening drink. Give it like, you know, Euro Truck Simulator, for example, but just with a sand crawler. It's like Farming Simulator, but for sand. I don't want to think about the fact that a big worm could just chomp me in one go. That's a very rude thing to think about in my nice chill sand simulator. I like that, sand simulator. Yeah, that's what we're going to call it. You guys have been keeping this to yourself. This is quite fun. Like, I've just been flying around all the time. This is quite chill. It's on you. It's on, all of the work is on your end to, like, if anything goes wrong, I can blame it on you for not picking me up. It's really convenient. I'm not quite sure what my camera keeps trying to do, but hey, we are where we are. Hang on, let me go check my journeys. I should go do a control point when they open up. And apparently build a carrier. I just didn't realize how easy it was, Sabu. Like, this is a fucking easy job. Like, look at it. You just kind of look down and you eat the sand. Sabu's in the group, so you should be able to see the group icons if it is Sabu. You could yoink Sabu. Left. Oh, it's Small Mite. There you go. Small Mite's on Overwatch. That's fine. Small Mite helped us with the harvesting operations of the day. So you solo mined with it. That's brave, Beowulf. Good job. Like, Thoughtigate, I've not been using Solidos because I don't trust them, so I don't know for certain whether they're broken or not. But it sounds like you're having some issues with one. This is great fun. I can't believe this has been gatekept this entire time and no one told me about how fun this is. Now I might need to actually spend some... Shit. Fine. Turned it off. Let's turn it back on again. More than half full, I believe. It is indeed safe to respec. You should get your points back. I'm just going to do a big respec when I hit 200, chat, and we'll basically go through a big build together. That's what I'm going to plan to do, I think. I've just kind of chucked points where I've needed them at the time, most of the way throughout the game. Efficient, I know. You respect no issues with points? That's good to hear. I'm glad that's been fixed. Well, catch you later, silly guy. Have a good one, bud. Good luck at the dentist. Don't bite them. Aranjaran, I don't know. I didn't lose points before the respec. I'll have to ask Thor when he next plays. Or someone else who did lose points. I mean, crawlers have been like this for a while, which is the concerning part. So, like, this seems to be either intended or a long-term bug that they've not dealt with, which I don't understand why if it's a bug, so I'm kind of getting confused now. I now have some points in Sandcrawler because this is fun. Oh yeah, there's been no need for thumpers while doing this. Even then, thumpers don't work when you basically use players but use shields. Like, players with shields clears it out so much better. I mean, yeah, I've nearly filled up this whole crawler, and it's probably going to be without summoning any worms. So Luther gets to fly back, which would be fun. I've never been carried back somewhere. That's going to be a neat experience. Oh, so that's like being chauffeured around. Sounds gold. You're a little bit low, aren't you? Is it a pleasant experience? I feel like Uppy's, you know, being carried back is a pleasant experience. Especially with my beloved flying. See what this looks like. Okay. So it moves into that last block when it's like 66% full. You can never ride back. You do run stuff in your scout while they carry the crawler back and forth. Fair enough. I think I'll chill. I can read chat and chat to you guys, answer any questions. I can, you know, I can order my new flight sticks. I could, it seems very streamer friendly, to be honest. You could carry a crawler out there, drop it, land the carrier and solo harvest right now. Theoretically, yes, Arengeran. But again, you are taking a risk with that. If a worm ever was to spawn, that would be very difficult for you to save both of those items. So I can't tell you that's always going to be safe. The concept fills me with fear. You have a clip of Vicky talking about the Jonas Brothers and how they're a bad band. Is that a hot take? Is that... last analog, a friend of the streams, Mahoodles, has asked me to play Star Citizen with her and to check it out. Vicky, are you throwing shit? Was there any Jonas Brothers even in this, in the shuffle playlist? You can blame chat for half of it, so... Grab this spice. Very nearly, yeah. Is Vicky in here as well? Oh, we love it when Vicky's here. Vicky, you're a little bit more awake than you were earlier. Because I think when you were here this morning, first thing, you were semi-conscious at best. We will be getting Whirlpools. Nice, we are full. Kevin is the bird from Up, Vicky. I know that question. You know, Kevin's the bird from Up. Okay, next question. What's next? Let me show you guys the bundle that people are going to get. These are the flight sticks that we will be getting. He's like, oh my god, can I come over? You know that if Vicky's sitting in the passenger seat, Lufair, that means that she's going to be sitting like outside my window. Like, which would be quite funny. To open the window, Vicky can sit on the bench out there and just kind of like... So that will likely be used for space sims like Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen when we go play that with Mahoodles. Give that a try. Oh, those are Virpil. V-I-R-P-I-L. Virpil. I didn't actually play Starfield, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't know that you could use flight sticks in Starfield. That's kind of cool. Oh, I could use them for Battlefield. Luther's right, chat. Oh, Nihilus, go on. Tell us how bad your fleet is. How bad are you at Soul Citizen? Let's go on. How bad is your investment? I didn't attack you at all. I just asked a simple question. That's not the worst answer I've had to that question. Don't worry. Oh, Star Citizen is a problem all around, but this is one of the reasons why I want to go check it out with Mahoodles and see, okay, how much of it is just, this is a really bad monetization strategy, versus how much of this is actually a solid game. Because to be honest with you, the fact that you've got a $1,700 ship sitting in buyback scares the bejesus out of me. Do this. I boost whenever when the heat is about like 50 normally. Trying to get this sorted. I mean, ultimately, you can't necessarily compare the two side by side like that. That's why I want to check out. Mahoodle says that it's a solid game. Like, I'm willing, like, Mahoodles knows what's up with games, so I'm more than willing to give her the benefit of, you know, my time and to, like, check the game out fairly. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with me doing that. And I haven't been involved in Star Citizen for a long time. I haven't played since version 3 or something. Are you having an issue there, Luther? Did you try and put us in the wrong base? Okay. Okay, you definitely didn't try and put us in the wrong base, okay. That doesn't seem right. Did you empty this, Luther? Oh, it's still not fully empty. It's not fully empty. There's still some spice in the middle. Okay. Sabu put some back in. Sabu's just being a butthole, don't worry. Okay, I'm ready to go. This is great. People unable to confirm placement. I think there's probably too many entities being put down since the patch. I've heard a lot of problems with Slido Replicator. Sounds entirely plausible. We have Gamescom soon too. Yeah, we do. See you later, silly guy. Have a good one. Oh, I'm not surprised that problem is widespread. Yeah, that seems like a widespread issue after the patch. Sandra, we've got some scouts out there, don't worry, bud. Got a few people looking out. the ads are on. Be right back. Welcome back after the ads, everybody. We are just getting prepped to go and do some more spice collection. I guess as Emily Slider, I am in fact a spice girl now. I guess that's a thing. Shit. I guess I've become everything I hate. I should make my, you know what? It might happen. Actually, yeah, sometimes I'll just do that now when I rise up. It's great fun. I like the slow rise up is remarkably fun. This is Shaddam's bladder. Top end still suit. Oh look, there's a forward operating base down there. In H3, oh. It looks honeycombed as well. I heard funny PvP. Might be a tomorrow morning job. I might let them fill up with resources before we go and pillage the bases, right, chat? Yeah, I can see. You've yet to be able to log into the game today? Like, what the fuck? Have you definitely installed the patch, Dark Horse? You might not be able to see the servers if you haven't updated the game. You can see where to drop me, Luther. There's a little patch perfectly marked for my landing spot. Oh. Okay, all there. It does slightly, but not completely. Yeah, Luther's not an expert, you know, expert sandcrawler dropper yet. You haven't, I've been hogging all that experience for myself, you see. I could hydrate. Well, I mean in game. Okay, fine. Is this how fast people drive it to like auto do the whole sand dune at a time? Like, this just seems awful. I'd rather just harvest the whole thing like this, to be honest with you, than do that. It just seems like a waste of my time. Another patch tomorrow? Jeez. What time, Enola? Same time as today's, or the original time for today's? If it's the same time as today's, then I'll do Dune before, then we'll switch off, because I don't have to wait for an hour and a half again. You could play Dawn of War. We'll go Warhammer some things. 8 UTC? Okay. Start the day. Yep. There are some markers at the back which show spice being accrued, the yellow markers, that kind of thing, but it's not ideal UI element wise. Yeah, here's the stretch where I started going slow, and you can see obviously it's absorbed all of it around the edge. You're doing frame rate PvP. They're basically making bigger bases to try and freeze and crash it. Okay, that's fucking crazy. Jeez. We'll keep an eye on what the patches look like. I'm sure they'll announce it out. Oh, Luther, that's just referring to when people switch to our servers, we help them get caught up if they've been playing the game elsewhere. Yeah, that's just that's what we're talking about there. Help people migrate onto our pirate servers if they've had a shit time on a PvP experience, or like a shit time on the public servers. We tend to offer them, like, you know, an ornithopter and like tier 4 aluminium gear, so they can at least get caught up with the game again and kind of establish themselves. What we've been doing for a few people like Aaron the Bear and a few others have stuck around with the game as a result of that, which is kind of a really nice thing to be able to do. No, that's intentional, don't worry. Yeah, you're all good, bud. It's more, a lot of people are listening to the stream while like kind of co-working, so they'll listen to the stream in the background while they're doing their jobs, or while they're driving or that kind of thing. Having multiple voices on can get quite confusing, and I'm just like not really willing to do it. It's a specific, like Battlefield, for example, it's a far more hectic stream anyway, so I was fine like having Vicky on and stuff. But yeah, we've actually got Luther and Sabu in chat right now, so you know I've got eyes. Ow. Probably shouldn't use my phone while driving, but hey. Sorry, I'm not driving very well while I'm doing this. Alreeve, it appears to be magic of the Sandcrawler that this just doesn't cause any worm aggro. I'd like if it was a first-person view for this. It would be quite nice. See, what I would want is like, yeah, first-person viewing this, and then put on some like real like country farmer like trucking radio kind of thing, just kind of vibe around driving around sandfields for a few hours. Like, that'd be real sick. I'd enjoy that. Right? Wouldn't that be great fun? The C ability stands for suck. That's how you activate the vacuum. No, suck with a C. It's like Tsar, but like a C, like a CZ. Shipwreck, yeah, nearby. I do wonder if you could drive across the gap with this, like, you know, from the starting area to the thing, like, yeah, load it up with bodies and just drive it around the map. What is Star Trucker? That sounds like what I was describing. I would do Haga Basin crawler racing it. The terrain blocks. You mean in the Haga Basin? You can do it in a sand bike. Why can't you do it on a crawler? They do get worm sign in Haga. Oh, we need to go test this at some point. We've got a spare sandcrawler and carrier in our base in Haga Basin we can try out at some point. No, Pelios, no, you won't be able to. You'll likely get told, it'd likely get you slapped by Nightbot. Okay, the worm aggro on crawls was way too much at the start. They turned it off pending adjustments. Outcasters, do you have a source for that? Like a Discord link or anything? That would be helpful. Fun game, trucker in space, Brock explodes sometimes. That's... Would anyone recommend me to buy SARS? It's a no. Even without your specs, don't do it. There's no requirement for you to do so. There's no time constraints. The game isn't out yet. It's in early development. I can't personally recommend it. Indeed, Alrevia, I've got a bunch of friends who are out there. I decided that, you know, it wasn't my time to go out there for the first year. But it's gonna be great fun.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
We'll be fine. I don't like the idea of that, Luther. Don't just chuck me in the deep desert and leave me there during the storm. Multiplayer Star Trucker, that sounds quite funny. You just get a bunch of you just messing around on radios while you truck through space. That just sounds like fun. Alcus, you just watch and you should be getting the drops.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Filler. Get out alive, so higher and higher. Oh, we've Resian, we've all been there and done that. Yeah, I've done that. That happens.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
So what you doing? Hi, Bailey. Okay, this is a good test, isn't it? Yeah, hi. You're just sitting in the doorway. You're such a little gremlin. You're so funny. But the side wants attention again as soon as I get comfortable with my hands the right way around again. You're gonna go have your snack because you test. Okay. He made sure there was a human here. Now he's going to go and have a snack, and then he might come back. See, Mythicos, that's why Mahoodles was encouraging me to give it a chance, because she made partner during that, and apparently there is actually a lot more game there than I thought there was. So I'm willing to see how it is. Willing to give it a go. Because I'm willing to be proved wrong, you know, my viewpoint might not be correct. I've only seen the store side of it, and, you know... How much spice is doing this get you? I'll show you when we're full, which is very nearly soon. And you'll have an idea. It's quite a bit. Probably missed a bit of spice there. Fine. I don't want to miss any spice, Luther. We can't miss the spice. How can we be true spice connoisseurs if we miss spice? I'll send on those sound like bugs. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. The C stands for suck. It's CZUCC. That's how you start the vacuum cleaner process. So you like start sucking up the spice sand.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Puppies. You'll probably want to angle further south.
Sector weather alert.
Is there any endgame goals? I mean, Jackson, for us, the endgame goals are still having fun, you know, doing what we're doing, making progression in the game in the areas that we want, leveling up, getting the blueprints, making sure that we've got enough resources to thrive long term, all kinds of stuff, really. So it's a sandbox game, so largely you make your own fine. Exploration, mining, you know, etc. Northbourne time, that seems to be what we're discovering. Yes, it seems to be that
Sector weather alert. A large
that the sandcrawler doesn't attract sandworms, yes. Luther, what are you doing? Yeah, there we go.
sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, it's just unnecessarily close. I was more concerned about how low you were to the enemy, that enemy structure as we flew over that area, because we're in a fully loaded cargo carrier, and that would have been a pretty good spot for them to take us out. That's what I was asking about. You don't want to go directly over an enemy base while you've got a sandcrawler, because that'd be the perfect time for them to ambush you, and then they just unload it into their base. Free spice. You were low. Have you got planar lock on? Oh, okay, that'll be why as well. That'll help. Planar lock makes a lot of difference. How many stacks of spice does this thing hold? Yes. More spice, chat. More spice. We are not on Serenity, no. You can indeed, Enola. I'm buying that from people this week. I think Mr. Jess in chat earlier has one they're going to sell me, but I'm going to get a better one. A new and shiny upgraded sandcrawler. I mean, Jaxium, you know, we will help you get re-established if it's on our servers, but it is worth coming back. I think the game is still solid and fun, but you can design a base that's not going to create that level of loss if you so wish to. Yeah, it is a fair point. If you want your base to be completely protected from being destroyed, you can make your base in the Haga Rift, like down in the rift itself, and it won't get destroyed by sandstorms. But you have to pay taxes. I have not yet tried abiotic factor, no. I'm ready. Nihilus, no, I have not yet bought that Regis blueprint, but I will buy more. What do you need, Luther? Yeah, yeah. The ads are starting in a second, chat, so likely the ads will finish and we'll be able to harvest more spice. I do enjoy spice trucking. Spice trucking is great. Why would anyone not love spice trucking? Ooh. Whoop. The real question is, why am I not spice collecting naked, to be fair? Yep. We have not seen any grandfather worms for a little while, no. That said, we may see one soon. Will we be getting surprise Thor rides on special holidays? Maybe. There might be special Thors in the work. Who knows? Who knows? Even the big worm left the game. No, the big worm's just having a nap right now. He's letting the spice cook, as we are with the game. It looks like it's on a really horrific angle. I'm not surprised. Big spice. Look at that delicious purple flavor. Did they fix the party UI bug in the deep desert? Given that Luther is 4 meters above me and also 12,000 meters away, no. I'm gonna go with no, Madison, unfortunately. Oh, it's just vibrating. Oh, there we go. Smooth. I bet that's Nihilus' base. I bet it is. It just seems like it's Nihilus' base. A ship. Love the ship. Yeah, personal shields are much more effective at generating aggro, for sure. It's the spice cube, I believe that. I'm ready for more spice. Spice. Spice, the final frontier. Only the drops are live, you just watch. Spice Cube the rapper. Does it generate more if you pop person shield and have a mate shoot at your shield? Nope, it literally just does it flat. Did you? But okay. I think I was going the other way around before, but fine. I feel like Mab Twitcher, this is our private world that we've got 15 servers for the community on. Some of them are public, but generally there's not that much point in competing over these resources right now. Everyone who wants spice can get spice on our server. We've not got the same kind of griefing or exploitative gameplay that other servers have unfortunately suffered from because we moderate quite heavily. I love that the camera just drops so that you can't see anything when you're driving. That's really kind of the game, isn't it? Well, in part of the game, there's supposed to be PvP-related griefing. It's crazy. No, I think that forcing people into PvP by ramming ships out of the PvE area is shitty griefing behavior. I think that forcing Thopters down in the PvE area and putting Thumpers on them is griefing. It's a visual bug, yeah, Luther. Yeah. The Spice Quarter. So we don't have problems with those kind of things generally. So any known problems with Funcom I can get on my character? What do you mean, Throlland? You can get on your character? You can't. Are you not seeing any servers online? Is that what you're seeing, Throlland? Have you updated the have you received today's patch properly? It might be that you need to, like, exit and relaunch Steam through Task Manager. Oh, yeah, Rivik, exactly, yeah. That's, one of the reasons why Ko and us were on the same kind of... We had a conversation about sharing servers, but it wasn't... We couldn't get it sorted in the 3 days notice that we each got, so we just kind of got our own stuff sorted. So I sorted out our community, Annie Fuchsia's, Pirate Software's, you know, Jay the Bard, Helping Hands, Vicky's. We got a little server set up for Dune, and it's been good fun. You can't load character from server, post way up in Steam discussion now. Interesting. Well, hopefully Funcom will be on it quickly. I can flag it to them if it helps. If you've got a critical issue of accessing your character, that sounds like a bit of a problem, so, Okay, so private servers are only for Haga, but all of the network of private servers join onto a private world, which means a deep desert. So, for example, all the private servers in a group, so 20, 30, 40 private servers, will share a deep desert. We have 15 servers for the community on one deep desert, which is this one. I actually have 10 servers on another deep desert, which was before we had the more powerful machine running the server setup. So... yes, but also you do get a private world for the group of private servers, if that makes sense. Yeah, so we have our own private Arakeen, etc. Herodot, I don't know why that would be. That's really strange, Arendaran. I have no idea what's causing that. Basically, the sand crawlers appear to be broken and not causing aggro. Nixus, yeah, I've heard that's kind of a common theme of feedback that I think a lot of players have had. I know. From where? Go and grab the crawler, Luther. What was that? As soon as I got into a scout, the guy legs it. Boring. Circle back. We're gonna do a sniffer chat. Are you ready, chat? Ready for the big breathe in? Look at all that pure spice just rocketing out of the ground. Just... Oh, we'll do a nice low... Prepare your palate. Just... Yeah. Wow. Did you take a big sniff, chat? Big sniffer? Let's go see if we can find that person. No, we don't double spice battle. You have to wait for this. You have to wait for it to kick in before you do it. You know, before you do it again. Otherwise, you might overdose. You never want to over spice. We turn into just a giant face in a tank, and no one wants that. I'm fine without the face of Bo. Right. They hide in the rocks, maybe. Back my hydration up. Drop. Num 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 num. Well, thank you very much for the gigantified emote with 100 bits. all of a sudden we seem to generate aggro. Oh, if the field got rocketed, that might have broken the field so that any vibrations on it summon a worm automatically. That does sometimes happen. Well, we don't know that. Try dropping on a rich part of spice away from the worm. Yeah, it's awful. Stay directly over with the grabbing above me, Luther, please. Because the worm could spawn next to us. We may have just gotten unlucky and it caused the worm to randomly spawn here because there wasn't one in the area. Really strange. Oh, it could have been me running across. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Rockets will generate aggro when fired at a spice field, yeah. I'm not sure how much. There's no easy way of calculating aggro in a percentage and where you can put it into numbers, as far as I can tell. What scale are you using to judge aggro? Out of 10, out of 20, out of 100 percentage? Time to worm spawn? Because it's a comparative table. It's getting real low in the middle. Acute Sasquatch, this seems to be a thread that we've had a few people come in asking about this one. I'm not sure what's going on here, but this appears to be not just a you issue. There's been a few people who have come in saying their game won't load or they can't find their character, so I don't think this is just you. Apparently there is a thread on the Steam forums for it. So I'm currently unsure. I can't help. Can somebody give me a link to the Steam forum? Thank you, Throlland. Let me grab this. No, I will get more spice. Funcom cannot tell me I have enough spice. There is no such thing. I require all of the spice. I think I need to get this line here. It looks like I fucked this up at some point, or it might be where we got lifted up and came back. Did you? Ah. In nighttime, it's fucking impossible to see where the spice actually is. I'm not sure if it's spice or just haze now. Can you carry harvester? No one in the harvester? Yes, indeed you can. I'm always in need of spice, chat. You're right. It could not be translated. I'd love to see like 4 carriers rock up together and like loot a field. To be real, that'd be great fun to see. Great operation. You need the active people now, and I'm not sure that most groups have that left because most people have quit the game or waiting for more content. We could do 3 carriers, yeah. I'd probably do 2 with Overwatch because then you could have one following the other brawler. Yep. Christian Mayer, it's in the pinned message up above. At least that's the way to the thread. If there's a solution in there, if there's a specific link, that might be more helpful, but I imagine it'll be updated pretty quickly. No solution yet? Okay, well, let's hope that there is one that's posted soon. It's easy to do this at night in the dark. That's awful. There needs to be like a UV light that makes it show in phosphorescence. What do I use the spice for this point? I basically... You ever seen Scrooge McDuck diving into the money? It's like that, but with spice. I'm not gonna lie to you. Imagine a swimming pool full of, like, grape Kool-Aid powder. Like that. Spicing it on my food. Sprinkling in my bed. I don't know. What else? Oh, we're full. Appease. Appease. Perfect. Away. Just posting the Daily Bailey chat. What? There's 300 of the 365 that I was going to do. For those of you who want a link to the Daily Bailey, here you go. Go and give it to YouTube as well. That is the Daily Bailey, the photo of the cat I post every single day. Whoop. What's up? Sometimes. Roland says, you might want to be careful in Deep Desert. Some people are now talking about disconnecting, not being able to log back in again. Very interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on it. I'm glad you guys' characters are coming back. That's good to hear. I'm glad they are being to solve the issue. It's always nice when you can access your characters. There we go. Weird. I fixed the songbot working. Which apparently just hasn't been showing for a while. It seems to have crashed. Ridiculous. I'm pleased that you guys have access to your characters again. That's good news. Online for a long time. I say for a long time, and online. There used to be a craze called ghost riding the whip. Luther, the fact that your party marker is 4 kilometers away from the vehicle you're flying is definitely ghost riding the whip. Well, look, this 4 kilometers away from me. Like, but he's also in the ornithopter. Amazing. I mean, that doesn't look like 4 kilometers, to be honest. It's just a very deceptive distance for how far away you are. I mean, I guess if I hopped out, then maybe yes, but I don't want to hop out right now. Is that what the fix is? Turning off IPv6? Weird. That's an odd fix, but fine. It's almost like there's like a landing strip for our base. It's a nice long bridge. Drop me. Wait, no, you can't drop me. It won't work. There we go. I'm gonna play blue there. Well, have we got any space on any of our storage? Because, otherwise, what are you doing? Why is it attacking when I exit a box? What is going on? Escape. And it draws my weapon. What? Nice, okay. Press escape again. I don't even... Fine. All of them. All of the Ornies now have sand in them. I hope you understand this. I filled every ornithopter with sand. Sand everywhere. They did get shot in the track by those things. And then I can refuel this. Well, I'm ready to go. Meep meep. That's fair. You lost character items for quest and Funcom refused to help me. Maybe they'll fix it to my character is gone again. It's gonna start again. I wonder what happens to a base you own. Seymour, I think that the current issue around people's bases disappearing is over, so people should be able to get their characters back. So hopefully your character isn't lost. It's just temporarily in limbo, shall we say. Gone, but not forgotten. Like a goal? I'm just not going to ask questions. Like, wild. What's that? Markers in the deep desert are broken and now we can't see the base that's set up there. That's so unlike this game. I'm so surprised, Sabu, that markers in the deep desert wouldn't be working. By the way, Luther is getting ever further away from me while he flies the ornithopter that's carrying me. You thought you'd left me behind. Do you not think I would have said something? Or would you think I would have been laughing at you on stream for the last 4 kilometers had you left me back at the base? As soon as you had left, I would have started ripping the shit out of you. It would have been absolute comedy gold. It does sound like something I would do to mute myself in Discord before making fun of you so you can't hear me. That I would believe that I would do that. Yeah, that's I can see why that was the assumption that you got to, yeah. I'm not sorry for the record. I would do it again. I stand by it. Good. I'm glad we're on the same page. Would be so funny. I would probably let you get all the way out to the spice field and then just have flown there being like, by the way, you left me behind. Wait, why you would scout ornithopter? Oh my god. Next time, deliberately jump out as he lifts up and see if they notice. I mean, I could do. I wouldn't do that to them. Spice harvesting is serious business. It'd be different if we were harvesting just, you know, titanium, but this is about spice. We all know how I feel about spice. Uppies. Well, this is spice uppies. Yeah, uppies mining no longer seems viable with this resource concentration. I think that actually it's harvesting titanium in the A band, which is what we need to do. We've got, you know, we've got 9,000 stravidium fibers. But that's nothing. That's nothing like nearly 10,000 plastinium. Just you know, just to be clear. Like we committed unreasonable atrocity last week. I don't actually remember locking in that hard to harvest that many stravidium, that much stravidium. I don't know how we did. It's Sabu and I are bad influences on each other. They have indeed kept the titanium and stravidium in the A band, yes. We flew through earlier and were just spotting nodes left, right, and center. Let's see if I've got a scan of some of this area of the A band. I don't know if it'll work. Did do some scanning, but it's not showing them. Well, yeah, the resource density screen shows it, but I actually scanned the ground, and there were some nodes around, but I don't think it's showing at distance, which is annoying, because being able to see the resource density actually on the ground is helpful. Yeah, I think it must be the sector. Yeah. There you go. There's titanium stravidium up there that I've scanned. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. Profano, I mean, the buggy already has a large enough boot that I'm not sure that's really necessary. Nice island full of loot. Realistically, though, it's now easier to get plastinium than it is to get duralumin, the tier before it. Luther. Okay, yeah, we're good. So yeah, someone was saying the buggy should have like a trailer for it that lets you carry more, but I'm like, the buggy can already carry a shed load of resources. You don't need any more that the buggy can carry at the moment, in my opinion. Not without becoming a meaningfully larger vehicle. Somebody harvesting on the field? Are they? Oh yeah. Comes the light like an angel. I'll go on to field with her. Let's see if we can spot them first. Because they may just leave. Then yes. Yeah, go on. No, they're here. Remember, you can't do this at fast speed. You do have to kind of hover over it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yep, they've been driven off. That would have, yeah. Cheeks, my understanding is if you respec, it should fix that issue now, because it should recalculate how many skill points you should actually have. What's that, Luther? Yeah. Yeah. I can't get in, so yes. It sounds awful. I can see why Thor hates doing this. You need to stand completely still for me to actually get into it, yeah. Thank you. So what you did see there, chat, is we did attempt to steal that person's ornithopter, yes. See if it was doable still. Yeah, we've seen the sandstorm warning, but it's a rude sandstorm, so I'm sure we'll be okay. Wow, I really fucked this sandfield up in the dark, didn't I? Do this.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
This is how it feels to be a Roomba. I kind of, this is kind of quite chill. Like, Roombas must have a pretty good life. I feel like if I could, if I was a Roomba and I could have a couple of drinks and just kind of lazily roam around the house screaming about cliffs every time I see a remote ledge, I reckon it'll be great fun. I feel like being a Roomba is underappreciated. Both of these. And then switch to the... Oh, that's a nice red sunrise, isn't it?
Sector weather alert. A large
Oh, is it sunset? Oh, it is, yeah. Did you fully repair the carrier, Luther? Okay. That's fine, no. It's a good thing to do. Northeast running what angle? Going backwards. To mess with Luther. From northwest to northeast, direct. Okay.
sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Punch through. Just punch through the middle. Yeah, trust me. Trust. Yep. Yeah, we tested it. We had a buggy last time, so I want to test the crawler this time. Yeah. There was a kid that from MIT that made his room have the voice of Samuel L. Jackson and scream motherfucker every time it bumped into stuff. That's gold. That's fucking hilarious. That's the kind of shit that you should be doing when you're messing around at MIT, right?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
Anything for spice, chat. We risk the sandstorm. We risk the wrath of the worm. Anything for spice. We've got time. Just wait. When it's directly over us, just fly the direction it was coming from, straight through the middle of it. With the shortest edge. Can you mine flour too? No, I wish you could. I would like them to add a different vacuum for the front that's designed for flour sand, personally. I think that would be a neat, use case for using it, especially now they've changed how flour sand harvesting works. Because you can't do... I mean, the safe ones were a kind of a bit of a piss take, I'll be honest, but like...
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Peace. Fine. There were indeed safe places where you could get flour sand before, yeah, where you don't have to risk the worm whatsoever. Yes, if you stay facing the sandstorm, and then when you grab me, you can basically just jet straight through it once it starts. So, like, basically once it hits. The art of holding right click while you fly now. The worm does indeed, yeah, with the fast breaches, the 50% chance for fast breach, that seems more like a 90% chance for fast breach. The worms feel like a threat again, which is really nice. It's a good change for the game.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I've got time. Are we ready, chat? Do this. We're punching through the sandstorm. Make sure you set your height above about 600 plus. It's alright, I'll put my headlights on, that'll help, right? Oh wait, no, it doesn't help. This is what I gotta do, done this in the Saltpopter. We've done, we've done this in the carrier a couple of times. Structural damage from that was minimal. Absolutely minimal damage. Yep. It would be fun to encounter an airborne worm in the storm. What do you, when you say fun, I think you and I have different definitions of fun. I think an airborne worm sounds like hell if I'm out in the storm, personally. Yes, yeah, encountering a sky halloon in the storm would be awful. I think it'd be fun, maybe fun for you to watch. Yes, it seems to be that way. Land me facing that way. I had to reconfigure my brain to drive the wrong way around, but it'll be okay. Helps if I'm in the driving seat, yep. Yeah, when I'm sat in there, sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm in the driving seat. Wait, I haven't got any of the UI. Yes, I'm not in the driving seat. Clearly seats on the wrong side of the vehicle. Hello, Divine Fox. It's going well, thank you. How are you doing? Great to see you today. Weird sound by just moving my mouse. Especially to confuse you, Luther. Yes, I know. Don't worry, front-loading vacuums also work backwards. It might not be in the name, but it just works, okay? Look, this is perfectly fine. We wanted to work down the right-hand side of the crater. This is how we do it. We just drive forward and backwards like this. And I can't leave the mouse steady for too long, because otherwise it resets my view and really fucks with how I'm driving. Call it a premonition. Why? Could I? Oh, that's a shame. Is there a setting to stop that from doing that? No, I don't think so. To be honest, it might be easier for you. Yeah, why not? The ads are on, chat. We'll whoop, do this. I'm gonna nope. The game gets confused about which way I want my camera around now because I've been driving too much in reverse. Deeply funny. No, I've been too busy. You've done yours, haven't you, Luther? How was it? Oh, nice. Where Worm appears to be extra sweepy today. Although, if I keep driving around the rim of the ring mouth, which is, you know, just there, like, it will probably summon the grandfather worm sooner. There's... Welcome back after the ads, chat. Hope you're doing well. We are getting close to the end of our spice mining operations, that we're running out of sand. Although, you know, we've probably still actually got... We could probably clear the, There's probably one actually full sand quarry left after this one, thinking about it. 800 meters worm nearby. Probably a wreck. I'm just gonna do this. Turning is slow. That's also, it's also weird how the harvester kind of like grabs it perfectly in a circle. I wonder if the carrier like grabs and drops it in an area, does it a full circle, and then comes back. I wonder if that works. It'd be really weird to see. That would make sense. The vacuum being off does make you go faster, so you would better turn faster, yeah. I would think that would track, yeah. Do you see worm meter while driving? I mean, can you see a worm meter? Because right now you see a complete mirror of everything I see in the game. I don't hide anything from you guys. I don't do overlays. I don't do anything like that. You are seeing what I see. You get all the information I get. So I don't see a worm meter. I don't see any sign of, like, aggro generation taking place, to be honest with you. Well, it does tell you how much spice you've collected. It just tells you in a weird location. You see these little lower dials here at the back? That's actually showing me how much, like, how full on spice I am. So we're probably about 75% full if I go to this. A little bit over. We're at 80% full. So we have noticed that, like, the top dial just shows you the color, but actually those little increments actually show you how much we've harvested, which is something we've recently learned. Well, yeah, I got this second hand, so it didn't come with the manual. You see, that's half the problem. Everything's second hand on Arrakis. Don't worry. We haven't got STCs anymore. You see, so. Ix would have STCs. That makes sense. Would you like to play with Bricky so you can geek out about Warhammer 40k off stream? That would be kind of fun. I don't know Bricky, but, like, he's a cool dude and knows way more than I do. I'm an amateur compared to people like Bricky and Luton and stuff. I know a few cool bits. My lore knowledge is not as encyclopedic as some of the real titans out there who know what, like, Warhammer 40k like in and out like Bricky does. He's got so much more knowledge than I do. No, I've been Spice is more like Space Adderall. I mean, if you can take enough Adderall to navigate through space and, like, do all the calculations to, you know, to go through warp like the navigators can, I guess, kind of fine, sure. Okay. Yep. I need to go and collect. Oh, okay. Back and forth, I think. I just need to make sure I gather some friends today. The other thing I need to do. Look, okay, we might be getting through friends quite rapidly when we do these kind of harvesting operations. It uses a lot of water. Like, you know, just the friends are thirst. Well, the spices are spice is thirsty work. You know, getting spiced is thirsty business. We have to use 10,000 spiced psychers. That's what the Emperor eats. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. The Muad'Dibs come from the Emperor. You understand? Loot maxing to the extreme there. Oh, if I run the risk of summoning the worm, then I'm just going to do this nice high swoop to piss off the grandfather, because if this is our last run that we can do, then I want to see if this will actually work. Oh, that gets full. Supposedly, driving around here summons the grandfather with the compactor on, right on the rim of the ring mouth. No, you get the same spice per minute on the areas which are light around the edge. It's just a visual difference. Zydigo, in the pinned message up there, there is a link. That's where there's currently a Steam discussion around that exact issue. So if you go into that, there might be some help in there for you from members of the community. I think some people have found ways to kind of fix it, but nothing I know of that's guaranteed so far. Hope those of you over on YouTube are doing well. Thank you for the support over there. L Crabs, I'm not sure you're allowed to say that. That sounds wrong. Sounds like a thought crime. It does sound like something Erebus would do, yes, you're right. They are investigating. I like when I look over and I see that we've got exactly 666 viewers. It makes me feel good. It feels, you know, feels about right. It feels like it feels like I'd catch fire if I walked into a church. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you all very much for the follows. Welcome on into the community. I hope you are having a good time today. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask. You're more than welcome to. We're currently just here spice maxing as we do. Welcome on in here, Gerbil of Wolves. Good to see you, bud. Always bet on crabs, you know, El Crabs. Still suits are basically space wetsuits with straws attached. Space wetsuits that prevent you from, like, sweating and your tears going to waste and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of intense. It's like wrapping yourself in cling film, to be honest with you, or saran wrap if you're American. And Ramsey, yeah, I'm glad that they did make some changes to that one. It's interesting now. It does still take a little bit of a flight fight to get through, but the carrier does ultimately win, it seems. Oh well, thank you, BBO Gaming. It's appreciated. You are always welcome to hang out here. That's how we do things here. Sabu, delete that picture, or I will kill you. Thank you. Don't just see that every time I look over at the mod chat. Apps. Awful. I just see myself looking like that. Crim. No. At least get a non-blurred one. Am I planning to play Battlefield 6 again? I think when Battlefield 6 is out, I would like to play it. Yeah, I had good fun. It's a really good fun game. I played more of it on the Saturday. Although I do hear that on the Saturday evening or on the Sunday, they re-enabled the the secure boot requirement. That's a good one, Nellis. I like that. No, it's actually in my kitchen, Luther. I've actually got the helmet. Oh God. I'll show you the one of me in the helmet, chat. How about that? This is from the other day when the when our Swiss Guard helmet arrived that was donated by Giant Spain. I have noticed that the blue screen reflection makes it not show up properly, so it looks like it's like wrongly balanced, but it's actually it's very, very good. No, my green screen's in my kitchen. I can't afford to, I haven't got space for it in here. That's the problem. I could go and get it, but I don't know where I'd put it. So I know we've got a lot of spice, but could we get more spice? We could go finish off that field. Sabu could take me if we've got space to unload the thing. Okay, well this thing's already loaded up to go then. Rotate, no, I wouldn't do hot ones.
Hello there.
I don't have time to visit your base. I need to do some other stuff. I'll contact you later. Want to do that?
No, I wasn't here for that. I was just coming to say hello.
Okay.
It's an efficient base, yeah. It's certainly got a lot of land use, but it works very well. We've got enough space for everything we need. No, this is a special song. This is Ben Platt and Lin-Manuel singing each other's songs together. Like it's really cool. It's really well done. Yes. Look, Sabu, if you give me a chest full of batteries and you give me a reset day and the ability to get a fuckload of spice, I'm gonna spend those batteries. Like you enabled a war crime here. That's what you did. You know what you did. You did it on purpose. This is on you. You gave us those batteries. You made this happen. Like ultimately, like when Demnar comes back and is very upset about how full the chests are, I'm gonna have to at least partially blame you, bud. It's sorry. How it is. Ladies Luther, thanks for the runs. We're just gonna stop by. No, don't in the PvP. God damn it. Fine, I'll deal with it. This chat is the place to visit this week. If as long as you're fine with the mines. Let you off. Let you off. Back away from there. Yeah, I'm fully laden with Spy Sabu, but I still have enough to get the loot on the way out. The Turbo Goblin enemy is still going to collect the blueprint and the everything else. El Crabs, I wasn't planning on watching Gamescom on stream. When does it start? Now? It's going already. Yeah. See, if I'll stay playing Dune. I think you guys are having fun. I'll check out the key bits afterwards. Where's that new desert? So that is in Delta 6. It's a shipwreck, but it's actually a PvE shipwreck. So make sure you show up there, get yourself, you know, I think this is the best hood. I think this is I think this is the one that's meant to be the top tier. It is, yeah. It's the better version of the one that Thor and I were using, yes. So we were using the shaded hood before, but this is the new one. This one looks a lot better. Pardot's it. Hood. We'll probably redeem that. Might make it. Although this is quite good. That is indeed in D6 possibility. I find a wild Sabu flying through the belts. What was that, Sabu? You said you're faster than me. Just under my drift speed, yeah. Oh, okay. I'll land on the roof, don't worry. What do you mean you can't watch me? Landed. Tell me that I can't land on the roof. Nom 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 nom. Delicious. Are we going straight to a ring mouth? Sabu? Nice, okay. I will go and get back into the sandcrawler. Yes. Could do that. I hate that there's so much titanium just like in and around the base. But you lifted the base specifically so people could get to the node underneath you. That's very nice of you. Jeez. I'm not too sure there are any nodes under the base, to be honest with you. I can't see any nodes under here, so I think you might be on crack. I'm gonna go with you being on crack. Uppies. Indigo 2. You lose it. Yeah, exactly. That's instant. So everyone can loot that chest this week. That's why it's so good. Yes. Isn't it great? For my fun like that. Do this. Open there. Those flight sticks are ordered. Dunzia. Absolute legend. Badass. Lands around 54 minutes. Then I might be able to see if I can finally complete the ancient mission of capture a control point. I think this one I just need to assemble a carrier in the deep desert. So I think maybe if I partially deconstruct it, it should be fine. But then I'd have all the journeys finished and all the contracts finished. I don't have all of the known universe. I could complete these as well. The answer would way. Happy early birthday for tomorrow, Spook. If you are here, I will try and remember to say happy birthday to you. For those of you in chat, Sabu just said if you were a true goblin, you would jump out there and grab that wreck. And you know what? He's fucking right. Oh, there's nothing really of any value in here, sadly. Not even gonna bother with the rest of it. I'll see if I can find one deep in the deep desert. I've got time because the carrier is slower than I am. I'm in that case. I might be a loot goblin. Oh, look, a carrier. Wonder what that's doing out here, chat. Doing good, thank you. 22 pays. How are you doing? Oh, the ads have started. Apologies, all of you. Whoop. Mine. Oh, it's a shitty one. Nice. I was expecting to get that one. Mine? Yeah, Balthazar, that's on a timer. Yeah. Thank you. I completely agree. I would love to do away with the collision of characters with wings. It's just so much of a pain in the ass every single time you get stuck on them. And they only interact with your character at the worst possible fucking times, it seems. I don't know what value it adds. Yeah, so that's why we always have so much complex machinery. Also got myself on the welding torch, which isn't too bad because my current one's absolutely ruined. So, Sabu, I'd like you to recognize that I got not one, not two, but 3 wrecks on the way back. If you've ever doubted my goblinism, let that stand as a lesson to you. No. No. I'm taking over as Goblin of Talk. Other side of the field. Other side of the field. No, you need to be on the other side of the field. That's why I said it. No, fine. I'll come to here. That's fine. I'll do it from here. Just go here. It's fine. Started, so we'll just go from here. Be alright. Sabu. What? Why? Why are you? Be warned, I might be getting a worm. You need to be over me, like, and ready, because I had to run across the sand there and stuff. So I could have summoned a worm. Like we did last time when we got, like, when Luther... When I got out of my scout and back into the sandcrawler, like, a worm, like, arrived immediately. It was kind of weird. So I just assume any time on foot now summons the worm out here. Nice. At least you're in your carrier, which is kind of nice for you, right? Maybe. I'm not convinced we'll harvest this whole thing before triggering the grandfather. But we're gonna give it a damn good go. Fury, just try relaunching the game after you verified the integrity of the game files through Steam. It might just be that something's gone wrong in the patch. Or it could be BattleEye freaking out, because BattleEye would never do that, would it? Rug. This looks compactor mind. Oh yeah, this is the where person was compactor mining earlier, that's why. That's compactor mind. Hello, Krautesh. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. How are you doing? -1 degrees, a little chilly. Middle of summer here. Just very chill gameplay doing this. I can see why people enjoy it. It's basically just like colouring. Cruise control would be nice, to be fair. Yeah, we have to set a speed and then we have to scroll speed with mouse wheel, for example, would be quite nice. I don't want Sky Halud. We don't need it. How often do I get for some quests? Not as often as I should, but often enough, if that makes sense. I haven't done any today, for example. I probably should do some soon. I need to use the... Someone wrote me a Python script to basically auto-import it. I just need to use that. We've been doing good, silly guy. How was the dentist, Spud? Yeah, Roomba cruise control, I think, is very important to quality of life for all Roombists out there. Those of us who room know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you just set it to 10 and just basically you have to steer left and right. That's what you want to do. They might think it's about thinking machines though, which maybe is the only consideration. But I guess it's just basically like it's basically just switching it from a all or nothing throttle to a throttle that you just hold at half rate. Be wild. Hello, silly guy. How are you doing? How was the dentissimo? I think if I go like this. Nice. Harvesting spice. How much sand is a full crawler? This one, 50,000. You want a... Well, we'll get a bigger one this week, you're right. I think we're gonna get Grandpa Worm pretty much any second. If you look at how many ridges there are forming in this the edge of the ring mouth, it's getting really defined. And it's getting very, very deep. I don't know if this is a visual indicator or not, but I've always found that towards some of the grandfather worm, it does appear that it gets deeper. There are always very weird noises that come from this as well when we get to this stage. I mean, look at the angle we're driving at. It's not Nowhere near as flat as it was when we were doing this earlier down there. I might have to go over all of this area again. Do a quick goodaroo. Oh, just a little bit too tight. Actually, no, let's do this. Thankfully, it's daytime. I can now see all the bits of spice that I missed. It's like when you, if you've ever, like, mowed the lawn in the dark and you look in the morning, you're like, oh my god, that's an awful job. Oh, hello, Bailey. Hi. Hi. Baby boy. Yeah. Hi. You're just a good cat. Yeah, meow meow. Hi. What's up? Meow. B doesn't to show up before the grandfather worm gets here. It's happened more than once. Meow. What's up, baby? You've got an itch you want to scritch. Okay. Oh, there is actually spice sand that we're driving on, that we're flying on now. Okay. Meow. Yeah, you trying to warn me about the grandfather worm? Is that what it is? No, you're trying to warn me that you want me to check your food bowl with you. You have to wait, B. We'll check in a second. I can't go AFK right now. Yeah, I know you've got a full food bowl, so this is just you being cute. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, little guy? He's going to check his food bowl out now by himself. He'll find that it's got food in it. Oh, shit, it is, yeah. Jeez. I want to summon the grandfather worm, though. I feel the need. I hunger for a grandfather worm today. To know that I harvested a full spice field, pretty much. Like, oh. Oh. Light. Dawn of War 4 announced came out 2026. I cannot wait. Dawn of War. Well, depends on what it looks like. El Crab, did it look like Dawn of War original, or was it just literally notification of it? Because I want to know if it looks like which Dawn of War it looks like. Because if it looks anything like 3, I'd rather suffocate. That's it. Hi, baby. Yeah, have you had your food now? Yeah. Who's a good little kitten? You're a good cat. Aren't you? Yeah, you're okay. You're a good boy. No, Balthazar. As long as you're safe on the platform, it doesn't really matter what you're doing with yourself. Obviously, Twitch can't govern what you do with your, as long as you're being safe. Meow, what is it, B? Yeah, hi. Meow. Yeah? You just want attention, don't you? You headbutting the screen. Good baby boy. Can you turn your light off, please? Can't see anything with it on. Yeah. No, I can't see anything with it off either. Great, thank you, game. Well, that's... what about my ones? No, that's also... Okay, well, we're just kind of guessing at this point. Oh no, there's more spice coming up. We can see it. It's not... Oh, it is spraying sand at the back still, I guess. You're okay, Bailey. Yeah, you're okay. You're okay. A little fuss pot, aren't you? So cute. You're so cute, B. I'm genuinely surprised we haven't summoned the grandfather yet. I'm going to be honest with you. This is probably one of the most mined fields I've seen for a long time. Maybe it's just because of our long trips to and from, we've managed to reset it slightly during. The aggro likely subsides during when we've done the long flights back to our deep desert storage base, so it might be that that's made it, like, kind of saved us enough that we can actually get more than pretty much ever before. I don't want to fire a rocket at it, thank you. I think we're good. Fuck. Yeah, the party finally updated, yeah. I just need to go back and forward along this rim that I'm doing, where I can see the purple line that goes along. So luckily there's like a half of it. Oh, whoops, went too high there. You can just about see it on the stream. It kind of traces around the edge here. There's like a gap here where it goes in. Oh yeah, Bailey is in the way. Sorry, B. He's so funny. People do indeed still play this game. Yes. Yeah. I know. Are you upside down? Is that the problem? He's just got his airplane ears out. Oh, Nullwolf, I'm sorry to hear that your crawler got aggroed again. I'm actually surprised. We've not seen any aggro from normal worms from this. With unique engine treads. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that it was an upgraded one as well, though. That's rough. Yes, I know. Yeah, hi. Yeah, you want more fuss? Is that what you're asking for? Oh, okay. You're asking for a chest rub. Hello. Yeah, who's a good baby? So funny. He's such a fusspot. He's interrupted spice harvesting operations. Nullwolf, what do you mean by hubris got you? Did you just assume it wasn't coming for you? Is that what happened? Bother. Yeah, same. This is fine. Yeah, it does, yeah. As it feels a bit weird. It's you guys who are wrong. Oh, Outcasters, that sounds like you're cursed. Have you pissed off a witch at some point? Third time in a row you've gone to Haga Base and there's been a sandstorm you spawned inside of. That's just unlucky. Like, you've probably angered a witch in a past life. I'm just gonna be real with you. Maybe make some amends. Okay, that will be the problem, Outcasters. That's why things are going wrong for you. You shouldn't piss off witches. They are feisty. They'll get their own back. A sandwich or... You could probably get another crawler. Four and a half. I don't actually know if I'm driving over any spice anymore, like, because that layer down there isn't actually working, I don't think. So I'm just kind of just driving now. It seems to be working. Like, the number is going up, so fine. Thork is here. No, Thork Onan is here. Whoop. One second, Zabu. 1 second, just next to tough road. Oh no, we've still actually got already, yeah, 5% left. Oh, Nullwolf, that's the sad part. Yeah, losing Ancient Way, your Black Market Lasgun, your Young Sparky, that's a rough one. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Exactly, Nullwolf. I'm glad you've got that attitude. Good job, bud. Oh, there's some flat up here, so it's fine. It's a nice section. I want to go forward and back on this bit. But you might have to fly me to a more dense part of Spice along the edge of the ring mouth, to be honest with you. I'm not sure if I can see it. I'm not sure if I can see any from up here. Oh yeah, there's some more around here. Okay, Troy, take care. Yeah, give me a little while. Give me a few days. Oh, El Switchblade, I mean, yeah, it's been with you all that time. No worries, Stoke Fly Fishing. I hope you enjoy the drops. Thanks for being here, bud. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, yeah, there's a bunch here. Nice. I've got fuel, don't worry. Just land the carrier for now. You'd really like if it's that low. Oh, hello. Hi. Hi, little guy. Didn't realize you were jumping up here. Hi, little floofy cat. Should I take 2 of the empty bottles away so you've got a bit more space? I definitely empty all of my waters. Yeah, you're such a good baby, aren't you? Yeah, who's a good boy? You are, aren't you? Yeah, you want a nice chin rub, don't you? Do you want me to drop? Okay, let me Let me. I'll drop these items out of here now. You can come over and grab a couple of fuel cells. Yeah, hello. You're so shouty when you want to be. Yes, you've got a lovely tail. It's very majestic and floofy. I can't see any more spice up on the rim of the ring mouth. Oh, the sun might help, actually. I'm not a big fan of horror games, no nightclub games. Generally not, personally. Oh yeah, there's loads up there. Nice. On the far side. Drop me. Just hold shift. Like... sometimes we go flying. Sometimes we ball, chat. Sometimes we ball. Yeah, good boy. Yeah. Don't you quack at me. During daytime, you can actually see the spice. Nice, okay. I'm genuinely thinking we might not actually summon the grandfather worm. Well, yeah, like, at that point I might end up just doing, there you go, I'm full. This thing's surprisingly quick. We can have some fun with this. Meep meep. Why does this not have a little horn? Why, when I left click, does it not go meep meep? No, hang on. No, I'm still driving. Fuck you, I didn't say uppies. We're enjoying this. Look at this. We're seeing if we can piss off the worm. Oh yeah, but I want to see. This might piss off the worm. I don't know. Look at how fast I'm driving. Oh, we are about to reach the intersection for our route home, though. Yeah, you want? Hi. What's up, Bailey? Yeah. Yeah, Mrat. What is it, baby? You're okay. You're okay. You can have a nap if you want. Yeah. Sponsored by Big Bailey. This is perfectly fine. What are you talking about? I'm doing it. Yeah, convoy. Meep meep. I feel a bit like I'm playing a really like a really weird version of GTA where I'm running away from the police in a carrier. I'm in a little sand crawler. This is the way to travel in the deep desert then, chat. Yeah, we're driving back. We're doing the scenic route, you see. Hi. Yeah, meow meow. You're such a good kitten, aren't you? Yeah. Do you want me to move these things so that you can rest? Okay. You're so cute. You looking at the screens? Oh, baby. Wait, if one of these was open, imagine capturing a Landsrad area in a sand crawler. Hang on, now we're gonna try this. All-terrain vehicle. I mean, it's surprisingly agile and a little bit floaty. Yeah. Arrakis drift. Meep meep. That it's basically I'm effectively flying a large hovercraft. It's probably full of eels, chat. Why is there no worm aggro? What? Oh yeah. Yeah. Just take us past there. Take us forward. We shouldn't drive past the PvPers base. That would be a... Yeah. Hello. Yeah. You just draping your head off the edge, Bailey. Okay. Oh, that's... You trying to give yourself a clear and I was in the way. Sorry, B. I wouldn't, because G3 to G4 is a barrier, and you basically drop me in F4 and I can drive home. But you need to keep me company in case there's a worm. I don't know if it's a bug or they've done it on purpose. That's... Yeah, but the crawler's so slow though. Let's not... It's not actually worth doing this. It's just deeply funny that this is a thing. It's a feature. I think it's an intended thing they've done to deal with a bug where the sand crawler was generating too much aggro. Hi, sleepy cat. You're so cute. Are we actually in... No, we're not yet. Good cat. The drops will be automatically live. You'll get them by watching for 2 hours. 2 hours of watching gets you your drops. Yeah, you're okay, little cat. Drop me. Don't tell the elf. Yeah, you don't like the Scottish accent? Okay. You like the southern, do you? Okay, little cat. Oh, I put it in the cupboard, Valor Carnage. Yeah, I just put it on the shelf next to the glasses. Yeah. Just make sure you stay flying overhead, because we might just do a rapid pickup, but this is just deeply funny. I mean, look, look, this is slower than him carrying me back, but it's deeply funnier. Meep meep. True. Hi, yeah, you're so adorable, you little loaf. What have you done that you're being so affectionate today? Did you destroy something? Did you bring in a bird? Did you bring in a live bird? Because that would probably upset the spare human, you know it. Live mouse is bad enough. This is actually ridiculous. I think people are just coming to watch now. I was just driving straight anyway, to be honest with you. I'll give him the head pats in a second when he's cleaning. But he doesn't want me to give him head pats while he's cleaning. That's not what he wants. He's busy. So what I'm hearing now is we need to get 3 sandcrawlers having in different colors, and the chat can do a bet based on the race, so we can race across sectors. There's no drum sand out here. Whoa, look at that jump. Beautiful air. Now this is pod racing. Whee! We should do this as an event. Make it so you got to harvest, you know, a certain amount of spice on the way through. Sand crawlers and buggies do cause aggro, don't they? That's the shame. Left. Oh. I could have made it. I could have gone over. You don't know me. Give me a rocket booster from a carrier, and I swear to God, I'll go over. Just strap it on the bottom or the top. Get rid of the spice container on the top. Replace it with a carrier thruster, and I would have done that. I would have done that as a jump. That would have been deeply fun. Oh, by the way, we might break the vehicle doing this. It's not looking too happy, but this is fine. Yeah, give me a buggy booster, exactly. Meep meep. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Yeah, there's no aggro on Sandcrawlers. Funcom, please. Like, this is just a joke. Bailey's fine with it. Aren't you, baby? You want a head pat? Yeah. You want some head rubs? Drop me. Drop me. Drop me, Sabu. The worm is no match for my mighty sandcrawler. I'll fight the worm. It's my sandcrawler, so if anyone's heart sabu is going to be on fire, it'd be mine. This is fine. This is what we intended to do. See, that's how vehicles work, chat. In real life, if you ever flip your vehicle, it'll do that. That's how physics works. We'll check this when we're in somewhat of a safer location, shall we? I'm not actually sure that I left enough space underneath the sub-thief to actually claim anything at ground level without using a vertical staking claim unit. Great Big Games, I'm not saying that we were bored, just we noticed that the sandcrawler wasn't generating aggro, and so we decided to drive it back, just to see what would happen. We've also got quite a bit of spice. You can probably fly me from here. We're in the PvE area now, and I can't bother to... Well, I mean, I could probably... No, I can't think I can drive up. Okay, now you have to try and catch me. Come on, Sabu, catch me, come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Can't you get me? How much fuel are we spending? Not even one large fuel cell. That's the funniest part. Like, I've not even used one large fuel cell doing this. That's such a meme. He did indeed grab me for the uppies. You'll never take me alive! Wait, Sabu, all the storage is full? Oh, okay. And we have harvested over 200,000 spice sand today. That's more than enough spice for like the week. So what? It's more spice than we would use in a week. That's what I mean. Like our minimum spice upkeep. I don't have my assault ornithopter here, so I get to fly back in my fun ornithopter. Can you come get some free residue? Yeah, I can bring some residue back. Yes, carry me. Oh, that's funny. We can try. Let me see if I can capture this. Oh, this one's not unlocked yet. Damn. Oh, it is unlocked. Here we go. Maybe this will finally count. I've traveled to one. Come on. I'm not sure how you're going to put that onto the control point, but I don't know how. Okay, well, I'm going to land and I'm going to put my ornithopter away, so you've got at least some space. Just try and get yourself into the gap. You in? Finally, that did it, and we got to level 197 doing that. There we go. Fine. I guess we got a journey completed finally, chap. Fantastic. We have got 13,000 melange back in the repository base, but still, that's not relevant. That's not remotely relevant. We have one final. I'm gonna have to assemble a carrier. It can't be crafted, surely. Oh, what? Any good? Sorry. They're not too bad. There's nothing that's like hugely valuable. Nothing hugely valuable. Oh, I forgot to go buy a D6, damn it. Oh shit. I'm running without any batteries on me. That's unlike me. Yeah. I don't have any on me. I can't remember the last time I did that. What's up, silly guy? Is it? If it is, I'll report it to Funcom, because we've said it to them before. Oh, it's what the grandfather worm's a bug? Could be. I believe that. I'd believe that the grandfather worm is scared of cats. I think B scared him off. Whoop. Thank you, I guess. I don't like Cobra Commander. Fine. Sure. I'll take it, I guess. Wait, that's not right. No, I think I look like Cobra Commander in real life. I'm fine with it. The gemstones, they're a Landsrad turn in the Opifire gems. We might have to get some more friends, chat. These friends seem to be nearly out. I know it's a surprise because we gathered quite a few, although it would be great when the Assault Ornithopter has well, it would be if it could carry more or we can carry cargo, we can basically just load up a carrier with a bunch of bodies. Just deploy like into a group of like 4 people, everyone just goes out, gathers bodies, just runs back and just does it as a group. Like you'll rapid harvest every single POI, it'd be great. Yeah, time to go and have a drink with the neighbors. Have a drink from the neighbors. We don't sound like vampires at all. I don't know what anyone was talking about. These allegations are baseless. Okay, that chest is now empty. Hello.
Do you have something for the Baron? Tribute. Oh, it's Polit, the War Council, huh? Delivery for House Mikero. Do you have something for... Oh, it's Polit, Cartel of... Delivery for House Ark.
Interesting. Good test. They are just napping, yeah. How does one require a Bindu sprint that fast? Level 3 Bindu sprint. It's just... And I've got, yeah, 2 stamina bars, which helps. Yeah, Toby makes a good point. Well, they got that one handed in, but I got my points. There you go. I've got those both capped, so I can claim those both later today. Hello, Ramanosaurus. How is it going? How are you doing? Well, we had a couple of people attack us earlier, Luther, so I figured it would be nice to be running around with an ancient way, you know? It only cost me like 25 volume to carry that around. Good evening. How's it going? Do our repairs for the day, because we've absolutely ragged everything that we've been using. Okay, you can detonate. Fine, finally. Outside this game, do you like the Dune universe, like the books and the movies? Yeah, I do. I would say so. Hellscape. Yeah, I've really enjoyed both of those across the years. The new films are very, very well made. I'll be honest with you. Like they've obviously spent a lot of money on them. Quick power nap. Be back in 5 hours. Yeah, once all of your dental stuff has worn off. I hope you look after yourself, silly guy. Like after the dentist, you should probably be resting and stuff, shouldn't you? What do they tell you to do? Thanks for being here, silly guy. Take it easy, rest up, and we will see you soon, I hope. Take it easy, bud. Well, at least you aren't endlessly falling. Wait, you are endlessly falling? They were meant to fix that. There. Yep, makes sense. I know what Invoke does on the auction house. Invoke is just gonna be a weapon. Take it easy, Siligo. Have a good one. Go and rest, or I'll, I don't know, threaten you with Bailey. You saw a cat. I didn't care what to say. I mean, he is here and he is sleeping. It's what he do. It's what he do. Oh, there's a game called Chronosis. They spelt it wrong. That makes sense. He is sleeping. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hello. Hi. Right, to you too. Little floof machine here. Little soft head, aren't you? Thank you for putting your claws into my finger then, B. That was very kind of you. Hi. Yeah, I'm right. What's up? Oh, Vicky, thank you very much for the raid of 67 people. I hope you are doing okay. I'm just checking through my DMs, dealing with some stuff, so I will have a quick look in a second. Hope you're all doing well. Those of you who don't know, Vicky is an awesome friend of mine. She's going to be coming up to visit me on Saturday. We have a lot of fun. She's an awesome goblin, so go and press a little heart, give her a follow. She's an awesome person. You'd be doing well to give her a follow. That's very cool. I do indeed. Did indeed many years ago. Hi. Hi, you're so cute. You're so loud. You want attention, do you? Hello. Meow. Yeah, okay. Hello. Just sitting there perched on the edge, aren't you? Looking out over the edge of the desk. Good mic, I really like it. Mine's really comfy. Giving a clean. Okay. Hi. You know his little. He's such a cute little cat, isn't he? Look at him. Yay. Yeah. Little stinker. What you doing? Yeah, rat. You're so cute. Meow. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, the Thief game is a really good way of doing stealth mechanics in a game. I've always really enjoyed how that always played. Yeah, you heading off? Okay. Oh, we've got ads, chat. Let me move B. There it is. Hello, Schlurpy. How are you doing, bud? I hope you are doing well. Oh, I can do this. Hi, Bailey. Yeah? Meow. Yeah, you want some fuss and attention, don't you? Hi. Hi, baby. Yeah. Okay, B's heading off for some food, chat. Indeed, nom noms. What Bailey's gone for, he's gone for his nom noms. I need to make sure I have some today, actually. Jeez, we've been live for 11 and a bit hours. Yeah, I'll eat in a bit. I'm not hungry yet. Fine. We good. Login issues appear to be resolved, so I will remove the pin. Good evening, Lupacroc. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. The coffee made you stay awake. Well, having 5 coffees will do that, yes. Welcome back from the ads chat. How is Dune post-patch? Dune post-patch is slightly buggy, but that's to be expected with a Funcom release, I'll be honest with you. I think it's a step in the right direction. I think they've got more to do in a number of places, but ultimately it's made some changes that are better for the game, and that's, you know, some forward movement, which is helpful. I'm glad you've had a very productive day, but that's been very good. Yeah, we've been having fun doing this, chilling, hanging out. Right, that's a fraction of what we've harvested today moved across, and I'm going to go and start the first job, because, why not? Actually, maybe not. See how much is in there. Oh, we've only got 2 load. Okay, we'll wait until tomorrow. We'll run the load tomorrow when the stream starts. I've been alive for 11 and a quarter hours, chat. I am going to raid somewhere. We're going to raid into the Furry Noodles for some chill evening stream vibes. Thank you all very much for being here, checking out Dune today. We will probably check back into the game tomorrow to keep doing the moving across of that melange, and also to make some titanium up, because we need to obviously replace our titanium supplies so that we can use the 9,000 stravidium that we've got. Thank you all very much for being here today, though. I hope you've had a great time. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for sticking around today, asking all the questions. I hope you're having a good time. And hopefully I will see you all soon. Take it easy. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good one.